Futures back to the downside this morning as we come off a pretty impressive reversal yesterday, led by tech and growth came back to life as investors stepped in to buy these beaten down names that have suffered so badly throughout the first half of this year. So many names to look at this morning in that group that are showing a little bit of relative strength here. Overall, though, it was the NASDAQ that was a huge outperformer yesterday, up more than 5% from its bottom, and including a 1.75% move at the close. The S&P 500, 0.16. The Dow ends the day about 0.4. To the downside, as it did underperform the Dow 30, that is. We're watching some food delivery names this morning, including Uber and DoorDash to the downside. Amazon, making a play with Just Eat Takeaways. Grubhub in the U.S., putting both Uber and DoorDash under a little bit of pressure here this morning. Oil back on watch as well. We are positive so far, but what a move yesterday. More than 9% at one point. It ends the day down more than 8%, back below $100. We are above it right now, but will it hold for crude oil? Lots to discuss this morning. And we get the Fed meeting minutes coming up this afternoon as well. Should be a market moving event. It's Wednesday, July 6, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. And there we go, a little bit of negativity to kick things off this morning, but nothing we can't handle at this point. The NASDAQ 0.4 leading the way right now. The S&P 0.3, about 0.3 for the Dow as well. There's oil down there, 1% almost to the upside for crude currently. Will it hold? We will see as the morning progresses here. More negativity in cryptocurrency markets as well, about 2% for both Bitcoin and Ethereum. It's worth noting, though, we did have a decent move back to the upside overnight, coming off a pretty volatile session yesterday as well. But here we go into Wednesday. Good morning, guys. It is Fed Minutes Day. Will there be anything exciting in that? Probably not. Nothing that we haven't heard already. But 2 p.m. this afternoon, we'll get the the minutes from the June meeting.
Hey, yo, what's up? Yeah, I mean, look, I actually think there could be something exciting in these minutes. I think the pullback in oil, the move up in the U.S. dollar, all very, very nice for the control of inflation. Now, whether or not inflation is under control is going to be another discussion. So I am kind of interested to see what happens on those minutes today, just to see what they're talking about, if they're possibly, I don't think they're reversing course anytime soon, but there was rumors that I think it's early 2023, that they could start to cut again. So we'll see. I mean, the pullback in oil and then the rise up in the dollar is kind of a setup for like a recession play. But, we'll see where we go from here. Obviously, the Fed don't want to see us turn into a recessionary environment. Obviously, that's happening already in Europe as well. So that should be really exciting. And I'm actually looking forward to them. And that's going to be at 2 p.m. So we just kind of wait out for that. I think the market's going to be its own beast today. Obviously, oil is back up to that $100.50. We did buy some yesterday at about 97 and change while we just purchased the XLE equivalent here in Canada. So yeah, look, I'm excited, man. I mean, Apple's above 140, which is nice. Meta had a monster move yesterday. The futures are starting to battle back here, almost close to be turning green here. I feel like only down 0.2. So yeah, I'm pretty excited. I mean, I've got some. You already have a trade on, right?
I've got a futures position.
Oh, you got a futures. Okay, we'll talk about that later. I thought it was an equity one there.
But overall, the Fed days, whether it's Fed day, rate decision day, or even minutes, a lot of the times the minutes have been, in the past it's been quiet. But when things start changing and things start accelerating and moves are being made, the Fed minutes matter now. It's going to be a lot more sensitive to something like today's Fed minutes. So definitely in a summertime volume session, this kind of a headline event is going to definitely move markets, even if there's nothing new in it. People are going to make assumptions about certain words anyway, so just be prepared for the volatility that the 2 o'clock will bring. Hopefully there is some. I mean, it could turn out to be a dud, but I would expect there to be some sort of movement with this and some volatility and volume coming through when the minutes come out at 2.
A lot of focus being paid, obviously, towards this coming up, as Arun said there, at 2 p.m. this afternoon. CPI July 13th will be the next kind of benchmark as far as where we're at in this overall move. Lots to discuss here this morning, but wanted to lead things off here with this ahead of the meeting minutes, as we said. Down here, though, they're talking about the Russell 1000. The top gainer yesterday on the Russell 1000, if you can imagine, was Carvana. CVNA was up 26% on the day yesterday. So a little bit different when it comes to some of these growth stocks that I led things off with there have been absolutely decimated over the years, 70, 80% moves to the downside in some of these. But here's a pretty impressive list for you guys. Carvana, as I said, 26%. Wayfair was up 18%, Peloton 14%. I mean, Coinbase, Zoom, all double-digit percent gains yesterday. So, I mean, a little bit different as far as the mentality, obviously, and as we saw Tuesday.
Look, I mean, it's pretty much a run to the doors to kind of grab some of these plays that have been so beat down. I mean, Carvana's down, what was it, down like 91% or something, Zoom 70. I mean, all these names that you just listed there were getting crushed. I mean, Peloton was up yesterday. I mean, if we just look here, this is the Zoom chart. I mean, you can see how disastrous this name has been. And the thing about Zoom is, you know, they're still making money, so they're not a horrible name to be picked up here. Whether or not you believe Zoom is a new adjective or a word that's going to be in the dictionary or whatever, I feel like Zoom does need to be picked up here. It's a monster run from yesterday. I have it in as breaking this 123 right here. If we can break this 123, then I like it for a long again yet today to extend through the momentum. I mean, like, this is what you got to look at. It's based out here. Some of these names have based out. Now, I don't know if Zoom's going to be going on. I don't know if this is a good investment for the next 6 months or whatever, but right now momentum is to the upside in a name like Zoom. I mean, even just look at yesterday, look at Peloton here on this is going to be a daily chart, but this was, as we all know, $160, $170 name, something like that. It even goes higher and higher and higher than this. So you're getting some of these names that were just absolutely, did it only get as high as 130? Yeah, there's 160, okay. You know, down to $10. So if you look at this is pretty sad. So to say that this is a name that we want to invest in, I'm not sure. But as far as playing momentum is concerned, yeah, look at that outsized candle yesterday. A big move in. As I said, everyone coming in to pick up some of these names that have been so beat down that if you do go back to a environment where rates are going to be cut, these growth names are going to rally. I mean, that's just what it is. That was the move with oil down yesterday, the move up with the dollar, and just some of this talk that, hey, maybe the Fed isn't going to go down that hole of just raise again, and maybe we do start to cut again, like I said, in early 2023 right now. So if that's a case, then some of these growth stocks will have time to work back to the upside. So we'll wait to see. I mean, Peloton breaking through 1050, you're right there again today. You're only down 1% off of being up, 14% yesterday. So a big move here for Peloton, and I kind of think the same thing. What if you do break through this? I don't know if we're going to get to 1150 today, but that's not a bad level there for Peloton. So I think you got Peloton to buy today. You got Zoom. For me, I have Zoom. It's on my sticky note here. The problem is I have 123 break, so I really do like that break right there of 123 on Zoom. That little wick high is a pre-market of 125, so I'm not too worried about that. But, you know, you get through there. It's just, you would have wished to pick some up down here, $100, $105. Do we revisit that? Maybe. But I really like these names to break out even more today. I mean, even yesterday, you could say, you know what, 123 is probably a little high for Zoom. But look at this move that it had yesterday. Even if you take some of these breakouts, 111, 112, 113, you still continue up the rest of the afternoon into that 120 level. So I feel like if we take that 123 break, you have a 120 bottom here that I'm feeling like I would get out if it does snap back into there. So for me, I think it's risk to reward. This is not like, oh my God, I think we need to rush and buy Zoom. This is the greatest company of all time. I just think that the momentum to the upside gets us through 123. And then if we have another one of those days again, you know, we test that 127, maybe 130, you know, something we're up here, we can get that move. So is it unbelievable that you can get another $6 or $7 move here in Zoom? No. So I think that that's a name that I want to look at out of all of them. Not a Carvana, maybe a Peloton because it's pretty cheap. I loved the move that Roblox did yesterday. We had Roblox yesterday, another big name for us there in the afternoon. And this is another one that's just, look at the extension here. The good thing about Roblox yesterday in the trade that I had there was this break right there. So we did have a break, and then you moved up to $39. So, once you get through some of those levels, Arun talked about how good that, this 35 break or 36 break on Roblox was when you got extended to the upside there. So I look at this move as maybe a little bit like this was $24 and now you're $40. So that's about a week, a week and a half, you're up, almost, I don't know, it's almost a double. It's like 75, 80% there in about a week. So Roblox maybe a little bit too extended, but again, there's that break there, 39. It came back in, tested that level that we broke out earlier from $39. We had the long. We took that 39 up to 39.80 right at the end of the day. So a nice little 80-cent win for that trade, and I think it can happen again. So we'll look to pick some up if it dips on a lot of these names, but I still think the breakout trade could be here, especially with the market trying to rally. You can see the S&P and the NASDAQ both trying to get to green right now, and you're still 50 minutes away from this from this market opening up. So, I'm short Uber. I don't know why it doesn't show it on there. I guess I'll have to take another position, but I am currently shorted Uber now as well, and we'll get to that. But
yeah, for me with Zoom, as you can see, the market is obviously trying to extend to the upside. So you got to be very careful. A lot of these stocks ran and they're overextended today. Now, some of them will continue running, but more often than not, you're going to want to go after the ones that have taken a break from this rally or overnight at least. So if there's any pullbacks or any sort of downward drift in a stock that's running strong, preferably to pick up a long on a pullback would be ideal. To keep chasing after the long on an extension, it's a dangerous game to play. And for me, Zoom is pretty much the definition of that because it's refusing to come back in a meaningful way and is running right into that 121, 122 area. So for me, I'm just going to back off. That means if I got to keep chasing after the long and it refuses to pull back, yes, it's relatively strong, but at the same time, it is extended, which means that the pullback could come at any point. So for me, it's too dangerous to go after this type of name. I do have a bunch of names that I put bids on because I like the way they've been moving, but it's a matter of, do I get filled? Can I get filled in the event it comes back, or even if it comes back? The way the market's been moving, probably not, but who knows? Things change very, very quickly as we get to the open and the amounts that come out.
So rates continuing to slide as we have a look at some of these names that are going to be affected by this. Here's a look at the 10-year, guys. Now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days in a row back to the downside here for the U.S. 10-year. 275, which was this support area going back to May of this year before we ran up to 3.5. So big move down, as we said, obviously for rates helping some of these growth stocks as well. The mega cap type, Microsoft, Meta, we'll talk about here coming up as well. But the UK Antitrust Board, I guess, going to have a look at their Activision acquisition or potential acquisition of Activision. There was that note on Microsoft today. There's also a Bank of America price target cut from Microsoft. It was all about Meta yesterday, though. As I said, 5% move for Meta, where both Apple and Microsoft were 1.2 in that kind of a neighborhood. But pretty impressive in both cases.
I guess this Richard guy on the chat here didn't pick up any Meta down here at 157. I mean, 157, 158. I mean, these were monster longs, man. I mean, there's our out 165. So that's 7 cents. We did, scalp out some here on the way up, and then took a 160, which was a great $3 winner. And then right there again, 164, 165, and then a reload back when we realized that maybe we shouldn't have dumped it, and we made a little bit of a bottom there at 164. The reload at 164, the out at 165.50 before watching this thing just climb into the close. Look at Meta, man. I mean, this is a 12 handle there on the PE for a Meta, so that's another name to sort of look at here and say, okay, maybe this is a name that continues to climb higher in this environment. And what I was talking about was we had the 30-year down yesterday, some of these rates coming down again yesterday, good for some of these high growth stocks. And again, Meta is a growth and a value stock. The amount of cash that these these guys pull in and that they have on hand here. I think it needs to be bought, and it's just a volatile name. I mean, you're going to get headwinds all the time from Meta, from the social side of things, from political. It doesn't seem to stop. They lost Sheryl Sandberg about 2 or 3 weeks ago. Doesn't seem to be that much affecting the stock here. But Meta continues to work, I feel like. We're going to see what happens with their advertising numbers. I mean, they've made the change there to adjust for Apple's new, that was about a year ago, when Snapchat and Facebook and obviously now Meta got real hit to the downside there. Since the symbol change, we don't have the data to pull over here. But again, if you look at this, it's pretty choppy back and forth here, right? So to say that this is going to continuously rip, I'm not sure. But look at this 174, 173 area. So I do feel that if we get any longs, that's going to be an area that was probably going to stop around and dance on. So I do like that area for Meta. And then I was just looking here. It's on my note here today. And all I wrote was that it was super strong yesterday, and we will look for a continuation today. But like Arun said, sometimes here, the futures just turn positive, by the way. And I mean, when we started the show, I was like, okay, these futures are going to go positive. You do see a nice little move to the upside there, so that's nice. But there it is right here, 164. I feel like if you dip back down and we get that dip early, you could still get dips. Like yesterday, we ripped up to 159 and pulled all the way back to 157. So that's $2 pulling back before going up 10, right? And so can Meta pull back here into this 164 area? Yes, and we're going to be sitting there hands wide open here to take a few shares if it does pull back into 164. Not sure about a breakout. We're going to watch out for the NASDAQ. It's nice to see a rally here. I really like Google if we're going to talk mega cap tech names. I really like Google heading into that split. We talked about that yesterday. Up, and I've been recommending Google here since that 2100 mark. We've done numerous videos talking about why we like Google down there. We have the split coming. And again, tech is kind of like, I wonder if Google has one of those little moats around it, right? Like, you're going to see here me short Uber, and Uber doesn't have a moat around it. They have a lot of competition, and you see what happens when Amazon comes out, makes that deal with Grubhub. There's lots of other opportunities between Uber Eats. We have Skip the Dishes here in Canada, and I believe there's DoorDash. There's everything, right? And so Google, I just feel like, is a name that's pretty strong, continues to work in this environment. One of those big, huge international companies that continue to push forward with the cloud. They have the catalyst coming with the split. So for me, yesterday's 4% move was a monster, but look where it started from. It came from the bottom. Now we're here. So you started from the bottom, and now you're going all the way back up to the upside, 2,300. Look to take out 2,400 soon on Google. And then, like I was saying yesterday, I wouldn't be surprised if when it comes split day, we're up, and that's only now 7 days away. It's the 15th. So once you get up here, 7 trading days, I guess. Once you get up here to 2450, then I think maybe we have a decision to make. But that's another $200 away. So I think you got another 7-8% upside here in Google, possibly more if this market rallies, which it's doing right now, Arun. The market's up now 0.1%. So a nice little move upside.
Yeah, with Meta, it was a great trade yesterday on Meta for us. Sean caught it early. I jumped on board after we cracked this 162. You see it on the 60-minute chart as to why I would step in here. It kind of broke through that high from the July 1st or so. And cut it down here at 161, actually. And then we rode it right until the end. I got out right at the end. And now, do I want to trade Meta again? No. Look at what it's running into. I want no part of Meta. I made my money on Meta yesterday. I'm okay with it. But the fact that it's running right into this 169 is going to be a problem for me. So we're going to leave it alone and find other stocks and names to work with, because with the market moving the way it's moving, it's bound to give you other opportunities. Like I passed up on Zoom earlier, I'm passing up on Meta. There's other names, and I've got some bids out. Hopefully, with the market running, I'm probably not going to get a fill, but I probably will have to look at some other names that are going to set up as the market continues its run. So Meta off deck for now. We might get something else going later, but for now, Meta, I'm not going to get involved in Meta.
All right, we got Q2 delivery numbers from Tesla over the weekend. This morning, we get Chinese specific, so China made and sold cars for the month of June as well. Here's a chart. Anyways, 700 right here ends up being a bit of a sticking point yesterday, right at the end of the day. We're trying to get back to that now. 78,000 China-made vehicles were sold by Tesla in June. That was up 142% versus May. That number, however, that 142% number is down from the April to May increase, still triple-digit percent increase, which is pretty impressive considering the lockdowns, guys. But another one, Tesla yesterday with a big day.
Trying to connect to my team viewer here. Yeah, Tesla. I mean, a lot of those EV names started to go yesterday as well. I mean, you did have a good news a little bit there from Ford. The thing about Ford is it's touching $10. I think that's and again, if we're going to scream recession, I mean, autos aren't going to be the right space to go into there. If you do think this market's going to go to the downside, then I think the R word that Neil never wants to say, I don't know why, I'll say recession. That if that's going to come through, then I don't think people are going to be rushing to the doors again to buy cars. But the thing about Ford and all these other names, and I know we're going to talk about Tesla right now, is how much advanced Tesla is in their production, right? Ford came out and basically said that, hey, they could sell as much F-150s as possible. A, it's hard for them to get the parts, and B, they're not really making any money because of the cost it is to make some of these electric vehicles. And they have to get the cost down. Well, Tesla's sort of already figured out its margins. They've got it all rocking and rolling. And if you are going to be bullish on EVs, then I believe Tesla is going to be the right name. For me, I keep saying it over and over again that I need to get out of this trade. It's funny because I'm in the money only because I first really started, I started buying a long time ago, but I did put a good position on during the depths of COVID, which was a good one for Tesla because you had the split, you had a lot of, rallying moves happen into Tesla as well. So we were able to get some nice movements there. But again, looking at this 740, 750 area. I keep saying the next, thing to drop, and we're going to start next week with financials, is just going to be earnings. Like Tesla came out, they delivered a weaker number for deliveries, but kind of as expected. Elon Musk, the CEO, has basically said that Shanghai, these gigafactories, are furnaces literally burning money every single day. So I'm not super excited to hear about their earnings call, but hey, if they can right the ship there, they get more workers, more cars being pumped out, then I do think Tesla has a chance to win. And I just don't know if you want to look at this 700 level today as a possible fade. It's a lot of it's just going to be about what the market wants to do. The market took off here in the afternoon. So of course, Tesla said, hold my beer. Yesterday right here at this time yesterday, we said, let's short 666. We didn't do that because why? I don't know. I mean, we were involved in a lot of other things. Should have shorted that. Then we said, maybe this thing stops at 650. So that's exactly where it stops. So it's a $16 trade to the downside, and then whatever you did on the upside is yours. I mean, if you go long at 50, I think you probably get out in some of this consolidation here. If you don't and you hold, you get some more consolidation and then a rip. So for me, I think you're looking for a similar pattern here today where maybe you pull back a little bit, find some bottoms, and then you could start to take the long. If I was going to guess on where a possible bottom would be, I mean, look at what we just did right now in the pre-market, the 685, maybe a nice little level to start along. But look at Tesla, down 1%, market flat. So that's a relatively weak sign there. I like to play relative strength versus weakness. That's why I'm short Uber right now. So for me, when I'm looking at a trade like Tesla, I would say I'd rather be short right now. It's down that 1%. So if you do get a bump up into 698, 700, to me, that's going to be a short opportunity for Tesla. So I look to do that, sit here on the offer, take a short, and then if it breaks through 700, man, wait to 703, 704, 705, something like that. You have to be willing to take a multiple dollar hit if you're going to trade Tesla. So for me, that's what it is. We wait for a 700 break and get short in front of it. Otherwise, look for some of these levels to develop. I mean, 675, if you're going to play the quarters, yesterday's bottom 650, yesterday's top 700, take halfway in, and that's your 675, and you're kind of sitting around there. So, hey, maybe 675 is a decent long. What say you?
Box it in 710 up top, 650 down below, and if you're going to play Tesla, play it with the range in mind. I mean, 650 worked out well yesterday, but then you're looking at where it is now until 710 goes. I think you're at the top end of the range. So pretty straightforward. I also don't trade Tesla, so that's just me looking at the chart going, oh, that's what I would do if I traded it. I don't trade it. You guys can make your own opinions on that, but that's what it looks like to me, a box there for 710 by 650. Brennan.
All right, a few names on this board that are worth a mention today. I want to start actually with Merck, because some of the pharmaceutical names, some of the biotech names as well have had actually pretty decent names. Merck, Eli Lilly, Biogen, if you look at daily charts, all pretty impressive considering what the overall market has done. But Daiwa Capital Markets with an upgrade today, so not sure how significant that will be. Rocket on here, another one that's been absolutely killed so far this year. Alibaba at the bottom here, benchmark. PayPal downgrade today. PayPal, another one that had a huge day yesterday. AXP on here, Coinbase as well to the downside.
Coinbase, remote desktop connection. No, I don't want to do that. Okay, so Coinbase. Look, Coinbase was an exciting one. Yesterday, we had a big move up. First of all, Uber right now, we did get a short there when it bumped up to 88. So our average price now is 79. So just giving you guys a little bit of an update on Uber. We'll talk about that. That's on the watch list. And the number one name here on the sticky note. Let's see if Uber can work to the downside here today. I wanted to look at Coinbase a little bit. You saw NASDAQ yesterday make that move upside, and then you're looking at right here at crypto and Bitcoin still, even though today you're kind of dancing around a little bit at this $20,000 mark. I mean, this is just a 2-hour chart. I mean, we can look at, I don't know, we can look at a minute, I guess, just to see what's happening here. But 20,000 has just been hovered around. I mean, there's really not that much to look at here. Nice little dip down through 20. I mean, 20 is not going to mean anything anymore, which is why I think the best thing to look at would be a little bit higher time frame of, you know, so here you go, down to 19.8. That's been a hold there. We did dip down below 19.4, but I think realistically, you're looking at, again, another break of 19 here on crypto if you're going to look at something, and then a take of 21,000. So I don't know. It's not really doing much, which leads me over to the Coinbase chart right now. I mean, for crypto, that didn't do that much yesterday. This name goes from an open, I mean, look at that open dip buy there, $46, with really no news there for Coinbase yesterday. A nice move up to, unless I missed something, a huge move up to 56. Like, you want to talk about a rally, like a 46 bottom, right? That's 20% to 56. So you got $10 on $46 there, straight up 20%, pretty much straight up. I mean, you know, you get that move there, you pull back from 52 to 49. I guess that's a decent pullback there. And then the rip off that VWAP. So for me, if nothing's really changing here in Coinbase or in this market right now for crypto, then this looks like a decent long here somewhere for Coinbase. I think yesterday's move was too extended. I don't really see the reason. Today they get the downgrade, so you are down that 2.83%. So I just look at this high and say if we get anywhere near, and by the way, like if I just test it with 100 shares here, yeah, so we have to pay for shorts. So I'm going to have to get some shorts in Coinbase, but I think a 55, 56, something like that, you really need to look at that and say, hey, if we get into this area, do I want to be short or long? And I think we want to be short against the downgrade and against crypto not doing much. If Bitcoin starts to rally and we break through 21,000, then I think it's fool's gold to sit there and trade Coinbase to the downside if Bitcoin starts to rip up. For some reason, there's like a peg to each other. I don't really get that. I mean, Coinbase has its other issues like compensation and sort of, they talked about hiring issues there possibly at Coinbase just because some of the rhetoric that they've been spinning. Can they get the best engineers? They've pulled away from some offers that they've given to people, so they don't have a great name or a great reputation now for doing that. So, you know, you're going to see Coinbase right there. That's $58 right here. So you still got to get through there. I feel like you might have just topped out again at this 56, 57 level. So I'm going to go ahead and pay for some Coinbase shares and really think that if we can get it back up to this 56 area, it's something that I'd like to be short.
Yeah, I just can't work Coinbase. You know, there's certain stocks that you're just very bad at trading. And I've found Coinbase and Home Depot, I'm terrible at trading, whatever the reason is. Coinbase, it's obviously to do with cryptocurrency and the fact that it just follows it way too closely for me. So I'm going to back off Coinbase. I see the chart, but at the same time, it moves a little bit differently than I would prefer. So know what your weaknesses are, and at that point, you just try to stay away from them. And for me, Coinbase is a no-go.
All right, let's have a look at the overall market here. We'll come right back to you, Arun, with check of the futures brought to you by The Small Exchange. Once again, we thank The Small Exchange for coming on board. Check them out, guys. Use the QR code on screen right now, smallexchange.com. Sign up today. Arun, what do we need to know for today?
Well, let's take a look here. I'll give you the chart first, and I'll give you my position. Okay, this is the chart we're dealing with here. This is the big 60-minute chart, multi-day look, and what we bounced off of, the area that we bounced off of yesterday, it didn't look as clean on the S&P, but on the NASDAQ, it looked a lot better because 11,350 was sitting right there and a nice little bounce off that support. So now that the market has bounced off that 3750, it's a multi-day low. We can use 3720 down below as our support level, but now as we get to the top end here, there's a lot of action above us, right? There's a lot of resistance here. It's gone sideways overnight, hasn't really picked up any direction. It's just kind of middling, I guess, right in there, around 30. I guess the center would be around 30. Yeah, I got 30 is where we are. And next level up I've got is right here, 39.25. So unless we follow, actually no, this chart is actually not right. There's one more level I have here. 3,800 is the level I've got here. So I've got 3,800 down below. That's going to be somewhat of a plate towards the break of this range. If you can't get that, then you got to look for bids down below where we bounced yesterday. And of course, if we take the range, I'd be very careful of going for the long at the top end of the range break because of the fact that once we go about 20, it's 20 points still, but once we go about 20 points or so, you're going to start running into resistance up here against that 80, 38.80 going all the way up into 39.25. So for now, I would argue the play is to the long, and to put my money where my mouth is, I went for the long. That's our systems chart. And you can see this is a 5-minute chart. This is me picking up longs here around 20 a couple times, multiple entries actually. So here working 20s. I've worked exits now into the top end of the range that I was mentioning, right? We got to worry about the top end of the range. So here we go working ranges in front of 35. I got some 37s in there as well. And I'm carrying the rest. I am trying to work some more exits, hopefully into the open. But for now, I'm going to hold the rest to see whether we can actually take a shot at 40 and 45. Obviously, a range break. I don't want to miss out on the opportunity of a range break in the event it happens, but be aware that there's a reason this market is backing off these levels, right? It's backing off these 40s and 50s now for a few days. There's resistance there. There's a lot of volume there. There's action from the 29th up there. And then you get the opening resistance level, or not the opening, but the overnight resistance level high around 50. And here we are kind of working that same area. So there's a lot of volume up top, but you want to give it a chance. If you're positioned already, I would give it a chance. Take some out like I did and give it a chance for the rest of it to actually take the top off. If it can't get going, then you got to be aware that, hey, we're in a range. Let's work our exits. Let's just take what we've got here. So for now, I'm holding on to the rest of this and see if we can actually get it going back up. But I think if we get a little bit more, I'll take some more out and then I'll just hold a smaller portion as we continue up.
All right, worth noting here, guys, this was the exact time yesterday we saw this selling kick off in crude oil and ended up being quite the mess, all the way down to 98 bucks at the bottom. Just saw a huge volume spike come in there at the same exact time. 9 a.m. Ticked up on the clock, and volume spike on oil futures. So heads up there. Let's get into everything else you need to know this morning. Make sure you grab the watch list every single morning before we come on at 8:30. Absolutely free to you. That is the link that you need. We'll have that in the chat for you. Wanted to show you the note on Amazon for anyone who missed it. I mean, an interesting move for Amazon, guys. That's DoorDash and Uber focused, but interesting move from Amazon picking up 2% of Grubhub, or Just Eat Takeaway, over in the UK, which gets them a piece of Grubhub in the US, putting pressure this morning on both DoorDash and Uber to the downside. But Amazon pretty quiet here after a pretty impressive day yesterday, as we said.
Oh, Amazon was such a tough stock for me yesterday. It was one of those positions where we worked a trade as it was kicking out 110. And then it was right here. And I was like, I don't know. I don't like the way it's moving. I don't like the volume, blah, blah, blah. And then walked away from this, picked up other names that worked out well. But then Amazon continued its move. And look at where it's sitting now. It's sitting right at 114, right in front of 114. And 114 going back to the 27th and 28th. There's a lot of interest there at 114 going into 115 and change. So again, it gets very, very dicey trying to take these names that have run this strong and going right into resistance. So I would rather, especially with the market at the top end of the range, I would rather, if you're looking for a long, look for names that are pulling back into support, and that way the market actually can pull back into support at the same time. And then if you're still like the long at that point, then the bounce back is going to be your better risk reward versus chasing a long at the top end and having the market pull back on you, at which point you're going to be out of position. Certain names have different approaches going on. You see that I have NVAX long. NVAX has been doing its own thing. Even as the market was falling earlier, this thing was on fire pretty much all day. So this, I have a different approach and read on, so I'm not really too worried about the market as a whole affecting NVAX. It could happen, but this, I think, because of the way it reacted yesterday to the market's move down yesterday, this was running up. I think it's got its own little catalyst, so we're going to keep going with NVAX to the upside. You see me, I'm long 64.13 right now, and it's, I believe, sitting at, I don't even know where it's sitting actually. I know 55 was the last print. 26 by 55 is where it's trading right now.
All right, just quickly there, we got Uber did fall down in there, got into the 60s there, man. We took a little piece out at 70. Of course, we're short at 80. We talked about that. We took out 15 or 10% there of that trade. Let's see, actually 15%. Let's see if it goes down even lower there on Uber. The one trade yesterday that we lost on, and we traded 7 names. We went 6-1 yesterday, is Amazon. And I was just, its rate, oh, darn it. The trade's not showing up. I was the same thing as Arun there, where we thought 110, 111 would hold that level. It didn't, man. It didn't even come close. It screamed higher there. We did get stopped out at 111 before it dipped back into 109.50. Why, like, who's trying to, no, Rob, you cannot connect to my PC if you are still trying to do that, if you're watching, Rob. Okay, so a nice little move to the upside right here goes Amazon. So the reason why we like that short, and I know you just talked about this yesterday, yeah, we don't have it on this chart. I got to show you the other one here, or the 20-minute chart. Where is it? It's right back in here. But again, Amazon yesterday, this 111 was coming into play. That's 110. We gave it up a little bit higher than that there, but this is Amazon's chart. I don't know if that news with DoorDash, Grubhub, Uber Eats, it's with Grubhub, but if that's really going to move the stock here, I don't feel like that's anything. They're offering free membership there to Grubhub for anybody, and I don't know what it. I mean, I know Uber Eats Pass here is $10 a month, so that gives you 0 delivery fees, everything like that. So I guess Amazon's rolling that into their Prime membership, so that's great for them. I feel like for me as a Prime member, I wish they would do something like that here in Canada. We don't have Grubhub here, but so at least not in GTA as far as I know. But so that I think that you could get a little bit of a take here on Amazon. A nice move to the upside there yesterday. I like this move. It's probably not costing Amazon anything to do this. Grubhub is probably super happy to get more people involved here. Now, whether or not Amazon's going to take a stake in Grubhub, that's going to be something else. They did talk about that, and I think that just shows sort of the breadth of what Amazon's doing. Don't forget about AWS, man. I mean, that alone is worth this. I mean, I almost feel like you're getting some of these, their retail for free here on Amazon. But hey, look, I like this name. Now that it's broken above that 111, I think you can look to protect that. So if you do dip down for Amazon, I like the buys in here, 110, 111, something like that. But how I'm focused on this play today, and I guess we're not really going to talk about this yet, so we'll just do it right here. Amazon Eats. Yeah, I like that. We're just going to short Uber. I mean, Uber yesterday had a monster move. Again, one of those names that's just been beat down that can't get out of the way. So yesterday from $21 all the way to $22.50 where we closed. So a big $1.50 move today. Let's give it all back today, I feel like. Down that 3.5%. We'll wait to see if Amazon can take this, if Uber can take this out, this $22.60. I say no to that today. I don't see why they're going to go positive on this news. So let's short it up until that level. And hey, if we're wrong and we get blown out at 23, then that's what happens. But your boy's going to be sitting here trying to take some more shares up here, trying to take some more shares in here. So hey, I say bring it with arms open again to Uber. I like the short on this name. It's been beat down for a while, man. I mean, the 20-minute chart, we were just at $23. We had some work up here, couldn't get going. Now this is not great news as far as competition is concerned. We were just at 20. Let's see if we break below some of these levels. So that's a one to look at right here, 21.50. That's actually where my next bid is. Actually, I have one at 21.60, then one at 21.50, and then we'll see if we can retest some of these 21 lows. So I like Uber to the downside, and and I want to be short this name as much as we can until we take out that 23, which is, you know, up in here. So you got to go back a few days. I just think things have changed here for Uber. Unless this market is up 1, 2, 3% today, which if it is, hopefully we're destroying the longs. We'll wait for Uber to get to that 23 level before we make a decision.
Big pop in Rivian here, guys, on some delivery numbers. 3.25% just rejected 28 there, pretty hard. Decent volume behind this as well. So Rivian comes out saying they produced, first of all, 4,401 vehicles last month and delivered 4,467. Little perspective, Tesla was, what was it yesterday? 260,000, I believe, on that very same number. So Rivian to the upside here.
Don't look at it, Arun. You got to pay for shorts, most likely.
Not touching that. No, thank you. But Rivian, nice little move. But here's what you got to look at. Let's pull it back to the 60-minute chart so I can see more. The reason I do this, I flip through charts on multiple time frames, and I feel like most people do this, is so you can see a bigger picture of what's going on, right? And I just like to use the 60. It's a random price. I don't trade with this, but I just like to see the bigger picture of it. And look at where it's going. If you can pay for shorts, if you're willing to pay for shorts, you're running right into a nice little resistance here at 28 half into 29. So about $1 range here between 28 and 29. And nice little fade opportunity if you want to play that tight range. Not my cup of tea, but here we are kind of just waiting a little bit here on the futures. Oh, I'm going to walk away from Rivian, but quick update here. I took some more out on futures here, just a little pop. So we've got another exit. So here we are kind of littering exits here around 35. Again, I'm respecting the top end of the range. That's all it is, right? I've got my position at the bottom end of the range. I want to get some out near the top end of the range. And if this market were to break, then it breaks. But I want to protect myself in the event that this market goes right back into a range trade going into the Fed. Keep in mind, minutes, right? Fed minutes at 2. We could easily just go into stay in a range trade until 2 o'clock. So I got to protect against that. So that's why I'm working exits here around this top end of the range. I got some more around 40 and 45, but if we get there, we probably have a shot at breaking it. Before now, we'll get back to Rivian, and Rivian running into resistance. So market at the top end of the range, Rivian into resistance. You make your mind up on which side you want to play in this market, because at this point, with where it's at, it can go either way very, very quickly.
Yeah, I think you're right about all that. I mean, I was looking at Rivian as well. For me, I'm trying to look at, you know, some of these bottoms of $20. I mean, it was a nice little base there at 25, and that's where we took off from yesterday. It's a nice couple of days in a row here, trying to take that 50 period up again. And that's, you know, we both look at, I mean, that's a 20-minute chart here, just the same thing that you're looking at on the 60. But yeah, you're running right into that same level there where we need to get through all of this. So for me, I think it's a better long breaking through $31. So I'd rather wait on Rivian right now than sort of deal with it when it comes into here. So Rivian, to me, you got to get through this 30, 50 maybe, and that could happen today. I mean, look, if these numbers, what were the numbers? I thought Rivian was about 25,000 period for the year, they were thinking. So I don't know, I missed what that number was, but I still think that there is some nice little upside movement here coming for Rivian. It's just, I'd like to see it clear that $31.
It's 4,400 for the month of June, so is what it is. Altria was higher pre-market here. It's kind of fading this gap, though, back to the downside. The FDA putting a hold on their decision to prevent the sale of those Juul vape products. But coming off, let's continue along. A lot to get through here. Let's go to the growth group. Huge moves. If you joined us right off the bat, we were talking a little bit about this list of names from yesterday with double-digit % moves headed by Carvana, there's Wayfair, there's Peloton, there's Coinbase, to name a few, guys, up huge yesterday.
Sleep after never. Yeah, so we're probably not going to have any animations today, guys, because the stream deck not working out here. But okay, so yesterday's move up. We talked about some of those names. I really like Zoom. I put Zoom on the radar today again, and I know we're talking about not, getting too excited about some of these breakout plays for Zoom, but if you do look up here on the Sticky note that I have here, we did put Zoom on here. So, if you look at the levels from yesterday, it was a big move to the upside. But what I was just trying to find out here was big move yesterday. We're looking at a further breakout over 123. We'll see if a 120 can hold if you pull back. And the word that I wrote down here, which I hope everyone can read, my writing I know has some to be desired there. But this is just fast writing. I'm kind of doing like this on purpose. But momentum there. Thanks, 90 likes. Thank you. 26 retweets. Means a lot, guys, for me on that one. Some of you are even like hashtagging it, which is great. But anyways, look at the Zoom 123 break. So again, like it's a monster move up, but look at the moves that can happen on Zoom. I mean, we did that move up to 117, pulled back $2. Right off the open, kind of a nice sell volume candle that came down, pushed this thing down to 108 before almost instantly taking out 112. So it's like a $4 move straight to the upside once people thought, hey, maybe this market wants to go upside again. So we'll look at Zoom here. And I think when you look at the 20-minute, just like we were doing there on Rivian, you're going to see the same kind of problems that you're running into here. I'm just talking about taking out this 123. So like I said on Rivian, if you get that 30 half break or 31 break, then I like the long a lot better than I like it at 28. Like, how could you like a long better at 31 than you do at 28? It's because you're trying to get through a lot of indecisiveness, right? And so I'm not trying to be indecisive. I'm trying to go long on a break through 123. So if this momentum continues today and we get a move here, I think Zoom can go again. Like I said, start to look at, and then now we'll look at a daily chart here, start to look at that's still Rivian. Why is that still Rivian? Why is that number 3? There we go. We'll go to Zoom here, and then we'll see what's happening right now. So that top right there is 125, but then I think that you can get, that's 140, but what about into here? This is the next level to break, which is going to be 130. So I feel like it wants to get and test some of these areas. So, hey, Zoom off the 50 period. Looks like it's trying to go back up to the upside to me. And I look for a break, but we got to get the break. It has to be 123. So I will put an order in to take out that top at 123. Now, it's not going to be a full position. Like if your full position on something like Zoom is like 200 shares or 300 shares, then I would say you want to take like 20 to 25% on a 123 break. And then look, if you break 123 and you go right up to 125, 126, yeah, sure. Like I always say, man, I don't have enough shares on. But you could hit that level because remember, just as much of a breakout as, and I think this is what Arun was talking about as well, it's that it's still resistance up there. So it's like it was a big move yesterday. You're running into some resistance here. So it is possible to fail upside here on Zoom. And with the Fed coming out later, I am not going to sit here and be like, hey, this isn't all clear to buy all these crazy names. It's just let's play the word momentum here. Let's play it to the upside. It's the same thing with AMD. It's going to be the same thing with Meta. Let's just continue to play it until we're wrong. Yesterday, the NASDAQ at this time, Arun, was down, 1.5%? Yeah. And then it was about 10 o'clock. We were up 1%, or I don't know if it was that fast, but needless to say, it was a big move up yesterday for the NASDAQ. And I think we can sort of see something similar here today until we do get that 75 basis points coming later on this month. And then we'll go from there. But as we have written on the top, stonks there. Zoom would be one of those. And if you get that play on Reddit, you get the momentum going one more time, I think Zoom can go higher.
All right, he's got Zoom. Wayfair's got just what I need here. And 657 is going to be the level that I'm going to look at here on Wayfair. It's a little extended, but I want to see how we play here north of 54 with the market at the top end of the range. Even if we broke up, Wayfair's got $3 to go. And given how fast it moved yesterday, I'm looking to fade this thing. I just want a reason to fade this. So right now it's gone sideways, hasn't really traded much overnight. So we're going to wait a little bit and see whether we can actually put in a new high north of 55 and then fail off of that, at which point I'll look to fade. There was a question in the chat about what time frame are the charts. I believe Sean mostly plays with the 1 minute. My charts I go back and forth with a lot of charts. This chart's a 60-minute, just because I want to see a bigger picture of it. And then I've got 5 minutes in here somewhere. You'll see me flip between multiple time frames, but primarily these are system charts that I'll show you my trades on. Those are 5 minutes, and then these ones I'll just flip around 30, 15, 60. I'm all over the place with the charts. It really doesn't matter as long as you see what the picture looks like, or the big picture, or whatever, or the read looks like. The individual charts themselves, time frame should not really matter too much, right? Obviously, the more trades you take, the smaller the time frame. But anyways, Wayfair is what I'm looking at here. Potential fade here if we can't work a new high here north of 55.
Let's talk about Meta here quickly. We had a bit of a discussion earlier, but 5% move yesterday when it comes to some of the bigger mega cap tech names. Definitely outperformed all of them. 1.2, 1.1 for Apple and Microsoft. There's this note on Meta this morning, Guggenheim with the price target cut. There's also this note, the Financial Times here reporting the company plans to push ahead with their NFT plans. That was about a month ago or so. They were talking about the way they're going to approach these digital collectibles and digital marketplaces going forward into the remainder of this year and into next year. So it was met with a bit of controversy and not very positive comments overall. But Meta, huge day yesterday.
Yeah, to say the least. I wonder if the charts pull up. I know Sean's not at his desk right now. They're fixing something. But if my chart from yesterday can show up, there we go. So I couldn't catch the 157, but I did catch the 161. This is the 5-minute chart. 161 all the way, first exit 165, and then the last exit was right at the end of the day at 168. So quite the run yesterday on Meta. Whether you got the first entry or you caught the secondary entry, it's doing well, obviously, right? The reason for these entries, and I'm going to use that to carry on to today's trade, is, well, 57. I actually don't know the reasoning for the long at 57, Sean, but I know the reasoning for the long for me at 61 was the 62 break that came back down, and then it took off the top. Now, with where we are, like I said earlier, I'm not going to touch this with the resistance down there. Now, if Meta were to fall back into 65, 64, it gets a little bit more attractive because there's previous resistance down there, right? So I'm looking to see how this would react when we get back down to previous support. How we would react if we got back down to previous support, see if there's enough buying. If that coincides with this market being at the bottom end of its range, then I think there's a trade there. But it can't be at 67 or 68 where it's at now. It's got to be somewhere south of 65 going on down. So we'll see how this one plays out. But Meta extended and running into resistance, not touching it, no thank you.
All right. Quick, Sean, Arun is running out of script. Yep, I don't know what that means, but what's up to Leo as well. So yeah, yesterday, I wish we had a script. I mean, if we had a script, first of all, I remember we forgot to change this around yesterday. So, I mean, let me just check my script here. And I think we're supposed to be turning this into a bull today. So let's do that. I don't know, what are you feeling, bullish today?
I've made money on futures long, so I'm going to stay with that. But to be fair,
might be extending out a little bit too much.
Yeah.
Okay, there it is. Yeah, look, we don't have a script, man. We're doing this live every single day for you. So we just trade the market, we trade the news, and we're going to go with that. Why did we go long Meta yesterday? As I said, good question. Where is my 20-minute chart? I use a 1, a 20, then I have a 3 and a 5 up here. And you guys, I don't know if there was different views. When they show that one camera, you'll be able to see all about that. But yesterday's 157 was really just a level that came into play. What's today? Yesterday's the 5th, so that's there. I was really trying to play off these bottoms, 155, 156. So 157 was really nothing yesterday. It was just a dip down in, and we knew we wanted to get long Meta against this 156 area. And then if worst case scenario, if the futures kept on tanking downside, we had a 155. So we were easy within our range there to take a $2 hit on Meta. So that's why yesterday, and again, see now for some reason my trades won't load up on here, but when it dipped down into this 157, we were just sitting there buying it because we thought that you had at least a $2 move to the upside, right? You saw us take $7 on the last 15 or 20% there, including some $2 winners when it started to go back up. So the risk to reward made sense. We always scalp it off just in case you can get the reload back down here again. That didn't happen. It just took off and we were able to reload it at 164. So 164 is where I like it today. Obviously, we turned that bull around. We turned that bear into a bull. So what I'm thinking about right now is we still like that 164. I really like Meta down here at 164. Let's see where we go. We're going to talk about oil in a minute, but look at this. Oil bounce? No. Take that question mark off of there. It is bouncing back down right now. So oil was at almost 101 with a nice move up. We were up that 1.5%. Like I said yesterday, we bought some oil down there at 97. Now it's back down to 98. So So you are getting a move back down in for oil right now, helping the equity market, I guess, start to go back up to the upside. So as oil comes down, okay, that's helping out inflation, obviously. We all know that story. So let's see as the NASDAQ continues its move to the upside. I'm really surprised that Uber is still in the money because we started shorting this thing when the market was down 0.5% here. Oh, there it is. Yeah, so so we do have, like, Arun and I, Neil doesn't use eSignal, but Arun and I do have eSignal accounts. So I have all my eSignal stuff up here, including some watch lists and whatnot. And you're seeing something similar there for Arun's screen. So tomorrow I'm not here, so it's going to be Arun and Neil. And Arun will be over here and setting up his layout. We actually talked about that today. So he's got to move his eSignal layout over to this side. And Neil will be there tomorrow. But yeah, what we try to show on the show is, I try to make it obviously as simple as possible and then explain what I'm looking at. So for the show, it's a 1 minute, it's a 20 minute, and then it's the daily. So that's what I use. But we do have a 3 and a 5 up there as well, just to make sure that our lines are lining up there, Brendan.
Yeah, that's moving crude. Pretty interesting, guys. The exact same time, as I was saying, as yesterday, this sell program turns back on, and we're down through 98 or breaking 98 currently. I want to mention this one, IINN. Huge volume on this so far. On positive news, up to 250. If you go to the daily chart, 250, pretty clear line in the sand for this thing. So if we get a rejection off 250, watch for a fade back in. It is holding higher currently, so a lot of strength in this now. If it does get above 250, there's a ton of room to the upside, about 7 million on the float for IINN, guys.
All right, I actually want to go back to crude for a second because I was looking at that 99. I saw it when it broke. I was like, oh, damn, okay. We could actually make a nice move towards the low at 97.50. We are already at 98 and change. But I want to see what happens on a bounce back to 99. I might actually work some crude positions as well on top of my futures position. So this is a nice setup for an extension. This is what you want to see. If you want to see an extension of a big move, you want to see this, a little bit of a, not a little bit, but a decent pullback here. This is about $4 or so from crude overnight. And then what didn't do a whole lot. So not a whole lot volume, but it did bounce back up on light volume. And now it's making another extension move to the downside. So that's a nice little area and level and setup that I like. And I just want to see how they withstand any sort of buying that comes from this 98 back up. And going back to the futures, another exit for you guys here, right in front of 40. So here we are working 35. Now we're working 40 exits. Hey, sometimes it's just a quiet move that's going to make you the money. And at this point, I could say this, I could lose on every single equity position going forward, and I would still be positive by a ton on the futures. So for me, on my trade, my day, as you know, yesterday I didn't take that many positions going into the day. Now that I've done what I've done, I don't know. I'm going to be extremely selective on what I do going forward with the equity side of things. Future side, it's going to take care of itself. I'm going to let it extend. I'll carry the rest of it. If it takes out 50, great. If it breaks back into the middle of the range, so probably like 30-ish, 25 or so, then I'm going to say this market's in a range. We'll pull back, get out the rest, wait until 2 o'clock or so, and see what we can, what moves we can make. Because at this point, if it's going to stay in a range, the market wants to do what it wants to do inside of a range, and I'm not good at range trading, so I'm not going to play that game. And let's take a quick look at the imbalances. The imbalances are out. YSG is going to be the largest at 590, and after that, there's nothing. I mean, even 590 is not that big on these names, so pretty quiet on the imbalance front. So we'll see how this market opens up, but for the most part, NVIDIA, I noticed, 150 break is now almost at 151. So NVIDIA taking a run at the top right now. We'll see how if these stocks can actually withstand any sort of a pullback. Because remember, we're at the top end of the range, so easily we can pull back at this point. Yeah, so I see what you're saying. They're rolling records a little bit. Whoa, AMD, we just got long there. The market is coming back in a little bit here. So I just took a long here at 75.05. You just mentioned AMD there, but, NVIDIA. So yesterday on AMD, now I'm getting a little nervous because I got a little excited there trying to go long. Look what we've been doing, man. Shorts, longs, it's a little bit of everything. The day before yesterday on last Friday, we had some nice shorts which cashed all afternoon.
short, short, short and out, short, short, short and out. And then we started the day yesterday with a bunch of shorts, which were really good. And then we switched to long when we found this base at 73. I was hoping, and then there's another long there with only a minute and a half left. I don't know who's going to ring the bell, Fahad, or somebody. I don't know if there's nobody there to ring the bell, so hopefully someone will do that. But we do have some bids down here, 74 and change. So we will look at that right now, but we did take an early bid here. No idea what that move down was, but the market did just crank a little bit lower, and we were able to get that long. So another long. Okay, AMD, I see what you're doing. Where are we long? 05s? Let's just take a piece out. Again, we'll take out 20% at 25 if we can get it right now. I don't know what that move was about, but I still think a 76 break might be in the cards here for AMD. And again, you're just trying to break out again, taking out that 75, which is right there. So a pretty key level there. Just got taken out yesterday, was the high of 75. If it's going to rally back, then yeah, it's got to start somewhere. So let's see if AMD can start now. That bottom of 73 is right in there. So it's not a big position. All these like early kind of breaking out trades aren't going to be huge positions. But again, look, there's 75.50, 75.60. We'll see where we're going from here. But look what just happened right now. It's Uber, and Uber is cranking lower. My number one idea ready to go right now is Uber downside. Let's go. Uber collapsing right now. A big trade now. We have Tony the Tiger on the bell with only 3, 2, 1. Let's hit it, baby. This market is open, and we are rocking right now. Bang with AMD within the money right there. We take out some profit there on AMD. We have Uber to the downside as well. So things are rocking right now. Let's see where these futures want to go, Arun. Hopefully upside. Uber right now into the 60s. Let's see what happens. AMD, we took a piece out at 25. Will it continue to fall? Let's see. This game is about to be played. There's Zoom. Long on the 123 break. So remember, a small trade here. Let's see what happens back at 120. Average back in 121. Maybe 119. Now that I see could be a little dip spot, 119 and change for Zoom. But right now we're into that name, AMD and Uber. 3 trades right now, Arun. Let's go.
Yeah, so names, futures were just briefly above 38.40. I was just trying to keep a close eye on this and see whether we can actually extend. I was just a little worried about whether we actually swipe back down hard, and at that point the range is back in place. Somebody was asking earlier whether I go heavy on just one position. Futures positions only. Equity side, But on the future side, I am pretty heavy on that side. NVAX dipping a little bit. It's okay. I'm okay until 61. There's going to be a lot of back and forth on NVAX. I'm not too worried about the spread itself is 20 cents right now. NVIDIA came down. Couple alerts that came off for me. DDOG and CAT, both of them breaking to the upside. So DDOG is actually accelerating pretty quickly. So I want to keep an eye on that one for potential long as well.
Okay, so nice little register ringing, spinning it again for the money, because AMD right now taking out 75.50. We just got another piece out right there at 45. So that's starting to work to the upside for us. Uber, like I said, this market is starting to take off. So Uber does bump a little bit there. I think this is probably worth a shot on that one as well. What just happened? I feel like I got filled on something. Or was it Coinbase? I don't know what just was hit off there. Oh, we got some more Uber. Yeah, so there's Coinbase into the short. So as I thought, Coinbase comes in there. We did take that short, 55.50. So look at the spread, though. Quite spready right now on Coinbase. And it looks like, yeah, I mean, crypto's not really doing too much. So we can check out here as we look at BTC. Let's just do it to a 1-minute chart just to make sure here. Not really doing too much, but as this market goes, I mean, we're into Zoom, so maybe shorting Coinbase, another runner from yesterday. Let's give this one to 56.50. And again, you know, yesterday's high is right there, 56. We got to give it maybe 57, maybe 57.50. So we'll average into Coinbase here as well. But there goes AMD. That's up to the side now. Zoom is starting to go as well. We talked about 125. Let's put an offer at 125 for Zoom and see if we can take $2 because that was sort of where our risk to reward was going to be down there. So we'll do a little bit of work there on Zoom and we'll watch out for Coinbase. We did average into Uber, but there goes AMD to the upside as well. Looking at that 76. Let's put an offer up there. If we can get that, then hooray for AMD.
Yeah, futures now taking a nice move to the upside here. Top end of the range. If we can maintain strength above 50, this thing's gonna run today. So here we are, up 28 points in the money from this long down at 20. And here we are, kind of worked our exits. Now, if the top end goes, we can actually now work in some entries on a pullback if it does pull back. All these names are taking off to the upside. So everything is going right now. So D-Dog is gone. CAT is gone. Square is now gone north of 67. Futures taking a look at the top end of the range, almost about to break some stops off. So definitely some acceleration to the upside. And if we get going, we still have another about 25 points or so in space to the upside before we hit resistance. And looks like it's going to be a run to the upside. Brennan.
A lot of strength in EV names to start things off that Rivian number, it would appear. Here's Lucid, guys, pushing through 18 right now on huge volume to the upside, along with Rivian making moves still.
Yeah, didn't we just talk about? Yeah, we had that Lucid and that Rivian and all that jazz going forward as well for those plays. But look, we did average into Coinbase, so now we have a decent spot on. Now we did get a 56.20 print there. So Coinbase average price now 56. Coming back in, let's take some more bids out. There it is. Yeah, let's go Coinbase. As this name continues to fall back in, we taking some more profit there on Coinbase. Uber went into Uber just dropped into the 80s there on this short. So I don't know, man. I mean, we are looking to get some more short into this name. 2220 is another level that we're looking at here on Uber, but I really feel like this could be a decent shot for me here on Uber to the downside. Let's just see if it can work out now. There goes, by the way, Coinbase right now is really working out, man. $1.20 now in the money on Coinbase on that short. We did talk about it, and we did, Arun, pay for shorts on that, so that's starting to work out a little bit. Zoom, though, out of the money right now, about 80 cents. The spread is quite big, so we'll see if this market does fail. Looks like we'll win on Coinbase and possibly here lose on ZM. Remember, we're going to get out here on a 119 or so break to the downside, but there goes Coinbase starting to crack lower and lower and lower. So I mean, 54 now. Okay, let's put a bid. There we go. We'll take out another piece there as Coinbase really starting to ring some registers on that name now. But the market is falling, so Uber's working. AMD not so much here as AMD dips below 75 there. Let's take some out. There it is. We'll take some out at 74.95 there, just to take away some risk in case this market does collapse in. We already have Zoom, so we don't need this name to fall. We are looking to pick up some more AMD, though, as I said. 73.40? I don't even have anything at 75, so let's see here if AMD can work, but 74, I thought we were looking at some of those levels for AMD. Yeah, maybe 74 flat. I was really waiting down here in case we did get a collapse, but wow, there goes Coinbase again, man. Maybe this one's one to be held. One more out there at 50, and we'll just take that boom there for Coinbase as that is collapsing in right now. So let's hold on to this one. Zoom looks like it's going to be the loser, but Coinbase a big winner here as well. So far, so good.
Yeah, as much as this market was a nice little run to the upside, we got to understand the fact that we're still at the top end of the range. So this market could easily turn on a dime, right? So I'm still looking to get some exits, more exits here. The more we rally, the more I'm looking for exits. And looks like after getting to 50, we are backing off pretty hard here now underneath 40. So this could easily turn into one of those trades where we're looking for shorts. You're trying to use this opportunity to get some shorts here. So protect any longs, work the exits on the shorts. And for me, NVAX is going to be the one that I'm long, right? And it is kind of just going back and forth here. Hasn't really decided too long, and NVAX has been doing its own thing since yesterday. So I'm not in a rush to get out, but if we can't maintain any strength, then NVAX may have run out of steam as well. I may have to work an exit here on NVAX. But for now, futures trying to make a bounce, but I'm still going to use this to get out some more here in the mid 40s, see if we can't work that out. And all these D-Dog, CAT, Square, all those runners, they've all come back in. So guess what? Possible potential breakout fails. So that's what I'm looking at now for more shorts in the event that we actually get a spin around in a lot of these names. Brennan.
Fahad getting excited, guys. Here's why. Veru just popping up. The New England Journal of Medicine publishing a positive article on a COVID-19 treatment from VERU. Off to the races here.
All hail Veru there. Yeah, Fahad, definitely loving that Veru trade. So congratulations, Fahad. I hope that obviously continues to work out for you. But one thing that didn't work out for me, and we'll flush ourselves down the toilet for Zoom. Zoom obviously does not work out here as that continues its move to the downside and the flush there on ZM. So, as much money as we make on Coinbase, we give some back there on Zoom, obviously, as that breakout didn't work. So shout out to all of you that were like, breakouts might not be the play today. And it seems seems to be right. We took advantage of a breakout the other way, though, in this name, which is Coinbase, there, because Coinbase did make a move to the upside. And of course, we did take advantage of that play by shorting it. So that was a good one. I'm always nervous that, we take that bottom tick there on Zoom and then maybe got like wicked out of that because now the futures are starting to move back one more time. So let's try it. Let's try Zoom. We missed a long there. We should have punched a little bit more aggressively there. We missed a long there in Zoom one more time, but we'll see if we can get it and then just play off that 118 again. We got out at 119, so all good. We saved ourselves a little bit of cash there, but I'm wondering about that bottom wick there to see if there's anything about that. So we'll wait on that, but right now Zoom, definitely the loser trade for me of the day there. Uber, though, was the one that we were focused on. We talked about getting into that short. Wow, that went into the 50s there? Okay, so we'll have to see if we can get back into there and start to put some bids down here now. So we'll put some bids down there for Uber in case it does fly back into that zone. So right now, Uber back into the 50s and 60s. We should probably take some profit. It's 30 cents in the money here for Uber.
All right, I'm trying to work the rest of this futures position. Well, not all of it. Some of it's going to be trailed out, but maybe some more here. I'm thinking either mid 30, probably get high 30s. Okay, I'm going to work some more out in the high 30s. At this point, you got to respect the top in the range. The market wants to respect it, so you got to respect it. Here we are, attempted a shot at these 50s, got no juice to get going. We had a chance, not enough. If there's enough selling coming through here to actually unload. So back into the range trade, and this is what we were talking about earlier, is like in the event that this happened, then you got to wonder, hey, are we just going to range trade until 2 o'clock? And if that's the case, then stay out of the way. So a lot of the names that did run up strong early, backing off, like I mentioned, Square, I'm thinking shorts initially. That's the thing with, I also try to avoid the first 5 minutes of the market, just trying to get into position. If I already have the position, that's one thing. For me to try to get into a position in the first 5 minutes with all the volume that's flying around, it's going to be very difficult to get a read on the actual direction. So for me, now I know this is what's happening. Even if we rally 10 points on the futures, I know I still want to get some out. Even if we rallied on Square, I know I want to look for some shorts. So that's what I'm looking to do now. All those names that were overextended, that were at resistance, i.e. Meta / Amazon. Yep. I'm looking at those names potentially on the fade.
Okay, so I'm looking right now. Yeah, I like all those ideas, man. I mean, Uber right now, Coinbase is $1.50 in the money. Zoom on a retrace back up is only $1 in the money, but you got to take more than that, man, on this play. So because we did lose there, we were long 123, average in 121. Our average price, let's call it 122, and then we got it at 119. That's a $3 hit, but we don't need to make it all back. Obviously, I'm now looking to see about getting a part out here at 121. If we can make backside there, $2 back on this, that'd be a good little take for me there. So we'll see if that can work out. We did take, okay, let's go AMD. We did take a long average in there on AMD. What's that view up? 80s? Let's just put an offer there at 80, see if we can get that. There it is, just dipped down. It did go all the way up to 73 before falling there again, back down to the downside. So we'll have to watch out for AMD. What we were looking at on this name was basically just 74 right here to see if it can hold. It went down as low as 74.10 there, and we're just going to wait to see if it can hold that 74 flat area for AMD. You did have a dip buy into that area yesterday. That very bottom there was 74, so we'll see if it can hold one more time. I like the average in on AMD back down to 74, but we will take some out, man. I mean, our average price is 66, so we're out of the money right now a dime, but looking to get something out at 80 if we can, and then we'll see about a move back up to the upside, possibly taking out that 76 level there. But so far, so good on many of these positions, man. Coinbase still $1.70 in the money and dancing near these bottoms. A quick check on crypto, not really doing much. It did pull back, though, a little bit, down to $20,030. Maybe if we break 20, then we get an extended move here on coin. And on that note, I'm actually going to cancel my bid down here at 54 flat and see if we do get that extended move. There goes AMD. Come on, buddy. Let's get back into the 80s here, and we can take some profit here on Advanced Micro. Zoom, $1.50 now in the money. Let's see if that one can go back up to the upside. We just got a piece out on AMD as that's starting to rip. So yeah, man, so far so good. It looks like the only losing trade is going to be that Zoom, and we're going to hope that that can get back up to the upside a little bit here. Looking to get something out at 121.
All right, there we go. One more exit here on the futures. I'm going to carry the last one. I'm going to trail the last bit of it. I have a hard time giving up completely on a read until I'm forced out of it. So what I've found is that for me, I'll take as much as I need to get out, and then I'll let the last piece trail. And for me, I'm with 5 exits between 34 and change, and in front of 40. I'm happy with 5 different exits here in this price range, and I'll let the rest of it trail out. So I'm down to a position that I know that even if it came back, I'd be okay with, right? So I still walk away with about 6 points or so, 7 points or so. So even if it came back, so we're done with the futures. I'll come back to it. If this ends up failing, then I'll let you guys know. But for now, we're going to carry NVAX. NVAX is still bouncing. Remember, good till 61. That's still in play. I'm still looking for potential short opportunities. I'm looking at Amazon. I'm looking at Meta. I'm looking for other names that could potentially fade, that did earlier show that they were at resistance with the market doing what it did at the top end of the range. I want to use this to potentially find some fades here. And I'm still looking here. Caterpillar, I see you around that 174, 173 half. That's an option, but not the setup that I would like, though, ideally for Caterpillar, because, I mean, as great as this may be, Caterpillar has like the way it's been moving down the last little bit, the stop has to be north of like 180, 182. That gets expensive.
Yeah, it's been a crazy one.
So I'm gonna, as much as I like to trade on that, and the next one up was Square. Square was one option as well. Square, that resistance level here in front of that 69, and I think for us, if we get below 65 or so, I would have to really consider the idea of putting up 4 points in risk and seeing what Square has down below. Names there, it's just the risk on some of these names is really, really high. And I'm not sure if I can get the downside. So my whole thing is it's a risk-reward thing, right? If I'm going to put up $4 in risk, I want to be able to at least see $4 in space that I can make back that money. If I don't see it, I'm going to hesitate to take it. And that's what I'm seeing in a lot of these names here, is that the trades may be there in that area, but the risk-reward is so lopsided that I may just have to pass up on this trade and say, you know what, not for me, not today.
Yeah, I was looking at something similar there from a risk to reward standpoint, as you just mentioned. I mean, I think that's what you got to do, right? You got to look and say, is there enough movement here that if something goes wrong, you can get it back? And that's sort of what I'm just doing right now with Zoom, and just saying to myself, you know what? Let's get a little bit of this back. We just went to the 50 period, so I did take some out at 120.50 right there for $1.50, I guess, about there. Yeah, about $1.50. We're long at we're long at this price, 118.87, out 120.40 there. So about $1.60 there back. So we made a little bit back there on Zoom. So pretty happy with that play, needless to say. And then here goes Coinbase, man, downside. Let's go as crypto bouncing a little bit. Doesn't seem to be moving with crypto. Here we go. Let's go Coinbase. Right now, $2 plus in the money on coin as this name's coming back in. Uber, though. Uber, what are you done today? As there goes Uber to the downside. We'll take another 52 print. And there it is, man. It's the sticky note trade of the day. So right there. How about that, Richard Taylor? I hope you are short Uber with me as well on that play, and short Coinbase now, as that's making a move to the downside. So we're going to go pretty good here, man. Uber downside. Nice little cash there. We said about shorting it into 22. Literally what's written here on the sticky note is that call. So right there, short Uber 22. You see it right there. We get that trade. And now you're 50 cents in the money on a decent position for us here on Uber. What's up, Brendan?
A couple of numbers just out there, guys, pushing the futures lower. June composite final PMI and services final PMI for both for the months of June, 52.3, 52.7, both higher than expected once again. Worth noting, coming up at 10 o'clock, ISM manufacturing PMI as well, scheduled for 10, guys.
Look, It's only great if you get out, so let's just quickly get out of something there, and I'll throw it back over to you, Arun. I just want to say that I did get some out of coin there at 53.90 on that dip down, so that was a $2.40 win there on coin. And then just quickly, that turnaround helped us. I mean, net-wise helped us because we have the Uber move down, and we have Coinbase move down, and we are lucky just before that dip to get out of some Zoom. But if Zoom does take out 118, then we're going to be out of that one, as it did have a huge extended move yesterday on Zoom, and we've already lost about that $3 or $4 on that move to the downside. That first time it was $3. We made back $1.50 of that, but we're still going to be net negative on it unless this name can rally back to these highs. So watch out for Zoom. We're still okay. If it takes down 118, that little wick bottom, then we'll get out of it. But right now we're into Zoom. A very risky position with the market starting to head back to the downside. Remember, we do have Fed minutes today coming out, and I don't think that those are going to be very great. So watch out for that as Zoom's starting to make some moves. Coinbase still hovering around, and AMD is still at that 74 level. I'm going to give it back down here to 73.50, but I feel like I got to do a little bit more work on AMD because this move has been pretty quick to that downside. I kind of like this area. Yeah, that's set. I mean, if you're going to hold it all the way to 73, then we can't really average in yet. So we're going to have to wait on this move for AMD here down to 73. So we don't have very many positions left. We did get it out here, so long again, but we are holding a little bit, and that's why now we're looking at this. Yesterday's dip spot here, we did have a big move up, basically to where we just cracked out at 75 right there. Pulled back $2 into 73 before taking off again. So that bottom is basically 73 flat. Let's give this some room to breathe down to 73. So we'll take that and we'll see where we go on this trade. Down here, we'll average another piece at 74, just small, and then we'll wait to put on a real trade if this market continues to fall back into 73 bucks. So that's a level for me now on this name. Nice little bounce back for Zoom though, back to 120. We could take it out and then we're really licking our wounds, but let's see if Zoom does have a chance to go back to this 123 area, which I do like. But that was the breakout area that failed. So, to get back up there, I think would have a lot of work in the future. So might not be in the cards right here.
Yeah, for me, update I gave you guys on the futures. Last exit here, we're done. That was it. At this point, I don't want to trade this anymore because now I know the range is the move that the market wants to play with. So I don't need to hold on to this any longer. So we worked mid 30s, we worked high 30s, and then we finally, once we broke through 30, we got in around 26 something, we got out. So that's about 5 points on the final piece there, and we're done. That's all I can really do. That's as if you're looking for a range breakout and you don't get it, that's the best possible way that I could trade this. At this point, I just have to give up on the possibility that, hey, we're gonna get this breakout. Now I gotta see if we come back into 20, and if we come back into 15, do I wanna play the bottom of the range again? And that's a question that'll be answered later. And if this market just takes its time going into noon, if we're at noon and we're still working this range, I may want to just stay away from this because I know that 2 p.m. things are gonna get hot real quick, right? Or they might not, but more often than not, they will get hot real quick. So we're gonna just kind of back off a little bit on the futures. We've done what we needed to do. I am still looking at crude futures as well. South of 99 is the play that I wanna make on crude, but I wanna see what happens when we bounce north of 99. So here we are kind of bouncing off these 98s. What happens if we get above 99? If we get it above 99, go into 99.50 and can't maintain any buy-side strength, at that point, I want to play the short. This is a 5-minute chart. If I go to the 60-minute chart, you'll see it a little bit clear. I'm looking for that extension play through that low of 97.50. It's just a matter of how much strength is there towards these lows. If there's enough to bounce it all the way back, we could easily get back to 102, 103. If we fail at 99, I'll have a pretty good indication that, hey, I can put up a dollar risk. So a dollar here is it's $10 a penny on the crude futures contract, by the way. So a dollar is like $1,000 actually in actual cash. So a dollar risk here on this contract would then allow me to at least try to grab maybe $1.50, $2 maybe if I get the bottom. So that's what I'm looking for. I'm still holding on to the NVAX again, regardless of what the market does. I like NVAX because of its own little thing. It's been moving on its own. I'll let it move on its own as the futures breaks back in now. Only thing I really hope for was that we would get high enough so I can actually play the top end of the range on the futures, but there's nothing nearby, so I can't. The closest level I've got, if I were to pull this back, is all the way at 39.25, all the way up here. So I can't even play the top end of the range, which if I get fancy enough, I might. But right now, no dice. I'm just gonna have to look at that bottom and see if we can't work longs through the bottom if something sets up later on.
Yeah, I mean, things are starting to you basically try to set up, I feel like, for some of these longs, making some of these bottoms, like you just mentioned here, and the NASDAQ's just pretty choppy. So we'll wait to see what this market wants to do. We did already get out of some Coinbase down there. We're pretty light on this position now on Coinbase as we got that 53.85 or 90, whatever it was there, as we just talked about. I mean, basically, you can get that again right now. And then Zoom, it did go back to that 120.70 there. And then AMD, we're still waiting for a big move to the downside so we can get, we just took a piece there at 73.95. So I told you we'd average into a little bit there, but very, very small. We're looking to take about 3 or 4 times the shares of this current position when we get back down here into 73.20. So that's going to be a level there for concern. Uber, this has been a good one for us. I still trying to hold out something for the bottom in case this does flip all the way down to 21. So I am waiting for that to happen. The lowest we got was 21.40. I'm going to might as well put a bid down here near $21. I mean, that's been that's not been the bottom, but that's sort of where we started yesterday was 21.23. So I'm thinking like a move down there, but now everything's in the money. Wow, that's a surprise. There we go. A Zoom up to the money now. Nicely done, actually. Almost $2 in the money on Zoom, $1.80 in the money on Coinbase. AMD just is up into the money now as well. Up a dime on AMD is here. So far so good here as some of these names starting to battle back a little bit here. Like Arun said, man, it's still pretty choppy market. Remember what you have. You have the Fed fund rate, not today. You do have the Fed speak coming out with the minutes. It's a prepared thing, but it will give us an idea of maybe where this market and what the Fed is thinking about that 75 points, if we're going to get it or not. What are they looking at here? Maybe there's going to be some comments on gas or oil pricing right now as oil just dipping down to 97 and change there. So could be something happening there. I know, Brendan, if he talks about Veru again, then I'm going to have to go over there and look at it because Fahad's getting real mad. What's up, Brendan?
Sadly, no. GitLab, guys, is trying to bounce here. I'll show you the chart in a second, but this note on GitLab this morning, Bank of America out with a positive note, price target increase for this one. GTLB down on the morning, as I said, but 55 held there. Decent volume back upside now for GitLab.
Okay. All right. I mean, I want to look at all of these names. Trust me when I tell you that. It's just that right now we are looking at the Zoom. I mean, this is a name that is making that move back to 121. So let's hold out hope that this can get back in. We are $1.55 in the money, making back a little bit there on what we did lose. But let's just take Veru for a second. Wow, 13.50, good little level. I was actually talking to Fahad about this yesterday. He's like, the level's 11, the level's 11, he kept telling me. And there's 11, boom, right, Fahad? There it is, look at 11, nice move to 11, up to 13.60 right now for Veru. So the next sort of a level that we have to concern about, yeah, there it is. He picked that one, good job, Fahad, there. So that's a beautiful level of 11, but at the same time, you got to sort of look at the upside, 14.50 right here, maybe the ultimate high of $16 coming through, but there goes Veru, a nice little move to the upside. Watch out, this could be overextended. We've already been up here before, up to $14, so this could be a short. We're going to have to pay for them if I did want that short, but right now, Veru taking off to the upside. Good move.
Yeah, and NVAX, after taking a nice little dive earlier, has decided that, hey, you know what? We actually do want to go up. So NVAX turning from a negative. To be fair, it doesn't really matter where your position is if the trade hasn't been completed yet, right? For me, I'm long 64 with a stop of 61, and I'm looking for an extension into that 68, actually. To be fair, it's about 67 and change into 68. So until I get a move through the top, everything in between is just noise. And that's what NVAX has been doing. It's just been moving around. If we break it down to the 5-minute chart, this is what it did. It's just a little bit of action to the downside, try to bounce back down, just like the rest of the market, choppy action. But again, wait for your move to actually complete. I know some people like the idea of time stops. I don't. I kind of actually heavily advise against it. The reason being, some trades take longer than others to work. It shouldn't matter how long a trade works, but the read, as long as the read is the read and nothing new is coming in and avoiding that read, then you just stick with the trade and see how far it wants to go. So for me, NVAX, regardless of how long it takes, like I say it so many times too, it's 10 o'clock, almost 10 o'clock. There's some numbers coming out at 10 o'clock. ISM, I believe, is coming out at 10 o'clock, so be aware of that volatility. There's still 6 hours in the market. So if it needs another 6 hours to get going, then that's what it needs. But again, we're going to give it a chance to go. We're going to let it move, and right now, there it goes, $1 in the money now with the futures bouncing as well. But like I said, with the futures, we're done. We're done because of the fact that there's too much respect at the top end of the range, so you can't really go for a long up here, and there's nowhere to go for a short. So we're done with the futures. We'll find something else. We're going to carry NVAX, and I'm also looking at crude as well. I know last time we checked, it was just underneath 98. Now it's bouncing, trying to bounce. This is so dangerous, too, because this could easily be a bounce off the bottom right into that 101. And this is not ideal for a trade that you're looking for, especially when you're trying to trade it right in the middle of the range, trying to break the bottom of the range. If it bounces all the way back from the bottom of the range, then I got to put some respect on the bottom and back off a little bit. So we're going to back off a little bit here on the futures. NVAX, there goes NVAX, now $1.43 in the money. Finally, some trades take time, but they get going now as the market decides that it wants to bounce. But again, this is not much about the market, as NVAX has been doing its own thing, regardless of what the market's been doing recently.
All right, so yeah, and NVAX. You know, we haven't looked. I'm glad that you're kind of looking at that. Neil and I have sort of left some of those names to die, I guess. We haven't really looked at Pfizer, Moderna, or any of those names, but a good little trade there, obviously, on NVAX. And then we'll just go back to Zoom, back up to 121.50. So this is now $2.30 in the money. So, hey, good trade there for Zoom as that's starting to go. AMD starting to go back up to the upside. Is what? I didn't get any out there on AMD. What am I doing? Let's put an offer out there. Oh, I was waiting at 76 there for AMD. Hopefully, there we go. We got it anyways. So a nice little out there for AMD at 65 there as we take out that 50 period again on that reload there at. I mean, again, trying to be a little more conservative here. Looks like it's going to hurt me. I was waiting lower at 73. Normally, we would have loaded the boat up there at 74, but we were a little uncertain. Right now, every position we have on is working for us, man. Uber, 27 cents in the money. And just an update on Coinbase. We only have 5% left. We got another piece out when it broke the 50 period. So as Coinbase continues to ride upside, I think this is a good out, man. 56. If we break above 56, let's just get out of that one and then move on from coins. So right now, a great trade, man. Coinbase, my number one stock today is Coinbase. Hopefully AMD can do that damage as well, but what a great trade on Coinbase. Short, 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 and out. We took a lot of money on this name. So like Arun said, sometimes you got to wait for things to load up and set up. And right now, Coinbase, it had it early. We took advantage of it right back into these lows. And now we're just going to have to watch out and make sure that we get out of this play in case it does take out 57 right now. What happened?
ISM just came out.
ISM number
came in, missed 80.1 versus 83.9. So that's why you might have seen a quick drop on the futures there.
Yeah, a quick little drop there in the futures back in. Not enough for me to get out of Coinbase. And AMD obviously does come up. So nice little take there at 10 o'clock on the ISM for us. But right now, over there at the big screen is going to be Brennan. We're going to quickly talk about what's happening now, and then we'll get over back to these markets as the numbers are just coming out.
Yeah, slight miss overall, looks like on that. Not a huge move, though, for the market. We'll keep an eye on that as we continue here. Here we go. Very flat. It's worth mentioning, guys. We tested a little bit lower. We tested a little bit higher. We're back to basically break even. Wanted to point out the Russell here, the 2000. 0.3 or 0.03 to the upside. It was some of these small caps that led the way yesterday as far as strength is concerned. The NASDAQ there did try and go green back into the red, but ever so slightly. It's the S&P leading currently 0.25% to the downside for the S&P 500. A few things from this morning. We were discussing Amazon stuck in a range, tested above that high from yesterday. We're back to the downside now, 0.5% with the overall market. Tesla as well, huge rejection off 700 this morning, straight down about $15 for Tesla, back to 685, guys, for TSLA. Back to you.
That was actually a mixed number because prices paid missed, but then there was the actual PMI that came in higher. So this market is does not know what to do with it because that is quite mixed. As most of them missed, but the PMI itself came in at 55.3, I believe, 55.3 versus 54.5. So there was one beat there, but then employment, new orders, and prices paid all missed. So there you go. A lot of back and forth. On a day where the market's already respecting the range, you're going to get mixed numbers like that. The market does not want to know what to do with it. For the most part, most of them were misses. But again, here we are kind of just waiting. I mean, I can't do anything with the futures. I gave up on the futures when it broke the 30 the first time. And here we are now waiting on NVAX to get going because it took out the high. Great. Now it's above 65. working some 65 halves. We just need to kind of get back in, check, see what's still there at the top, previous resistance level. If we don't have enough to get going to the downside, then we're going to bounce, right? So what I do have to worry about at this point here is a failed break. And if we get that failed break, I got to protect this so it's not going to go. So that's essentially all I have to do. So NVAX, if you look at it on a bigger chart, we're right here. We should have enough to get going because of how much time we spent going down initially. But if we don't, I do have to protect against that. That's the thing. You're constantly always managing the position, whether it's initially, once it gets going though. If you leave it alone until it gets going, and once it gets going, you just start managing the position, either looking for profit exits or cutting the losses in the event that the trade you're looking for never actually ends up happening. So I'm looking for an extension to the upside, but I'm thinking, what am I going to do if we were to actually not do that? If we were to fail this top end break, if we were to come back in south of 65 into 64, do I just hold on and hope that it goes up? No. I'm going to figure out where I'm going to get out, and that's what I'm doing right now. I'm thinking that given where we are, working 66s now, I think 64, I take about a 30-cent hit right now. Right now we're up $1.76, but the stop moves up from a $3 stop to now 30 cents away from my entry point.
All right. Yeah, good trade there. Unfortunately, the only thing, I can just check. I guess I can check your positions on there. Yeah, NVAX. Okay, so good trade. All right, just a little bit of a refresh here. We've made, our number one stock. We've already talked about it is Coinbase, but right beside it is going to be Uber. And the one thing about it, and unfortunately not Zoom. Zoom now $2 in the money. Let's see if it can continue to make that move up. But we did reload. We've hit a couple of animations today, but let's hit our reloaded one. I like this one. There it is. We're reloaded now on Uber. We did get an 85 print there, so our average price now is 85 on Uber. So let's just wait to see if it can come back in. I did want to make one little clarification here, and it's not really a clarification. It's just I'm going to get out if we break this 22.10. I know that I said I would look at Uber all the way up here to 22.23, but just sort of feeding off what Arun was saying there. Once you're in a trade, it's like, okay, you're in it, and now we got to let this thing work out a little bit. So we'll take another short up here. Actually, I'm just noticing I don't even have it out. So we'll take one at like 95, 96 right here. And then honestly, if it comes through and we get that short, great. But I'm a little nervous here about taking out that top. I don't think Uber deserves to go back up to the upside here. So I do want to stand in the way and short it if that does happen. But like always, like Zoom and like some of these other names, we can easily be wrong on some of this. So if Uber does come back up to the upside, we will give it up a little bit there and get out. Coinbase retraced pretty much all the way back down here. So I'm thinking that this is going to be a good out for us. Let's take an out if a break above this 54.75, which is about to happen right now. Actually, let's just do a 55 clean break, 55.10 or so. We'll get out on Coinbase if that breaks back down as well, back up to the upside as we're short. So yeah, let's go over to Brendan and see if there's another name.
Even the cannabis names, guys, catching a bit of a bid here. Here's Tilray, 5.25% here for Tilray on the day. There was a minor note about some expansion plans into Quebec in this country, but yeah, even the cannabis names starting to play along.
Impossible. The cannabis name's going to the upside there. What is up with that? So we'll just go and we can have a look at that because CGC, some of these names have been so beat down that it's been absolutely ridiculous. But okay, so Coinbase 54, 55.10 or so. We'll be out on that one. Let's just check out. I mean, you mentioned Tilray, so we'll go over to Tilray quickly. Wow, $3, unbelievable. But yeah, it is a move to the upside here, probably just on short interest and on some of these beat down names. I mean, there has been no more beat down names. I mean, there is. This is just hypothetical. Then cannabis. As that continues to go back up to the upside. I'm still looking at that 370 as a possible breaking spot there. You guys know the way I feel about these plays. Every single time a cannabis name goes to the upside, I always look at shorting it. So for me, it's not a long up here. It would be a short. And I'd say you have to wait till about 350, 370 on this one. So Tilray, although a nice move, I don't believe in it.
I'm looking at these futures and...
Yeah, tell me they're just going to keep going up.
I actually think they're picking up some bids here, and they might take a shot at these highs. You know the last exit that I got, that exit down here? If the market were to come back down, I'm actually going to pick that exact same size back up and see if I can't take a shot. It's going to be a low risk shot. The reason being is that because I initially thought 30 was enough where we would fail, it's starting to look like it's going to have to be a little bit lower than that. So if I can get the same entry back, I will. I'm not going to chase into 40s or 30s, but if I can get those mid 20s back, probably not now. But if I get those mid-20s back, I'll just take the same trade, slip the order a little bit lower, and see if we can actually catch a bounce. But it's not looking like it's going to give me that entry because it wants to go now. It looks like, where are we at? It's at 43 and looking like it wants to take a shot at the highs. Damn. I could have gotten that number. I could have got in back in on that final piece right at the end there, but that's okay. 50s. Yeah,
we're starting to go now, baby.
Yeah, it's gone now.
Now we're going, man. Now goes AMD. Hopefully it goes AMD back up to 74.50. We definitely would like to have that piece on if we can get that. So we'll wait to see here back to the upside for AMD as the future's starting to go. Where's my minute chart here? That's 50. So that's where we're waiting to get a piece out. If it can come back up to that piece, we reloaded that down there at 74 again. So, I mean, in and out, in and out, in and out. But we still hold a piece. So hopefully we can get one more out. The last part of that in and out requires an out. So hopefully we can get that trade to come back in. Like I said, Uber not really doing anything up here as the market continues to move to the upside. What's another name that you guys want to see? AMD in loss. Okay, sorry about that. I don't want anyone to be in a loss for AMD. There goes Coinbase. So we get that out. Nice little out there for us. 55 flat on that trade. So that was, again, a nice trade for us to fill it out for $1 off that last piece, man. So good trade there for Coinbase as this market continues to blow to the upside. The only trade that we'd have to worry about if this does happen, of course, would be Uber. You know what, man? Why am I even waiting on this AMD? And I apologize. I know I'm a little bit all over the place here, but I have to, trade some of these accounts. I have one account, but trade some of these names because we've just come back up. There it is. So we do get that print. So a good out there. I'm glad we went over and switched it up. We got out at 45 there instead of 50 for AMD. So there's the out right ahead of that. Let's just see if this continues to work. Is there anything else? NEO, again, down to $21. This could be a name that you want to look to fade as well. NIO down there at 21. So, good level, good move to the downside. We tried to short yesterday into NEO, was good before reversed into the long and made money once it broke through 22. But that 22 apparently a top again here for NIO. And look at this, man. You're right into 21 again. Oh, man, this looks like a good little long situation here off that bottom. So, hey, maybe there is something there in NIO. I'm just looking at my positions. Like we're short Uber, long Zoom, long AMD. What do we think about this? Look at NEO. It looks real juicy down here with that bottom. Do we have a wick bottom at all? Nah, not really. That kind of sucks. Okay. I like this name, but too much consolidation down here. You're below the 50 period, below VWAP. So maybe we do break a little lower here on NIO, but that's looking pretty juicy down here at $21. That's $20.86 to break it. Maybe it is a short, man, against this $21.20 or so. But remember, we went short yesterday on NEO and that didn't work. But this is an interesting level for me here on NIO. So pay attention to what's happening right now. Possibly a good, I don't know, man. The market's 0.47. These names have been a little bit overextended. Maybe let's try the short if we can get up here into this mid-range. 21.10 or so. We'll try the short here in NIO. 21.10 in case this market does flip back over.
All right, I'm looking at Caterpillar. We passed up on the initial look on Caterpillar at 174 because of the stop location. Now it's it's taking out the bottom of the low. It's taking out yesterday's bottom here. The low was 170.59. We took out the low. Now we're floating underneath. We're kind of just working it a little bit here with the futures where it's at. If I want to play, if the lowest risk trade I can make on a move, given where the futures are trading at right now, is going to be the short. Longs are going to be too pricey, right? Because if the market's at the top end of the range, why would I want to go for a long, even if it breaks the top? This stock is sitting underneath yesterday's low, so that's a dangerous trade. So I'm not going to step into that one, but I am looking for potential shorts here. I just want to see a little bit more, just a little bit more in CAT before I go for these shorts here. But I am thinking right now against 172, it's going to be a low risk shot, 171-ish, maybe underneath 171, against 172, and looking for that 170 to get taken out. That's probably the best risk reward I can do on this stock at this time, given where the futures are trading.
Oh, man, let's go. Slap it on Uber. Bang, a big trade right there for me on Uber. Really happy when, the ideas we had actually work out, right? And there it is right there, the short in front of 22. We got that 21.95. We talked about, the prices that we wanted, where we'd be averaged in. And look at this thing, just to the downside, man. Now 24 cents in the money. We just took some 68s down there. Wow, this is honestly, let's take another 70 bit if we can get it. There it goes, it just runs right through us. Wow, what a move downside there for Uber. Continuing the move. Let's go, Uber. This is good for me, a good trade, man. I can't. Wow. And again, we wanted the short at 22. It gave it to us twice, man. And we were sitting there taking it. So I can't wipe the smile off my face. That's going to be a great trade there for me on Uber as it's come right back down in. We talked, there it is. Yes, sir. We get a 63. Are you kidding me? Right there for that name. So wow, Uber. And again, if you're saying, why did we think Uber was going to be a short there? I mean, it's all over the sticky note. We talked about it here. Uber and Dash, both under pressure. We didn't even look at Dash today. There's the Uber, the 22 with a down arrow. Start the short at 22. We talked about that. Now it's at 21.60. So, I mean, some of these trades, man, they're not hard to find. Sometimes you got to be patient and you got to look in the right area on what you're doing there. So look at this market absolutely collapsing down in. Maybe we'll get that bid here eventually on, look, we just got another piece out. We talked about that on AMD. So we're trying to remain light on this. So as the market falls in here, we can get a piece out, right? That's what we're talking about. We want to get some more down here at 73.30. So that's where we're bidding against. And I just want to try AMD. I know AMD's been getting killed. We do have a bottom 70, but I want to look at this area. That's 73. You break 73, we're gone. So that's fine. We have the plan of action in there, but AMD looking pretty juicy right now. Bunch of buys and a bunch of outs. Can we get the out again? Maybe not. So we'll wait to see. We got to average in a little bit lower. It's all part of the plan here, guys.
Yeah, with the market coming back in, remember the idea of, hey, can I pick it up? And when it went to 50, I pulled the order. Yeah, well, I'm definitely not taking it now. If there was any indication that the market is ranging, for anyone who missed earlier messages, this is it right here. Second attempt at 50, another breakdown by 25 points. We're right back into the middle of the range. We've got a top, looks like 50. Bottom is I'm going to use 3,800 as the bottom. So, back to the middle of the range. And so this is what we're going to trade with. Be very, very careful on how you trade until 2 o'clock at least. Maybe we get a catalyst and reason to go for a trade either at the bottom of the range, and I have nothing at the top, but if you have a reason to go for shorts at the top, then that as well. But just be aware, the market's ranging. As you can see on the position board, I'm out. I took the hit on NVAX. Remember, earlier I was talking about NVAX. Oh, it's up $1.74. I'm looking for 68s, but I got to worry about the downside in the event that the top rake fails. Well, top rake failed. And that's all I did. I went from a $3 stop to a 30-cent stop, took my 30-cent hit. I'm done. I walked away from it. So that's my read. I think overall I lost like 31, 32 cents on average, and we're done. That's it. I have no reads. I'm still looking for trades. I'm still looking for names. The Baba read, I will get back to that one when I come back from Brennan.
Just watching this Canoe, CNO, this another little tiny EV stock. Huge move, guys, but watch this level over here, 612, 615 coming into play right now. The huge volume alerts going off right now on this, up 25%, another little EV name. Also, oil, so weak. Day lows right now for crude, guys.
Yeah, crude is down 2.6%. You really couldn't bounce even a little bit to that 99, so I can take a look at it. No, now it's at 96.88,
it's going,
still breaking
man, this
down.
Crude. Oh, wow.
Yeah, crude's, I'm not going to. You can't. There's certain price points where you want to play on crude, and keep in mind, because it's $10 for every penny it moves per contract, it gets very expensive. Like, oh, it's only $2. It's not. $2 times $10 is $2,000 if you're putting up $2 in risk on the crude contract. So per contract, by the way. So it gets very, very expensive once it starts slipping. So it's already moved past the point that I wanted to play. So I'm not going to step into this. Back to Baba. It's a great read on Baba, I think, for the short. Up here near the top end here, because you look at the multi-day high around 120, around 121. We were at 119. If you shorted the rally, that would have been a low-risk shot. Now we're back into the meat of the volume here, right around that 116, 115. And there's no trades to be made. Like I've been saying on other stocks here, if you're playing the ranges, you got to work the top end of the ranges, That's your shot on the top end. Bottom end is going to be down here around 113 and change, going down to 110. Preferably the lower the better, but at the same time, I think 113 even, 113.50 should be enough to catch that. And here we are in the middle. I don't know what to do with BABA in the middle, but if you caught it up top, very nice trade. If you caught it down below, very nice trade on the long. Everything in the middle, you stay away from. That's where you lose money. That's the easy place to lose money because there's going to be a lot of back and forth action. And you just stay away from that kind of a dead zone here because it's just a money losing area. So if you're playing ranges, work tops, work bottoms, stay away from the middle.
Yeah, I'm just sitting here, same thing as you, man, waiting to see what we're going to do because we don't, just like you mentioned there, we don't want to work the middles here, right? And I mean, it's just like right now, the futures are dancing a little bit. You can see some of the levels that we're looking at into concern areas, about 12,000 on the futures. I mean, we're not there yet, so my session, I've just been logged out of email. Like, what is even going on here right now? I think my computer is like having some major issues. So good luck with that tomorrow, Arun. But hopefully we'll be able to fix that soon. But okay, yeah, just moving on. Honestly, all my shit is just collapsing on me here. Not like the market, though. So we can talk about that because that's what we need to worry about right now, not my PC. As you can see here, AMD, we did take a small load there, a small little bit of shares as we're going to see where we're going on this name. But AMD, again, you know, it's just bouncing around 70s. And like I said, we are waiting. I mean, I do have a bid down there at 73.25. So if this does come down, there is a level that we want to test. So if this market does collapse in here, when we come back, I'll be long that 73.25. But we just did take a bid there at 73.70. So now that's nicely going back upside into the money. Average price on this 74. Let's see if these shorts can work. Taking some more out on Uber right there. And I'm going to figure out what's going on with all my accounts and log back in. And then for right now, though, small cap recap. We haven't really looked at too many small caps here today. So let's go over to Brennan and see what one he's looking at.
Hey guys, yeah, a bit of a quiet morning once again for small cap world. There were a couple that were moving around. KZIA gapped up for the second day in a row here. Note on the daily chart, gapped up yesterday, faded the entire thing and then some back to the downside. So same sort of story or plan, I guess. 480 to 5 was the top end of the range in the pre-market here. I just took the break of 465 was pre-market support, broke to the downside. We're at session lows here right now, 435. We'll see if we can't get to 420, which was aftermarket yesterday. Ended up a bit of a printing area anyway. So about 20 more cents possible here for KZIA to the downside. The other one, IINN, the volume party so far today in IINN. Had to cycle through a whole bunch of shares between, I mentioned 250 and then 260 at the top end in the pre-market. Had to cycle through a bunch of shares just to try and improve my average price a little bit. I started a little bit early on this on the short side, 230 versus 260. So 250 to 260 was the sticking point. We're finally in the right direction, it would appear, holding the major part of the position anyway. See if we can't get through $2 now for IINN, guys. Back to you.
And then you said back to, well, yeah, I guess back to me, but Sean's having issues. If you're wondering why Sean's not in the chat, I saw that earlier. Sean's been booted from his email account, so he's now trying to figure out how, what's going on, and he's going to go deal with the tech side and see what they got to say about that. So that'll be fixed shortly, but for now, futures back to where we started this mess, which is south of 30, in between 25 and 30. So here we are kind of just piddling in the middle, or as you guys said in the chat, or one person said in the chat. So I found that very amusing, by the way. So here we are kind of waiting. Crude still continuing its move, now south of 95. So anyone who's been worried about gas prices, hopefully, even with the law of sticky prices, I would imagine that this is going to come down. This is going to help at the pumps a little bit. It might take a while, but again, for anyone economics majors, law of sticky prices. There you guys go. So here it is, kind of underneath 696 and working to the downside. So, I mean, it's heading down. And the big thing I want to say about crude is when you break it down to the daily, it's going into this area here. I have the zone marked off, but into that 95, all the way until 92.50, we've been down here so many times before. This started in March when we initially made that move in early March, mid-March, beginning of, or mid-April, then again in late April, we've been down through this 95 area, 96, 95, going all the way down to 92.50. We've been down here, we've caught bids. Now this looks a little different because of the fact that we actually went to the highs and are coming down a little bit more aggressively than these two times. But now, if we can maintain some form of strength at some point, there's a chance for a long. But the way it's been moving, especially in the last 2 days, being down almost $15 in the last 2 days, it's quite the move on crude here as it now works towards that 95. I'd be very, very careful on going for shorts. If you're trying to play quick scalps, that's one thing. But if you're actually trying to position in, I mean, again, bottom end of the range, do you really want to go for a short at the bottom end of range? There's existing buy-side strength already there, buy-side volume. So be very, very careful on this move. And the way crude has also moved too is when there's a very obvious support level, and it applies to other names too, but crude more likely because of how thin it is. If the stops go off, it's going to get very aggressive very quickly, like very aggressive very quickly. 92.50 goes, and there goes the bottom, and you're going to probably see this thing slip about 2 points or so to the. So just keep an eye on crude as it works through this now zone south of 96. Brendan.
Monkeypox stocks catching a bid here today. It was a little bit early, actually. Monkeypox on the SIGA, if you remember, SIGA side. Big move up through 1275 right at the gate this morning, up 10%. Now, the WHO apparently planning another emergency meeting to discuss monkeypox, guys.
I just got to log into my account.
He's still working his accounts.
Well, it's not that. It's like I was kicked out of the email, so I can't see anything for the show or anything anymore. So hopefully that'll get going here now, and then we'll be figured out, and we'll be good to go. So we'll do that right now. I don't know what happened there, but thank you to Rob and everybody that helped fix it. Hopefully we're back in very, very soon. So that's good. Okay. Since you were gone, not much really been happening here. The market's still in those little areas, trying to figure it all out here. And then we'll just move off of Uber. Hopefully that can get going a little bit. Our ZM almost came down to the downside right there. Just take it over for 1 second again.
Yeah. I'm actually going to answer questions. There are certain people in the chat that I know own offices from from Day Trade the World. That's why I kind of answer certain questions because they stand out. They're also members. Hey, members, I see you guys are in green, so your questions stand out. Bradley, I know you have an office in the UK. And always great questions, especially when you're trying to teach new traders. What's your opinion on first profit target at 1-to-1? Take 50 or 75 on an equity position. For me, it's always going to be a matter of what you're comfortable holding on to the rest of it, regardless of where your stop needs to be. So for me, let's go back to the futures because I actually have this position or had this position earlier. It doesn't matter if it was the futures. Even if it was stocks, I would have done the same thing. It was if I have a long and my long is down here at 20, I know that I want a profit target, let's just say in the mid 30s, right? So I'm going to take out enough that I'm okay holding the rest of it to the original stop. So whatever that number is for you. In my case, I can work maybe 10% at a time as I see more and more information. That's why you see me with like 6-7 exits there. But as we move up, I'm taking out what I'm comfortable holding on to. So locking in profit, yes, but at the same time, you're not changing the stop. Keep in mind, the stop needs to stay. So for me, I could easily take some out and the market doesn't continue going higher, and then it comes back, and I'm okay with taking the hit on the rest of it, right? So profit target has to make sense relative to what you're willing to, and this is going to be for each and every person. It's going to be a different number. What you're comfortable holding on to, because a trade, my whole thing with trading is it needs to be done properly. As emotional as it gets, it needs to be done properly, whether it's your entry, it's your management, it's your profit targets, all of it's like execution heavy, and it's very dependent on what your prices are. And you need to be able to follow your rules. And if you set them in place, then you can just execute what you need to. And for me, I know that once we get into a profit target range, I start taking the piece out. I know knowing full well that the rest of it can still lose, and I'm okay holding on to it. And then the more I see, the more I get out. And that's why you see, if I were to go to this chart here, you'll see me, I work 2 exits pretty close together, and then a third exit because I'm like, you know what, maybe it's not looking too good. So another third exit here. Then we got to 40, I'm like, I wanted to take some out here, went to 50, came back down. I'm like, you know what? Now I want some more 50s out because it's not looking too good. And the final piece was out here just because that's where my new stop was. Originally, it was down here at 3,800. And now it moved up after that, moved 50 down to just around 38, or underneath 38.30, which turns out to be probably a horrendous location. But anyways, I'm done with it. But that's how I manage. It's not 50% or 25%. It's always, what am I comfortable getting out here? Because every position is going to have a different size, right? So for me, in this case, I was okay with about 7 exits worth for me to fully walk away from this trade. So that's how I kind of managed it. And that's going to apply some fashion, some variation of that is how it's going to apply when you decide to take a trade. Because remember, there's 3 components to a trade. There's the entry, the management, and I guess what you would do in the event things just didn't work out. So 2 of the 3 of them should already be done. Like your decision making on that should be next to none, where you know where you're entering, you know where you're getting out if things go wrong. Profit targets, that's the flexible one where like, okay, it's dependent on the volume. I know where I want to get some out. I might take some more out. I might not take some more out. Because initially I was looking for the 50 to break. 50 never broke the first time. That's why I started taking more exits. That's why I had 3 exits before we hit 50 the first time. So again, things are fluid when it comes to profit target management. Sean, you ready to go? You're back in.
Yeah, I'm back. I've been back for a bit. I just wanted to let you go on there, and I think that was very valuable. I mean, you guys already know, like the way I trade is way different than Neil, and then we're lucky enough to have Arun here today to sort of share in his views and his targets and what he looks at, and that's what it's all about. I mean, I've gotten way better myself just listening to and trying to understand, different targets, different mentalities. Like when he liked that roadblock. I mean, I took the roadblocks yesterday, but on a level that Arun pointed out, I was looking at it and I was like, yeah, that's another one of those levels. And I mean, it's part of the reason why I sit here every single day and always say we need to get better. You can always get better. Like this is a job to be taken very, very seriously. Like I had a great June. Who knows what's going to happen here in July, right? Keep the momentum going to the upside here. And on that note, we did take Meta long. We're long Meta right now, 85. It's only at 15 cents in the money. Let's see if Meta can go here though, especially if this market can hold out. Look at this. Chop, 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 not doing much, but it is relatively weak as opposed to the market, but we know what happens when this thing gets going. So I'm going to take another break here. It's 167.20 to average into this Meta long, and let's see if we can make a little bit of cash on that one. The segment is what? Social sentiment coming up right now with Brendan over there at the big screen. Let's go.
Hey guys, we'll give you an early look at what is being discussed on social media platforms so far today. Bit of a mixed board, a little more green on here than was on here yesterday. It was very, very negative right across the entire board today. But again, if you're seeing this for the first time, basically a visual representation of what is being talked about on social media platforms, individual stocks. The size of the box is going to represent the frequency, and then the color and the intensity of the color is going to reflect the sentiment. So a few notable names here. IINN, that crazy mover so far today on huge volume. Mullins here, ENJY, I haven't looked at today. EVFM as well. That one's been on there for a week or so off positive news last week. Redbox doesn't want to go away, still on here on the positive side. Haven't seen this one for a while. SOS on the crypto side of things. SPY negative again. AMC negative again to the downside. Tesla to the downside today after that pretty impressive reversal yesterday. But quick representation, guys, of, hey, there's SoFi. SoFi hasn't been on here for a while either. Quick representation of what is being discussed on social media so far today, guys.
SoFi, huh? Yeah, we can definitely look at some SoFi action right here. All right, so just checking back in on a trade here. AMD, obviously, one of those names that we have, and we're going to wait to see where it goes now. I was looking to getting another piece out here at 74.20. It didn't go down as low as we had hoped it would. 73.50 was the bottom there for AMD, so still hoping that we can get even a lower tick on that name if it comes down. But again, trying to take some out. It's in the profit now. Like we just took out, we could have taken some out at 10s there. Would have been not a great profit spot there. Would have only been 10s. Where am I long at? 02s. So it would have been 8 cents. So obviously nothing there to sort of write home about. So we'll wait to see if it can get a little bit higher. Looking to get something out around 20 there, where that 50 period moving average is for that name. Meta, 15 cents in the money. Zoom. I mean, honestly, it just keeps on holding this 118.50. I am debating going longer here one more time if it does come in. But, we didn't have a great read on it early. It doesn't mean that we can't have a better one on it late. There goes AMD. Nicely done to the upside right now. It's starting to go, man. We just took that out at 25. And sometimes greed is good. I mean, that was a little spot there where we were like, you know what? Let's see if we can wait out on that trade. So nicely done there, waiting out for it. Seems like it worked out for us there on AMD. Nice move back upside now 30 cents in the money on that name. So definitely like the way that's working out for us. Uber, we've taken some profit down here. Maybe that's another spot right now to take another piece out on Uber. Let's layer some into the low 60s. If we're lucky enough to get that, I think that's probably worth a take now as well on Uber, low 60s. We take some out there again, and let's just move on from that trade. Meta now rocking here. Only 40 cents in the money. But again, let's just take a piece out, 167.20. If we could do that, I mean, we are sort of still barcoding a little bit here in the future. So let's take out a piece here, 167.70, which would virtually be, trying to do the math here, 80 cents on the upside. So let's put an order there and see if we can get that right now for Meta, already in the money, 50 cents. Trying to make a little bit more on this play here, Arun. So hopefully that'll go upside. And then Uber, come back in. We just take another piece there. And then AMD, nice move done back up to the upside. I mean, look at this. In, out, in, out, in, out, in, out, in, out. I mean, it's been a profitable trade for us, but nothing super exciting because we're still holding a piece and it's not going. So hopefully that can get going to the upside here. And we'll make a little bit more money on AMD, but hey, at least we got a piece out there as it just keeps on ticking higher. But Arun, I see you looking at these charts.
Yeah.
Lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high.
I just find it very impressive when somebody can trade with the 1 minute chart because it's obviously to each and every person's preference, but I find it extremely difficult to finesse on a 1 minute chart. I work with bigger chart frames. That's why you see my stops are like wide, extremely wide, right? I just work with wider charts and wider time frames. But to see somebody work on a 1 minute chart and catch those tops and bottoms, I find it to be very impressive just because of how much noise is on a 1 minute chart. But that's the thing. Each and every person is different. Each and every person is going to see the market differently. So however approach you want to take, if you want to work with speed or if you want to work with just kind of a longer time horizon, whichever way. But money is money. However you come about making it in this market, that's up to you. It's just a matter of finding the approach, right? That's all it's about at the end of the day. When it comes down to futures, we're not going to do a whole lot here at this point. But NVAX is falling off, and I also picked up some Caterpillar trades, Caterpillar, that trade that I was talking about, potential shorts underneath yesterday's low. Well, again, it's a very cheap shot for me here. I'm working south of, you guys can't see it there. What I'll do is I'll put it on this chart here. So I'm working south of 171, and in the event, we can go back to the full screen, Fahad. I'm working south here because we broke 170. I just want to see. I'll put up $1 just to see what this market's got. If we get below 170, given the market's at the top end of the range, it's working the bottom end of the resistance. This could be, and I could get caught here, this could easily be a false break of the 170, false bottom break of yesterday's low. That's all of a sudden shoots right back up to 174. That's a possibility. But again, I'm okay with the idea of putting up $1 to see whether that's the case or not, right? At this point, I just want to see. With the market where it's at, I think it's worth a shot to put up that $1 and see. In the event that you're right, you know that it's not going to slow down if it gets through that 170 again, right? So if it goes right through that 170, it's going to accelerate to the downside. So I'll put up $1 to see how much acceleration it has through that 170 if it accelerates through 170. A lot of the times what I'll do is and this comes with just trading overall, but the way I approach some trades is cheaper, and this may not make sense to some people, it's cheaper for me to take the loss on a trade like this versus the opportunity cost of not being in the trade where the risk reward was so high. So for me, not taking this trade is more expensive than losing this trade or losing on this trade. And that's the way I approach some trades, not all trades, but some trades where the risk reward is so skewed where it's cheaper to take the shot so you see what the acceleration past a certain level looks like versus, oh no, I'm going to lose on this. Losses are losses and they come with the territory. If you want to trade, you need to learn how to lose. So that just comes with it. But right now, that's a move I'm making on CAT. I do think I want to see a shot south of that 170. Once I see what's below 170, then I can make my mind up on what to do. But for now, I do want to see a shot. I'll put up the dollar to see it too.
Okay, yeah, good. I mean, that's exactly great logic there. And that's what we're talking about here all the time. And I think even the one thing that you're going to notice, and I want to thank Arun again for throwing down all this week with us here, is that, you know, you got to take shots, but you also got to have your out. Like, you know, you can't just sit there. And I know you took that 30-cent hit or whatever it was there on NVAX. And it's like, you know, when you're targeting a $3 winner and it doesn't work out for you, and you could take a 30-cent hit. You know, let's just do a little bit of work on ratios there. Ain't a bad one at all. So that's what we're looking at here over and over again in this market, is to see if we can rinse and repeat a few names. The one thing here is NIO. I'm not getting nervous about this meta trade. I mean, it's in the money 40 cents. I just would really like to get a piece out if we can climb one more time up to this 167.40. So I will talk about that when it does happen, hopefully. What am I doing? I don't need to drop down. That's how many markets we have. We have over, what is it? Used to be 50-something markets. I don't know what we have anymore in live, but...
For what? Oh, the actual market total?
Yeah.
Oh, we got a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot. I mean, it was the last time I was looking at it, it was around there. But, okay, look at this. NIO right here. Remember we talked about how this was probably a short off that 21 break? Yeah, well, look at it now. I mean, this is a great short off that 21 break. I mean, we were hoping that it would climb a little bit, but since then you had the 50 crossing VWAP. I mean, that's kind of like a little, you were talking about scalping, that's like a scalper's death cross there kind of thing, that already happened, but we already missed this opportunity. When we saw this, we were waiting up here to get more short and to get some short, didn't come in, so we have to do a hard pass on NEO right now as it continues to make moves down. Remember, we were looking at this and I was like, oh man, this really looks like a long, but it also looks like a short. I mean, breaking some of these levels, like why did it come down here if it didn't want to break it, right? So it came down, broke it. Now you can look at some of these bottoms to talk about maybe picking it up around $20, $20.50, something like that. And then you can play off those wicks or down to $20.30, and then again $20.50. So I really feel like this is a good opportunity. What just happened there? I got some more. Oh, Meta, yes sir. There it is, 70 cents. Hit the siren. Let's go on Meta. I hope this is a little bit of a better day for you. I forget the dude's name that was like, I hope Sean has a better day, when yesterday I had a great one, I feel like anyways. But there goes Meta, everything. We're positive on everything today. We're positive on AMD, 17 cents in the money. We are hella positive on Coinbase. We are positive on Meta, now 80 cents in the money on Meta. Uber, come on Uber, fire off those cannons. I mean, am I missing a name here that I've traded today? And then the last one, Zoom, which is now $1 in the money, but this is our biggest hit today. Zoom definitely got hit on that one, man. Not much we can do there. We called the bottom of 119. It does dip to 118. If we held that out a little bit more, we'd probably be fine, but we did reload this trade. Now it's $2 in the money. So hey, there it is, man. Your boy did it again, Britney Spears style. Oops, we did it again. And here comes some pineapple on the pizza for Arun and I. Don't tell Neil that we're having some Hawaiian pizza today, but there it goes to the upside. And I don't want to get your hopes up. I actually checked the email. Yeah. It's Swedish meatballs. I don't know if you saw that as well. Yeah. So okay, but you share the salad with us now, so hopefully.
Well, no, I just steal whoever's salad's not here. So Neil's not here.
That's what I'm saying. Me and Neil now get salad. So at least, well, Neil just, you know, what a surprise. Neil jumping on the bandwagon there, running down the salad there. But yeah, I like the salad. I think it's weird. Yesterday we had the egg salad as the topper. Yeah. I'm always hoping for tuna as
I don't like the tuna.
Do you not like it?
No.
All right, forget about it. Over to you then, Brendan. It's Sector Watch. Looks a little red. Let's find out where some green spots are.
Yeah, a little better than yesterday at this time, but still some red definitely on the board today. But hey, let's focus on the positive, shall we? And that's coming from healthcare stocks today. That's coming from consumer staples, real estate, utility stocks, all in positive territory at this point. Nice bounce back as we talked about a few of the vaccine names in the pre-market briefly there, but this entire group back in positive territory. The healthcare stocks back down in the staples side of things. We saw negativity yesterday. They're all bouncing today. Procter & Gamble up 1% there. There's GIS, STZ, Monster, wow, having a nice day. MNST up 1.4%. But consumer staples positive on the day. Communication stocks led by Netflix, not very negative so far today. Airlines here, I wanted to mention 2 days in a row back to the downside, but there is a few. in positive territory when it comes to industrials and tech stocks. So tech and industrials about flat on the day. They're kind of bouncing back and forth depending on when you look at them. Banks, same story, a little more positivity in the insurance, diversified financials kind of offsetting the individual banks, but not enough at this point anyways to offset energy and consumer discretionary names. It's the retail names, it's the travel names, all the cruise lines back to the downside today in durable goods. But energy with this move in crude weighing on the market, guys. 0.12 for the S&P. Back to you.
Wow, $95 here, man.
Yeah.
Absolutely collapsed in the energy sector, man. Once again here today. No love pretty much for any of these names. Like I said, I bought some in yesterday. Looks like that's going to be a mistake, it seems like. But yeah, right now the market, definitely no love for what's happening here for energy. XOM down to 81 and change, guys.
Yeah, we were, you mentioned this earlier about, we have at Day Trade the World, we have a ton of markets.
Yeah.
I went through it. So we have an internal web page where we have access to, I guess, links of all the different symbol lists that we have, right, that are already loaded into our system. This is what we have just in Asia. So between Hong Kong, Asia futures, and all that stuff, I went through this. It's about 39 different separate symbol lists, and some of them include multiple markets. Like EMEA includes Paris, Germany, the DAX, all these different companies or different markets. So a ton of access there for us to kind of work with, and we only trade right now, at least, while we're on the show. I trade futures, so I'm a CME, North American equities. I don't do Canadian equities. And then I'll do NYMEX as well for crude futures. We don't have anyone on the show that does Europe live, do we?
No.
No. So Europe is available.
We can trade Europe. I mean, Europe is a good market to trade. There's no.
Yeah, Europe's open while the show's going on.
Yeah.
Europe's open until 11:30 Eastern, so that's a possibility as well. At some point, I might dip into some European equities at some point. Put it in the chat. How many of you guys would like to see some European names traded on the show, not just North American equities? If that's the case, I might add that to my symbol list of names to watch as well.
Yeah, I mean, you can go ahead and trade them. Remember, they do close at 11:30, obviously. So, and yeah, we do. I mean, we used to trade them when we had our show 11:30. We were going to 12 or whatever it was before. I guess 11:30. We would trade them into the close because the problem is right now when you're looking at European equities, it's the afternoon there. It's like when we start the show, it's like equivalent to like 1:30.
But you catch the
PM.
second half of the day anyway.
That's what I'm saying. You catch the U.S. Open, affecting the European market. So yeah, there's definitely some value there for show. But meanwhile, let's go green markets here. It looks like an AMD. Turning around, baby. AMD, a nice little move here. We're long at 73.80 now on AMD. So nice little 55-cent move for AMD in the money. And look what else is happening. Mamma mia. We'll just do a face slap again because there goes Zoom. Nicely done back up to the upside. Let's see if this one can get cooking. This has been the longest trade all day. I am channeling my inner Arun here. We've been in this one for an hour now on Zoom. So a nice little level, hopefully, on that bottom there of 118. I don't have a target. I don't even have an offer out on this, which is kind of weird for me. So we'll just, on that note, we'll wait to see about 121.50. If we can get that, then I'm a little happier with this trade. 121.50 or so here. That would be a good one if we can get it. But I'm really happy with the way AMD is built off that level. You know, we found one yesterday that we thought we would like right into here, 73. Didn't dip down. If it did and did this kind of action, man, we'd be doing backflips because we were ready to put on a big position down here at 73. Didn't happen. It looks like it's stopping at these levels right here from yesterday, 73.50. So a good little level now to the upside. No more offers. I just got to make sure I don't have any offers. I have one at 75.80, sorry, all the way up here. I have an offer right now for AMD. So if that can go, great. Uber, we did get in more pieces out here as it's come back down. You could see definitely clean this one out. We now have about 20% left on Uber in case it does fade back down in. But yeah, so far so good here today. Definitely roller coaster as far as we're concerned, but definitely oil days low there, helping the tech sector, helping inflation, and helping some of those numbers. The more I see oil doing this move, gold, Bitcoin's not really. Bitcoin's at 20,200. We could check in on Coinbase again. Good out there. Not a good one, but we broke 75. My best trade there today, averaged into Coinbase. Took it against that. It is my number one stock, although AMD definitely threatening right now, and Meta now in the money. Look at this Meta trade, man. Oops, we hit the fruit salad one. We don't have any fruit salads here. We do have Hydration Nation, but Meta now $1 in the money as that's going to the upside too. So yeah, things definitely working out for your boy. What a much better closing here than open. We only took one hit. It was on Zoom and it sucked, but everything else right now, very nice.
Very nice indeed.
That's nice.
It's you know what's crazy is I actually want some breakfast before we come on the show, like the fruit salad that they bring, but they bring it after the show starts, and then we're talking about trades and all that stuff, and I don't want to get up at that point, so I just kind of pass up on the fruit salad. But there should be that Swedish meatball. That should be interesting. I'm very curious. Well, to be fair, no, there's a salad too.
You got the salad coming.
Yeah, I got the salad.
Don't worry about that. The Swedish
meatballs. I like to dip into both meals there. I'll take a little bit of Swedish meatball. That's for the regular meal, and then I'll also do the dietary special meal, which is a salad and whatever. So we'll work with some of that. And I just noticed
some Swedish meatballs left over, bro. You know,
there always is.
There always is.
I just noticed that after Sean hit that animation, I didn't hit the animation at all in the last day and change. So for this trade on the futures, the long at 20, out in the mid 30s, final exit in the just underneath 30. We're gonna go. There you guys go. That's the only shot that I need there on the futures. We're done at that point, and we're holding on to Cat. And there goes Cat now, making a move. Okay, Cat, I see you. Finally making a move now, trying to take a shot back at that. Oh no, we'll change the chart. We'll put on the other chart. Finally taking a shot at that 170. It looks like it wants to take a look at that 170. Finally, we waited long enough. Sometimes it's hours, but I guess in this case, this was not too long. Actually, it wasn't too shabby, actually. It was about 15 minutes or so, but now Cat taking a look at 170.34, closer to that 170. Once it starts slipping, we should see some acceleration. If we don't see acceleration south of 170, then odds are I got to worry about a potential false break move through that 170. So I do worry about that. I'm always thinking about what could go wrong. When the trades are going right, you got to only worry about what could potentially go wrong so that you're not caught off guard and freaking out when it happens, because a lot of the times it will happen. So that way you're already mentally prepared for, oh, you know what, I was thinking this might happen. It's happening. Let's just do this, whatever this is. So yeah, here we are waiting for Cat to break through 170, and Brendan's there waiting at the big screen.
Hey guys, yeah, Money Talks brought to you by the Small Exchange. If you're thinking of getting into futures trading, check them out. smallexchange.com. Sign up today. There's less capital required, no PDT rules. smallexchange.com, guys. That is a chart of the euro. I bring it up only because this is the lowest level since 2002 for the euro as of today. So we were talking a little bit on Friday with Frank Caberna about parity possibly coming into play once again. 101.7 right now for the euro, down another basically full percent at one point this morning as the dollar continues to push higher, now above 107 on the DXY, up 0.5% again today. Canadian dollar 76.5. Been a long time since we've been down here. British pound 118.9. There's a looks like, anyways, there's a non-confidence vote going to happen in the UK Parliament either today, later today, or tomorrow, possibly. So the pound back under pressure. Australia, New Zealand, both 0.5% as well. Pretty ugly as far as moves to the downside go today. Japanese yen popped up on a little better data overnight out of Japan, but that's about it as far as positivity goes. It's all about the dollar pushing higher. Bitcoin, Ethereum, Ripple, all negative once again, back to 20,180. But crazy. That's a monthly chart of the euro, guys, versus the dollar.
Yeah, the dollar is definitely having a little bit of a move these days. Yeah, the euro is back to 20-year lows against the U.S. dollar there. So, yeah, definitely an issue there. I was looking at this trade because I don't know, like Meta right there went, and I should have been looking at this a little bit more. We were celebrating AMD. You know, quite frankly, we have more shares on AMD. So, but, you know, that 168, it hit multiple times up there, which was $1.13 or 15 or so, $1.15, I guess, to be exact, in the the money, and it just kept bouncing off that. I'm glad. I'm going to hold it through, but it just for those of you that are following along at home with your home game today, that 168 is pretty juicy. If you're long here, you may want, and you didn't take some out. That's why I take a little bit out all the time, right? I mean, that's 70 cents. So we'll see if it can get back up to the upside here and take that $1.15 on 168. But I do think if these futures can just sort of hang around a little bit, I'm pretty sure Meta's strong again today, even though relatively weak. When the futures go, it really has no problem going upside. So I'd really like to average in. I mean, here they come to the downside now, the futures, but I'd really like to average in down here. And I'm just trying to see where my prices are at. 166.25, so right into here, right at that bottom is where I'm sitting. And then I am trying to give this some love back down here to 165.80 or so. So if you do drop back in there, and then we'll give it down to 165 if we're going to be wrong on Meta. But as you can see, futures just ticked down a little bit. I was like, oh, maybe it's going to go down. But no, it's like, it's staying up here and remaining pretty high. So I like this name. I think we take out 168. And I'm actually debating on just pushing long here. Like, the only thing is that if the day is going to be one of these days where we just do this on the futures, you don't want to be pushing long here or long here. Like, normally you would if it was off the open and we started to go and you're like, all right, we have a lot of catalysts, we have a good number, we have something to look forward to. But right now, I'm just thinking the best play is probably just to hold on to this long and see how high this one can go up, because now Zoom is $2 in the money, trying to get back to these levels as well. These longs definitely working. Look at AMD, 75 cents in the Again, what a great day, Arun. It sucks that I'm going to be away tomorrow, and we're going up north. It should be a real fun day. I'm going to be away tomorrow and Friday, and I kind of wish, I don't know, look, I got to take the time off, but I mean, the way this market's trading here, it's definitely a good one. I mean, we haven't had a negative day, I think, in 2 to 3 weeks, so it's been really good. But take time off, spend it with family. I know you're in Montreal. The big guy over there was in NYC, and I'm going to North Bay.
That's still exciting. That's still pretty exciting. North Bay's got a lot of things going for it. But yeah, I just came back from Montreal on Monday.
You'd have to retire.
Was there visiting some people. Jazz Festival as well was going on around that point. I was excited when Brendan was talking at the big screen about the euro, because I'm leaving for Europe in about a month or so. And I saw it. I was like, ooh, euro coming down. It's at 133.19. This is the euro Canadian, by the way. So I'm trying to see what I can potentially get. The lower it goes, the better it is for me. So euro, if you want to keep going down, please keep going down so I can actually get a pretty good exchange rate on that one there. But that'll be an interesting move. And Caterpillar still working the bottom, still working through that 170, trying to take a shot at that 170, still working. Still attempting. And then JDST, I saw it in the chat, by the way. JDST, we're going to take a look at that as a breakout. I mean, the breakout would have been at 15, though. That's the thing. It's already at 15.50. A shot to the upside. The reason I don't like all breakouts, but this one, because of the fact that on the first, it actually topped out around 14.89, it looks like. Back down. Took a shot again to 15 yesterday. Went down to that 80 area or 60 area where we actually opened on the first, back down, went through that 80 area, back above 15. This is the breakout. This is probably a simple breakout to play, because then you can just do that. Breakout long, see how much it's got to the upside. But again, you have to catch it, or you have to get the price right about there, which is around that 15.10, 15.05 area. And then if you check the daily on the JDST, it's got nothing stopping it. This is the daily. And the last high we're going back to is 29th of September from last year, and there's nothing stopping it. So at this point, it's probably one of the cheaper trades where you can take, where you're trying to get those cheap 1 to X multiple shots. This is it. The risk was less than 50 cents, and the trade was, actually no, the risk wasn't less than 50 cents. The risk was about 60 something cents, and the trade's got a ton of upside. This stock's been in a range for months now, and it's finally taken a shot to the upside. So great call if you see JDST, but a ton of upside potential. But hey, I only saw it because you guys put it in the chat, and it's a little late for me on JDST.
Guys, look at Rivian. I mean, you want to talk about a name that's just on fire, and a shout out to someone in the chat there. I think it was Alan Atkins, I believe. I'll have to find you again. Sorry about that. But Ted, let's look at Rivian. I mean, yeah, Rivian, wow. A big move to the upside. This is the levels that we were talking about. I think it was on the 20-minute, of course, there. Yeah, so we talked about this with, what was the stock that you were looking? There was another one that had some high spots there that we were looking to get through. I don't know if it was Coinbase or what, but there's Rivian right back. Look at this, 30.80, guys. I believe this is going to be a good short up here. We talked about getting into this area and wanting to break through 31, but for right now, it's put in a lot of work, man, on those delivery numbers. So I don't know if they're delivery numbers or production numbers, but Brendan brought them to us early there on Rivian. Nicely done, up to 30.80 today. This name, and again, right, like some of these bottoms that's Rivian seen, I don't know, will we see them again? I mean, we got to wait out for earnings, but if they're going to come out and say something about production and on a positive side of things, then that is fantastic. Someone sent me a picture the other day of a Rivian truck back there on the road. Everyone really likes them. So this bottom down there at 25 might be something. So we definitely will look at Rivian here to come out of that $31 level. So a nice little bump back to 31, and I'm going to be short Rivian. I just think that it's too big of a move to the upside. They're still not making money. This is still a raising rate environment, although I don't think that's going to, I think they will cut rates there early 2023. But for right now, nice move up to 30.80. Rivian still should be shorted at these levels. It came right into an area that we liked, and I think now, thanks for bringing it up, should be a short. And then just quickly, as we go, man, my number one stock of the day today, by far, and I hope it's yours as well, is going to be Uber, man. I mean, we're going to do the little belly dance on this. We talked about Uber early. On the sticky note. It's the number one name here on our sticky note. You can find this at Trader TV, Sean. We were all over this name today. Uber, the number, hard to see, but you can find it on Twitter there. The number one name for me, and I really like it. So, good thing that we were able to short that early up there at 22, and we just took another cash at 56. So Uber to the downside, man. We've been really, really sort of resting on our laurels with this one and really doing a great amount of work here for Uber today. So I hope it's paying off for you like it is for me. That's Uber to the downside.
Brian James wondering about ES. ES is done. The trade was earlier this morning. I worked the trade earlier this morning. So for anyone wondering why I haven't mentioned the ES in a while, or if you weren't able to catch that initial move, there's very little to do now at this point. Just take it for what it is, which is just slow sideways trading. It's summertime as well, so be very, very careful how you play the game. But now the initial trade was going to be that 20 long. Again, well, at least for me, it was a 20 long against the 35 to 40 exits, and that's done. And now that it's failed at 50 twice, just wait. You know, at 2 o'clock, there's news coming out, or there's Fed minutes coming out. That should provide the opportunity for some volatility for us to actually work some trades in, whether it's a breakout of the top or even a potential long near the bottom or a breakout through the bottom. Whatever the case is, at this point, there's no point in wasting money in the middle here. So I would just kind of leave it be and see if we can't actually Go have lunch, go for a walk, do something else, because wasting money on the ES right now. Keep in mind, though, this is the whole thing. Summertime trading is very different from regular trading, where when the market slows down, and it will slow down more often than not, you've got to respect the fact that the market's slowing down. At that point, just back off. There's no point in forcing trades, especially at this time of year, just because the volume's not going to be there. Unless there's a special event happening that'll bring volume and volatility, you've got to back off when the market slows down. Early morning, late session closes, those are going to provide the most opportunity in terms of volume and activity. Midday sessions, probably after, I want to say 10:30, but even with European closes at 11:30, you could say that until about 2 o'clock or so, it's going to be pretty quiet. Unless there's some news comes out of somewhere, it's going to be pretty quiet. So just be aware of the environment that you're trading in, because it's not going to be the same as it was, say, about 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, with only a little bit of time left here, man, we are super excited to hand this show over to our midday show, guys. It's been an absolute blast working the last couple of days with Arun. We will be back, obviously, at 2 o'clock. This will be it for me. I'm going to take a couple of days off here heading into the weekend, and I hope you guys enjoy your weekend. If you're not going to join me back again at 2 p.m. But wow, the bangers keep on coming, man. I just want to show you AMD quickly before we cash out here, or sign out, I guess, of AMD. Look at this monster to the upside, man. We said that AMD would be one of those profitable names for us today, and bang, there it is, a big one for us on AMD. Now in the money at $1.20, at $1.70 on Zoom, 40 cents on Uber, 70 cents on Meta. Coinbase is my number one stock today, and there's AMD. So we'll just do a little bit of a wrap there. We're going to go basically 5-1 today, and they're big, man. We're positive again to end the show, so I couldn't be happier with the performance today, and it's just about to get even better, man. Luca's there. If you can guess who has the vest on or not, if you said yes, you may be right. So you know what? When he's wearing the vest, there's some seriousness about to get going on. So let's throw it over to the midday show. It's Trader Prad, it's Luca, and they be serious. Let's go.
It is indeed time for the best show on the internet. Market Movers, baby. It's Luca and Trader Prad. Let's get it going. I'm going to start off with a couple stocks that I'm looking at today. Dash. Oh, sorry. I didn't even let you introduce yourself. I'm so...
Well, that's fine. You know, I do enough talking as it is.
I'm
so
sorry.
All good. You know, what's going on, everyone? Hopefully everyone's having a profitable day and things are good. And yeah, go ahead, share your trades. I'm not going to, you know.
Yeah, you know, no. I usually I let you introduce yourself. I was so like in the thought of just wanted to going, but there's no reason to want to going today. The market's pretty much just sideways, barcoding a little bit. Very much flat. S&P 500 down, NASDAQ up only 0.3%. S&P 500 down only 0.1%. So very much flat today. I'm going to start off with DoorDash. So DoorDash with the weakness behind it, and I love the catalyst. You know, with my parents being in India right now, no one to actually feed me except for DoorDash and myself. And you know, I'm lazy. I gotta go game. I gotta play Tarkov. Tarkov just had a wipe recently, so I've been ordering a lot of DoorDash and a lot of Uber Eats. That bills add up, man. Those paying for, you know, at 10 extra bucks for whatever that actually normally costs, normally 10 bucks itself, sucks. So with the part of Prime deal, the catalyst why DoorDash was so down today and Uber was also smacked down along with it is because Amazon had a deal with Grubhub, which not too long ago in 2000, I believe, got taken over by Just Eats or something. Just Eats, I believe. But now partnering up with Amazon Prime, you get to order your food from Grubhub in 4,000 places that they do operate in for pretty much free as long as you have the Prime membership. So since me having a Prime membership, that's a good news for me. Don't have to pay on deals for that. So instantly, only one direction is where my mind is thinking for DoorDash short. Started building into 68, took a quick little loss. I tried 68.50 above VWAP, took a quick little loss, and then I just let the trade play out all the way up to 70, just started loading in all the way up to 70, and now as the stock comes back to the downside, 81 cents in the money, my number one stock on the day, DoorDash, and along with DoorDash short, pretty much the same idea on Uber. Pretty sure Sean had this trade. I'm also sure Ian had this trade. Also sure 90% of you probably had this trade, which is short 22. Added on the way down over here on the expectation that Uber will also start extending to negative 10% move today because it's only down 4%. So that didn't work out. Came back to 22 almost, added back near the 100-period EMA, and now as Uber goes back to the downside, Sean and I are once again in the money. I'm about 22 cents, but Sean feels closer to $22 than mine is, so he should be about 30 to 50 cents in the money. And last but not least, only 3 trades on the board for me. My best trade of the day, and honestly, the worst execution. Best fill because it was basically the high of the day. 143.50s is my fill on short on Apple. Apple high of day is 143.70s. This is why I shorted it, because the high of day on 27th June and on the 28th June is about 143.50 on Apple. Getting short around that, giving me a short now that is worth about $1.83 per share. Had a ton of size, just executed it poorly. Only got out for like a quick 50-cent scalp, but you know, still having some position is all that matters.
Yeah, guys, you know, look, I want to look at this look at the NASDAQ, right? And Arun made a good point. You know, summer trading, like things are slow, things are going to barcode. You know, maybe you get a couple good trades. Like, look at this. It's like pure barcode all day. And like we have this flush now, and I actually like started an AMD short right here, and we're kind of flushing down to VWAP, but like it almost feels like this could instantly reclaim. So I have some orders out to kind of scale into an Apple short as well. I mean, we'll see if, you know, like if this kind of consolidates and then we have another leg down, or, you know, if we're going to,
I'm actually going to get out of my Apple
just
short.
Like barcode. Yeah, we could exchange shares again.
I'm
you
done.
know, like, yeah, I'll take those shares, and I'll see if we could ride this down to 141. I mean, I have no idea. Like, you have probably the ranges set in here. I mean, maybe we get a, you know, 141 test. We'll see what happens. But I want to scale into this this short. And you know, I don't know who said it, but somebody's like right when we kind of transferred over, they're like, hey, what's going on? Apple Apple trading team or something like that. Because
Apple trading team.
We're always trading Apple. Yeah, you know, I mean, when the market gives you, you know, you got your large caps that move, it's kind of easier to trade. So, you know, I sometimes focus on it. But yeah, we'll see where this goes. You know, just started both positions here. So see if we can scale into those ones. And yeah, guys, let us know what you're trading today. You know, maybe do a small vote of what the small cap mover of the day is. There's one, and correct me if I'm wrong. It's what was the ticker on this one?
Veru?
Not Veru. There was another one, and it's actually claimed bankruptcy.
EOSC, EVFM.
They just filed for bankruptcy. Okay, it's on the tip of my tongue, guys. Let me know if you know this off the top of your head.
KRNT.
No, keep them coming though. But you know, there's II double N. That one as well was moving. And there's another name, and I now forget it. I actually wasn't trading it. It's like a sub-dollar stock, but I think it literally just filed for like bankruptcy. Yes, ENJY. That's what it is. ENJY. Guys, this literally, I think they filed for bankruptcy. They literally just filed for bankruptcy, and it's like, okay, filed for bankruptcy. Now it's up. I think the name's SSR today. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, it's SSR. But like absolutely insane. Because it's like, you know, like you have these names like, oh yeah, we're gonna file for bankruptcy, and it's like, okay, up. You know, it's like now it's like a common theme, right? So I guess you know, if we see another setup where it's like you get a name, they just filed for bankruptcy, you know, it's SSR, it's like, okay, punch the longs on that one, because who knows how high this could go. I mean, this didn't really give you the kind of move that Rev did. But, you know, is what it is. But I found that kind of funny this morning, you know, kind of sat at my desk. First thing I see is ENJY files for bankruptcy, and, you know, name is up. So, you know, found that a little bit funny. I was like, I'm just going to stay away from this one because I don't know what to expect. I mean, normally you think like, okay, like favor the short. That makes sense. But, you know, anything can happen in this type of market. And that's why we're trading it. You know, that's why when markets are good and markets are, you know, unpredictable, and, you know, summer trading for the most part is generally slow. But it sort of feels like, you know, like going into this summer, like anything is possible. Like you have all these like events that are coming up. You had Amazon split, which, you know, wasn't as good as I thought it could be, but still was good and, you know, provide ample opportunities to trade. Then you're getting Google, which is coming up. You're getting the FOMC minutes today, and then interest rate decision later this month. I think it's on the 15th as well. So, you know, you have just a bunch of tradable events that are coming up. And, you know, just be very careful because obviously, you know, you want to be trading names that are obviously in play, doing a lot of volume, play off some liquidity, as opposed to trading names that, like, it seems like they're moving, it seems really good, but then they're kind of slow and, like, you know, like maybe you get chopped up a little bit. So definitely pick your spots and, you know, stick to the names that you feel that you trade best. I think Arun made a good point before as well. He's like, you know, I'm going to stay away from Coinbase because, you know, I don't trade that well. There's definitely names that I don't trade well, and, you know, like try to stay away from those names as well. And I'm seeing here, Luca, can you please check MU? Sure, MU. Let's have a look here. So we got MU. You know, MU, interesting. Yesterday it had actually a very, very strong move up and didn't break that 50 level and just kind of bounced. And I was actually sitting down this morning, and there was an analyst on CNBC who was just talking a whole bunch about MU, and they're saying, like, you know, MU, you know, maybe they provided enough, you know, confidence to investors. So when they were speaking, maybe they had enough confidence to investors to kind of save the chip sector. All I heard was like blah blah blah. I mean, we'll see what happens here, but you know, it kind of bounced off that 50, and I really want to pull up the daily on this one to kind of zoom out, just to kind of show you. It's like when you have these psychological levels bounce off the 50, and then you have a very strong move up. I guess the next thing you're asking yourself is, are we going to get continuation, right? So you have these kind of sell-offs over here, bounce, and I believe earnings play, and then did not break 50, right? So 50 held, didn't even break and reclaim, like 50 held, and then we had a very strong day yesterday, and now we bounced up today. So I guess, you know, next level of interest is 60, and you know, I mean, this chart is, to me, this chart is very, very clear. You had like the extended sell-off and then the gap down, so now we're in a new range. So you'll probably have some resistance at around 60, if I had to guess, like if we get there. In terms of today, like I'm not 100% sure. I mean, I really like to stick to, you know, significant levels when I'm looking at it. You know, today kind of slow, looks like it's just chopping around. So if I had to guess, I mean, maybe the range is set in. So it's just going to kind of dance around now, maybe try to break 57 and then reclaim and then come back up and maybe stay around VWAP. In terms of a day trade, I'm not really trading this today. You know, didn't really have an extended move. But if we do get towards that 60 area, which I think, you know, we could, right? Like if this market decides that it wants to bounce and continue, obviously all these names are going to move together. And if we get to 60, then it'll be interesting to see if that is a very strong resistance, and then we kind of go back down from there. So, you know, it'll be interesting interesting to see what happens there. You know, and let me just quickly check on my shorts here. AMD 40 cents in the money, Apple 40 cents in the money. I guess that's actually, you know, a rare sighting that they're both exactly 39 cents in the money. So, you know, I guess it's a race. Like, which one is going to be more profitable? You know, pulling up AMD here, just broke VWAP. Okay, I should probably have orders out to get out. Maybe I'll try to get out here in front of 74, get some out here. You know, it's always good to take profits. And let's see, Apple actually moving down. Yeah, so Apple did exactly what I thought it could do. Like, you have that sort of channeling, did not break trend, now we get the next leg down. Not going to make the same mistake that I made last time where I did not take any profits on this. So let's see if I could get these orders out here as well. And, you know, see if we can get any other positions going at the same time.
Yeah, that cover on Apple now looks very childish and immature. You know, I got it out at the 50-period EMA thinking that the market might just be able to bounce here. We do have the FOMC minutes at 2 p.m. today, not the actual federal rate decision or anything, but we want to see what they are talking about and behind closed doors over there. But man, look at Apple now turning into the negative, along with NASDAQ and the S&P 500, which has been in the negative, extending its losses a little bit more. So yeah, that cover looks a little bit childish. I also covered, where am I typing? Hello, my mouse, there we go. Also covered a bunch of my Dash shorts and my Uber shorts just to realize my profits. You know, I was pretty good in a profit state on my PNL over there. Did not want to do what I did yesterday, which is just hold my unrealized gains and watch it completely turn around against me, and then you know, end my day in a loser, sadly, because I didn't realize any profits, hoping that the market would give me a one-directional day to the downside. Instead, the market ended up bouncing from the lows and creating a bottom. That bottom that we created for 3 days in a row now for S&P 500. Here's the S&P 500 chart. It is going to stand out for me. So if we do get back to those bottoms at some point today, I don't think we do, but if we do go back to those 3740s or at any point, you know, even next week, if we go back to those 3740s or so, I'll be looking for a breakout short to the downside for a clear move to 3639s or so, or a nice bounce support long coming in, allowing us to scale in some longs. Sadly, that level not coming into play today. Since that level did not come into play today, it kind of gave me more confidence on going long on stock, but you know, that didn't actually help me go long on anything at the end of the day. Most of my stocks here are pretty much in autopilot mode. I have my stops sent out, so I'm just gonna let them do what they want to do for the rest of the day. Either they come back to my break-even point and stop me out, or they keep on making me profits over here. Let's go see what some of the stocks you guys are talking about in the chat. Gonna look at Veru downtrend. Good volume today. Yeah, I saw Veru over here when Luca was talking about small cap stock of the day. Obviously, I'm gonna head over to our trusty scanner, Trade Ideas, to see if we can find any small cap stocks with a bunch of volume on it. Today we see EVFM actually at number 2 spot with only 48 million shares though. You know, we want to see those stocks going hundreds of millions of shares on a day. 48 million shares so far before lunch, not bad. But we want to talk about Veru, which is trading at 19 million shares and a relative volume of 7.09. Apparently up 13% today on Veru. Let's go check this one out real quick and see if this one has a catalyst. Or any news catalyst behind it that I could find real quick. I don't see anyone off a glance. But here's Veru. Here's the daily chart at the bottom right corner. I'm going to expand it. Look at the consolidation of the stock over here ever since it started going crazy. So we do have a good support around 11. I'll even give it down to $10 because the 100-period EMA is around $10.50 or so. Give it up to $10 for that support area. And we have resistance around $16 to $17.50 or even $18, even a nice and even dollar number. So it's just been ranging between that. Let's see if we can break through this $14.50 or $15 sometime this week or next week, allowing us to see that $18 range coming into play one more time on VERU.
Yeah, you know, I think there's actually, if I, you know, just kind of recalling off the top of my head, Veru had some type of positive catalyst. Maybe it was like a, you know, don't quote me on it, you guys can look it up, but it's like there was some type of positive catalyst, and right off the open, it kind of flushed down. So it's like a sort of like, you know, sell the news event, right? So it's like kind of the general theme of like, you know, like buy the rumor, sell the news. Obviously, Veru being a prior runner, And, you know, like right off that sort of semi-positive, I can't remember, you know, I read these, and this is like I think it's something to do with they had positive like data, like, or whatever drug they have for COVID. Yeah, whatever drug they have for COVID, it was positive. It showed like it extremely reduced the death in patients or something along those lines. You know, I read these biotech news. I don't really try to understand it. I'm like, I'm not a scientist. I don't really know. It sounds good, like the wording sounds good, but right off, you know, like kind of market flushes down, or sorry, price flushes down there, and it's like, you know, like, I mean, I'm not really trying to digest that news and say to myself, oh, yes, this is great, I'm going to become an investor. I just let the price tell me what to do. And again, I'm not really like a small cap trader, but, you know, like when you see kind of price flush right away, I'm like, I don't know, like, you know, like it sounds positive, but the price tells me what to do there. So, you know, very interesting, but we'll see if it can keep going from there. And, you know, tuning back into my shorts here, you know, it's kind of funny. Sometimes I tell myself, I'm going to take my first cover and then hold. But I feel like my first cover is where I should just be covering everything. Because like looking back here at Apple, it's like, look at my first cover. Like that was awesome. I literally covered the bottom. And then I'm like, yeah, you know, I'll be very patient. Maybe it tests 141, but it doesn't. And now it's moving back up and it breaks trend. And it's like, hey, is this going to make it difficult for me? Like I'm going to have to cover the rest here, or else I might turn this into a loser. So, I mean, we'll see what happens. But at this point, AMD seems to be working a little bit more. AMD, 22 cents in the money now. Apple basically approaching break even, back at like 10 cents, 9 cents in the money. You know, I like this AMD, the fact that it's still below VWAP. So let's see how it reacts here. If we get some sideways action, you know, if the overall market is going to chop around. If we move towards high a day here on the NASDAQ, then for sure all these are going to be out of the money. But I'll be very careful. I'm not going to let it go too far against me because, you know, been there, done that. Not really interested in giving up these gains here. So we'll see what happens there and see if we can collect some more profit. And I was actually having a look at NEO, and NEO was kind of interesting to me because, you know, NEO didn't really give the 20 bounce yesterday the way that I thought it would. And it's sort of, I mean, you had that initial flush down, and then you kind of had the break of 21. I thought that the break of 21 would send this lower. It's like, you know, you get this kind of huge move down, a little bit of consolidation, and then I thought we'd have a little bit more follow through, but we didn't. Still chopped around, but held below VWAP. And now sort of slowly going, and now it's at like 2050, and the bottom of yesterday was 2035-ish, if I'm not mistaken. So, you know, didn't really give the 20 bounce, and the fact that we're now down 7% today, like this would actually be awesome if this doesn't go SSR, and then this sets up for tomorrow for like a 20 bounce, and you know, like, I mean, I guess it won't SSR tomorrow if it's going to kind of close around these levels. But, you know, I mean, nothing nicer than getting like a nice level bounce play and then it goes SSR. So it's like, okay, like that's like the perfect setup, right? But, you know, a lot of times in this market, you know, it's not going to give you the perfect setup. I mean, you could stare at the tape for a year and then maybe you'll see like, you know, 1 or 2 amazing setups off the open and you're like, okay, like these are going to come around all the time. No, they don't come around. You know, I'm learning that the hard way. And it's kind of like the NVIDIA trade today, like that 150 level didn't break 150 like the prior days yesterday, but had the run up into 150, and it was set up very nicely. And let me show you guys what I saw, and like sort of kind of like my what I'm sort of referring to. It's like this is pre-market, and this is what I saw in NVIDIA, and it was like double topping at 150, and I was like, okay, like this is kind of like it feels like the market could get a little push off the open. You know, if we push through 150, like NVIDIA felt strong, even though it sold off towards like 143, 141 area, like broke 150 and kind of traded below, but tons of iceberg bids, tons of size trade in the dark pool, like just basically lots of liquidity on the downside. So like clearly people, you know, like it's like you want to play a chip name. Like I think NVIDIA is probably positioned a little bit better than the other names, like in terms of like their kind of brand and whatever. And so, you know, like lots of demand for this stock below 150, kind of basically what I felt. I mean, I had no idea, obviously favoring the short below 150, but I said, okay, get back to 150. I like the break long. And if it doesn't break pre-market, maybe we get a nice clean break off the open and just run 1 point. And so, you know, wanted that, but boom. It's like 9, whatever this time is. It was like 9:10. I'm watching the tape. It breaks through 150. I was like, ah, darn, like there goes my edge. Because, you know, obviously you could still get long. Obviously you could take this in the pre-market. But, you know, spread is a little bit bigger and, like, there's a little bit less volume. So, you know, I wasn't really inclined to, like, take the 150 break. But if this happened at, like, 936, like, arbitrary number, like, this would have just flew and it would have gave you, like, a $1, maybe even $2 winner right off the open. So it's unfortunate it didn't set up like that. And then it kind of chopped around. And, you know, like, now where are we? We're basically hovering just above 150. I think, you know, the next level of resistance on this one, if the market really wants to continue going higher, I think, you know, there's a good chance that like Nvidia like remains strong, like, and this is me just guessing, but if it is relatively strong, like we're going to 155, right? So it's like the break of 150 as like a swing trade towards 155, maybe next resistance area. But, you know, obviously as a day trade, it's kind of chopping around, so you have to really pick your levels very carefully. You know, like it sort of chopped around that 150 level, then kind of broke the lows. And as we came back up, that 150 was clean here. So like maybe it gave you a chance to get a clean long through 150, and this makes it easier on yourself and never really comes back through. But if you tried that earlier, like it just danced around and you would have got chopped up a lot. So, you know, obviously pick your spots there, but you know, maybe this one does in the next couple days. Like we'll see what the what happens off the Fed at 2 o'clock today. You know, off the minutes that they release. But, you know, this one potentially chance to get back to 155 if we continue to rally.
Yeah, I'm just throwing out some orders here to take more shorts on Uber. Someone commented, Redbox squeezed to $20 today. Not sure where these ridiculous numbers are coming out. You know, if it wants to squeeze, yeah, sure. Then we'll watch it squeeze. But I'm not sure why you think it's gonna do that to $20. The relative volume on Redbox is 0.53. If the relative volume on Redbox is like probably 100 million, then yeah, I could see it squeezing to $20. Not enough volume happening today. The market's doing absolutely nothing. No reason for Redbox to do what you're expecting it to do. So I would not sit here waiting for that $20 level to come in today. If you are long somewhere in pre-market and you are able to take out profits, I would take some profits out if you haven't yet already, after Redbox has changed its characteristics in play and gotten below VWAP. So that's one thing that I want to talk about real quick. Next, after Redbox, I forgot what I want to talk about. I think I might have it up. Which one was it? We'll just move on to the next topic, and if I remember, I'll come back to that one. Bitcoin. Since Coinbase was talked about not too long ago by Luca, I wanted to go see what Bitcoin's doing today. So cryptocurrencies in a whole basket. Bitcoin right back above 20K. We love seeing that. Ethereum on the green side today, but on the flat side, honestly. Bitcoin's also flat to the downside. Ethereum flat to the positive side. Solana is actually not bad, 1.42%. And the rest of the coins are absolutely flat, in my opinion. Not doing anything significant for cryptocurrencies. And every time we look at cryptocurrencies, we love to head over right to Coinbase and other cryptocurrency-based stocks such as Mara. Here's Coinbase now, about to actually test the lower days, the pre-market low. We are at a new lower day on Coinbase, about to test the pre-market lows right now at $53. Well, you were short somewhere?
Yeah, my Coinbase was 56.20.
He was short 56.20. Wow, that was pretty much the high of the day. That was a pretty insane fill for you to get that. You probably had an order out in the pre-market. You punched in on the opening drive? Sheesh. All right. Well, he punched in on the opening drive, breakthrough of 56. Let me see your chart real quick. Oh yeah, there we go.
At 55.50, and then I was like, F this.
F this on the opening drive, average back in on the break of 56, on a failed break of 56, brought it back down, and multiple exits all the way. I mean, you had a pretty good out at 53.50. It just happens to go test the pre-market low right now. You know, you probably wouldn't be banging the desk if it came back up, and you'd be like, hey, look at me, I look like a genius. It happens.
Green is green.
Green is green, baby, that's right. Just keep on rubbing them thumbs and smiling to the bank. Smiling to the bank. Ian, sorry, not Ian. Luca, you looking at everything. Now I'm used to having Ian first.
Yeah. You know, we're always switching it up, keeping everybody on their toes, but more importantly, keeping Pratt on his toes.
Oh, man.
You know, guys, I'm reloading my shorts. You know, we got back up to where break even was on Apple, on AMD. And, you know, AMD feels a little bit weaker, so I show here. So I reloaded AMD at the top here. Now we're getting a sort of VWAP sideways test. There was some size at 74.30 that seems to be popping up. And I think if that goes, once that clears, like if the market does want to decide to like move back down, I mean, it's chopping around, right? Like, so what are the odds that like before Fed we really like break the highs here? So, you know, I just reloaded the shorts, and I'm gonna scalp this. Like if we get back down to this level, like I'm out again. Kind of feels like AMD's working a little bit better than Apple. And I'm going strictly based on like how fast this is working for me and like where price is. So like Apple initially worked, but now it's kind of dancing around, whereas like AMD seems to just be working. So that's why I added here. And you know, same plan. If we get back down here, order scaled out, and I'll cover some accordingly. But I want to see here if we break that 74.30. Like if we break 74.30, then maybe we're getting a 74 test. And, maybe, like I wouldn't be surprised if we kind of flush through this level and then reclaim. So probably a smart thing to have your orders out, which I'm going to do right now.
I want my toes in the sand. I'm pretty sure everyone here has the same feeling as you do right now. Not sure where. He said you're going somewhere up north, so cottage country somewhere. Okay, so not sure if he's going to have his toes in the sand, but hopefully there's a nice little beach by the cottage over there for him to do so. I actually, no word of a lie, woke up today and I was like, should I just take a vacation day? I feel like having a vacation on this random Wednesday today. But, I said, nah, let's wake up, go work hard, show up to the show, and then I could leave at 2 o'clock anyways. Show up to the show, leave at 2 o'clock, go pet my dog, go play some Tarkov, whatever it is that I want to do. So I'm glad I'm here today. Tons of opportunities in the trading, and I get to see some beautiful faces in the chat that we love talking to on a daily basis. Let's go over to Shopify that Brendan in the chat called out for us. Shopify layoff rumors are delaying further hiring. We do know that Shopify, Tesla, a bunch of other companies around the board are actually thinking about slowing down hiring. I think even Facebook was thinking about doing that. Coinbase is thinking about doing that. SoFi actually sent me a letter yesterday that I opened, and they said I have to vote on something on July 12th. I don't know what the vote is, but I need to go find out what that one is. So clearly a bunch of stuff's happening around in companies, and they want you to vote on stuff. So Shopify, we know that news was a little bit old, not really affecting the market right now, but let's see if it moves around the stock a little bit. Down 0.7% today. I don't know if it's yet to break the $30 level since the split. So let's go check out Shopify. Oh yeah, the internet is kind of pooping. Thankfully, the internet's not pooping on our software. So I can just look at Shopify here on the daily chart to see if it actually ever broke 30. I think it looks like it did not, right? Can you?
I don't think Shopify broke 30. Like that'd be a pretty significant level considering that'd be a most recent low. So it's kind of
Is exactly
30. Yeah. Okay.
Really, eh? Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I mean, the
29.72.
29.72 is the bottom.
That's actually the bottom before the split. If I'm not mistaken. I remember I was checking this because I said to myself, all these names are splitting. And guys, this is just me guessing, speculating. I'm like, all these names are splitting because nobody is trading this stock and they need that liquidity to get out. So let's split the stock, manufacture liquidity so that we can hit the bid to get out of our positions, or else like how are we going to get out of our position on, for example, not so much Google, but take Tesla as an example, take Shopify as an example, Amazon. Like nobody's trading these names like $2,000 stock, $2,000 stock price. So it's obviously you want to have volume for all investors, But it does help maybe the bigger investors a little bit more. But is what it is, whatever. So yeah, these recent lows, especially after the split, are actually interesting. And interesting, level. Obviously, you got Amazon, the 100. You got Shopify, the 29, 72, 75, whatever it is. And Google being, I was actually like, when Google announced that they were going to split, I was like, oh, the 150 level is going to be spicy. But we're so far away from that now. So, we'll see how it goes. I mean, if it's going to be like day one Amazon, there's going to be ample opportunities to recycle lots of shares. And we'll see if there's a lot of icebergs too. That's something that I'll be looking at. Like, are people actually dumping a lot of this? I mean, Google is like, it's like, I almost want to favor Google to the long side. Like in general, it's kind of the name that it's like, okay, gun to my head. Like, what am I buying? Like, I'm buying Google. But, so it'll be interesting to see how it trades after the split. And, go from there. And I see Alex, they are smiling, making money today. Alex, always, I shouldn't lie, not always making money, but always smiling. It's always important to smile. You live a long, healthy life if you're smiling, right? And obviously sharing our trades with you guys. Look at this, right? AMD recycle. Take the short, cover some, hold, goes back against me, reload once, twice, just because, the name is, down 1.5%. It feels a little bit better. And then, cover. Now I'm holding the last piece. Maybe we break that 74 and go for a retest of the lows, especially like if the NASDAQ is going to now break this low and kind of get down towards here. But, I'm expecting some like whiplash action, like, nothing crazy. We just have like a European close, which just came through. So, again, like, Europe is trading, our market's trading, Europe closes, and then like our market tends to pick a direction. But, being at summer trading, maybe things are a little slower. So, maybe the anticipation of this kind of staying in the range here is the better expectations as opposed to like breaking range and then picking a direction. So, you know, we'll see what happens. But yeah, I got my next cover there on AMD, and let's just kind of revisit Apple here. Covered a little bit. I have another order out. If we can get back towards like the bottom range here, like 141.32-ish, I think we'll push that right now. Like if we get there, I'll take another fill there. And yeah, and hold to see if like my overall bias on this is correct. I mean, you know, I'm not really expecting much. Like this is probably like the range that it's going to stay in. So, you know, maybe, you know, kind of flush down, test that 141, and then a good area to look for like a bounce long if we can flip on that. So yeah, that was nice. Just got the second fill there. So, you know, today it's working out. Today things are going well, taking the fills, but not every day. You know, like we'll see what happens. And you know, I'm obviously watching NEO very closely as it approaches that 20 level. The one thing, you know, when you're looking at bounce plays. And this is just like a vague, like, you know, bounce play. Like you could play a bounce play off of a level. You play a bounce play off of like a moving average. You know, when you look at for these bounce plays, they sort of work out a little bit better when things are moving very quickly into the level. So like take this move off of the open. If we were at like 20.50 over here and then we flushed into the $20 level, like it's a solid bounce play because, you know, you have like, call it like 5 minutes of a big flush. Then you have like a sort of like a liquidity vacuum to the upside. So like if you're playing the bounce play and you know you got the size and the setup looks good, it feels good, like this is a good bounce play because then you get long and it could easily whip back up, right? So it's like you have like a very tight risk on a type of bounce play like this, and then it could easily whip back up and you kind of like scale out accordingly. When you have like a slow move into the 20 level, it's not really like a bounce play. It's kind of like the theory of like, you know, you got the basketball and you drop it from a high point and it kind of bounces very quickly back up, you know. But if you, it's a sort of like a deflated ball, and you drop it from like a little bit of a lower kind of level, it's not going to give you like the bounce that you necessarily want to see. Not to say that it's not like a good long opportunity. I mean, at this point, like. And I wonder, I mean, maybe we trigger SSR right around the 20 levels. So maybe, you know, you can't get the best of both worlds in terms of getting that quick, sharp move down. But at this point, if we really sell off into 20, maybe it triggers SSR. So you know what, actually, that's actually a good idea. I'm gonna set up my orders here. You know, like let's see. And a lot of the times on these bounce plays, I miss the fill because I'm very like particular on where I want to take that. So maybe a better idea to scale into this one. But yeah, we'll see what happens. I mean, maybe this flushes down to 20 and gives a nice opportunity. And, you know, probably not a good idea.
This market's flushing right now.
Yeah.
This market's going down big time, and market's extending its losses. Obviously, that's good for our shorts. If you are shorts on anything, hold on to it. Don't sweat. Don't worry about anything right now. If you're short, if you're long, obviously you are looking for exit stage left or right, whatever side you got to exit. Find out what side it is and run to that doors, because if this market breaks out the lower day today, we might just be able to go right back to those bottoms that we were looking at on the S&P 500 near 3700s or so, 3740, sorry. We could easily dive right back to those bottoms that we bounced off of yesterday and ending up the market, I believe, ended flat. S&P 500 with the 2% recovery at the end of the day is what I remember seeing the notifications being pushed to my phone. Apple now pushing to 141. That means I would have been $2 in the money. I know I know Luca is short Apple and AMD, so I don't want to be talking about the same three stocks that we always talk about. You know, we don't want to be team Apple over here. We want to be talking about all stocks that move around in the market. That's the point of the show. So let's go right over to our watch list. If you're not signed up to our watch list, tradertv.live/watch list. Under that watch list, we have a bunch of growth stocks being talked about today. We already talked about Coinbase, but Roblox, Peloton, I don't know what W is, to be honest, but ZM and Carvana. Wayfair, I know what W is then. Wayfair and Carvana and ZM. So all these growth stocks, huge rallies in the growth stocks on Tuesday as interest rates continue to decline. Beaten down names finally saw some relief. So CVNA, someone in the chat in the morning was, or at least when after 11 o'clock was asking, what is the catalyst for Carvana yesterday? Or also, what is the catalyst for Carvana today? The catalyst clearly happened to be that the interest rates coming down and Fed doing whatever in their power to maintain inflation over here. Does it say interest rates coming down? Inflation coming down or interest coming down? interest rates continue to decline. Yeah, interest rates continue to decline, helping out Carvana. But today, sadly, pushing down right now. And look at the size on 25.92. As we break, I'm going to take some size. As we break down below 26 on Carvana, there is some size on an inverse gateway of 25.92. So if 25.92 breaks, I take my stop and I lose on my position. I'm short 85s. If 92 breaks, I lose what? Maybe 10 cents with slippage. I take that trade 10 out of 10 times, and I'm actually going to add to this trade over here. 92 just broke, so we get out of that trade right away, and we quickly move on from that one. Quick little loss, you know, we took a 5-cent loss, not too much by P&L wise, because if that ended up working for the amount of size I had, that would have been a banger of a trade to the downside, giving me multiple pennies for only risking 10 cents.
I see here in the chat somebody saying, how are these guys trading so fast? Are they using trailing stops? No, these are just manual orders. You know, when you do it enough times, it gets a little bit easier. I've been on the show now for like maybe a month and a half. And you know, it gets easier with time. But yeah, you know, you gotta definitely react very quickly. And you know, take your profits when you're in the money. Like I'm telling myself, take profits when you're in the money, because you know, quickly goes against you, and then you're just kind of like, ah, damn, like missed that one. So you know, yeah, not to talk about the same stocks, but you know, obviously trading things that are moving, trading things that are weak today. Especially got that NASDAQ flush down, and look at this, right? Flushes down towards the lows, kind of reclaims, and then now it's like, you know, like, are we really selling off? Is the question, right? Are we really selling off? So it's like, you know, I want to hold on to my shorts, but if they go against me, like I'm out of this, right? And maybe flip to long to just kind of play the range on this. And somebody else was asking, can you take a look at Tesla? So, you know, I think Arun made a good point as well this morning, saying like maybe good idea to play the range on Tesla, with kind of 700, 710 being like the high, and then you have that kind of 650 bottom to play off of. I mean, 650 kind of a little bit far away. You know, maybe that 680 level is, you know, provide you like a short-term bottom. I said this before, like, you know, the 680 is like, you know, it's my arbitrary like over-under level. Like if we're below that, I'm going to kind of favor the short side and kind of like be very discretionary. And if we're above that, then maybe like the longs are in play, and we'll see if we can, you know, go and push through 700. I want to say that overall I'm bearish. I'm bearish on the name. I mean, what a surprise. But, you know, like you had that kind of morning push through 700, and it was a sort of clean level break, but we could not get above the 705 level. We could not get above 705. So, you know, I mean, you know, you kind of like play off that like 700, 705, 710 area. If we break that, maybe we test 720, 725. But that's kind of far away from right now. I think we're closer to 680. So, you know, I mean, 680, you know, level of interest. You know, but in this type of market, easily we could flush through, break, and then pop back, and then kind of go back and test 700. So, you know, we'll see what happens there. But for me, it's probably a no trade. I'm going to stay away from the name unless we break 650 and then go test those like 620 lows. Then maybe it gets really interesting. And if I'm not mistaken, do you know if Tesla has a split coming?
Oh, I got a free split, but they do have a vote. They do have a vote coming in for that. Yeah. So I don't know. With everything happening in the market, I don't know if the shareholders will vote for that, because they already got a split without the split of the extra shares or whatever. So
similar to Shopify, you know, they voted for a 10-to-1 split, then they got the 10-to-1 split, then they got it again. And, you know, now their stock is a $30 stock, and, you know, maybe attractive to these people that are buying bankrupt companies.
And you were expecting Google to be today, but Google's actually, I said 15th, but it's actually on the 18th, according to TradingView right here. GOOG is apparently on the 18th of July. I said 15th, though, so I was wrong on that one. In our private conversations that we have. I'm going to move to a couple stocks once again from our watch list. If you're not signed up, you're making a big mistake. But real quick, I'm long Apple, as I believe the market not going to go to those lows that we found yesterday that we bounced off of. I believe we're going to continue bouncing off of 3810 and 3800. If 3800 breaks on S&P 500, I think then we have a real issue. But I think that issue actually will start from 3810 itself. If 3810 breaks on S&P 500, 500, we might just go right through 3,800 and all the way to those 3740s that I was talking about not too long ago. So we still have a bunch of opportunities over here. For example, an Apple long that I'm now taking in front of the 100-period EMA. I'm not sure if that is a good idea or not, but we'll find out very soon as the market's moving around. I did mention I don't want to talk about the same stocks, so I'm going to move away from that one. RKT from our watch list, another beaten down name, down 41% from year to date. Bottom of that came in from it, 41% of the downside from the start of the year. But thankfully, the reversal moves are coming in. I don't know if it's thankfully or not, but the reversal moves are coming in for this fintech company because of an upgrade from Wells Fargo. Looking for an opportunity on RKT over here for a possible long, as it has come back to the pre-market lows. But look at the lack of volume. That's really upsetting for me. No volume means no trades, really. If I can't get in and out at least 1,000 shares, then what's the point for me to even be here and have the type of buying power that I have? It's absolutely useless for me. So I'll wait for volume to come in. Once the volume spikes comes in, maybe later after lunchtime or so, we can get that move to VWAP. At the same time, I could start scaling in around here, slowly start scaling in and only give it to the room of $8.40 to the downside or the 100-period EMA to the downside, giving myself a little bit of a wiggle room on this trade for that pop, maybe if we do end up getting that pop to VWAP. But I'm just going to be hands off on this trade. RKT not really doing anything that I wanted to do right now as the market starts pushing a little bit lower to the downside. That 38.10 level will be tested very soon. That was the level that the S&P 500, here's the ESU22CM. Here's the 38.10 level that we bounced off of, looks like in pre-market. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Here we go, 38.10 right there. About to come into retest zones very soon. I hope it holds up, because if it doesn't hold up, my Apple long will blow up in my face and take away the money that I made on the short side, sadly. And real quick, going over to oil stocks, Oxy, which was a stock that was in play not too long ago, has been in play for quite a few days now because of Berkshire Hathaway, Papa Buffett buying some shares of it. I forget how much he owns now, probably around 19% or so. But today, since oil's continuing its trend to the downside, CL/Q22NM, still under 100 for oil stocks, oil futures, sorry, and that's bringing down the overall energy sector and oil stocks with it to the downside.
Yeah, and I see somebody here in the chat asking, how do you feel about 690, 650 Tesla Iron Condor? So, I like to say, I mean, if you have experience like trading these kind of strategies and options, then like go right ahead.
Condor.
Yeah, there's a bunch of different strategies that you can play. It's like just involves like kind of like structuring it. Basically, what you're saying to yourself is you're saying, where do I think price is going to be at a certain point in time, and then you like take the bet accordingly. So like there's ways that you can say, okay, I think it's going to go up or down a lot. So you like straddle it kind of thing, but if it stays in the middle, you lose money. Then there's ways to kind of play like, okay, I think it's going to stay in a range. So like if it goes outside the range, then I'll lose. I mean, if you have experience trading that type of kind of setup like in the option market, then be my guest. I found, in terms of like trading options, simple is better for most people. Simple is better. A lot of the times, unless the numbers make sense, right? Unless the numbers make sense, then it's very difficult to kind of execute on that and like make the risk worth it, right? Like it's sometimes it makes sense, but sometimes it doesn't. It really depends if you're getting enough implied volatilities on the ones that you're selling. But if you have success there, by all means, keep going. Here we trade stock, and for myself, I like to really keep it simple. My approach to trading is just keep it as simple as possible. There's no need to be
stupid.
Yeah, there's no need to be like super complex in terms of how you're executing all of these things, because like what are the I mean, like I'm not a portfolio manager. I'm not like there's not a lot of things that I have to think about. My risk kind of metrics on how I'm trading is like keep it very, very simple. And like when I do trade options, I'm saying to myself, okay, this is like a swing trade. I'm just gonna buy calls or maybe do like a kind of like sell calls and like buy calls like out of the money and like see if it kind of stays in that range and moves. But for the most part, keeping it simple is probably the best way to go about it. And I see somebody else asking, Oscar, what do you guys think about Palantir? Was looking at Palantir today, And, Palantir broke above the 10. And, like, right out of the gate, we actually had that push higher. And I think the recent high, if I'm not mistaken, I was looking at this, was 1020, around 1020. Then we pushed towards, like, the 1030 area and then kind of came back down, bounced off of 10, went a little bit sideways. And I stopped looking at it, like, after this. And I'm just looking at it now back below 10. I mean, 10 is obviously a very, very significant level. In terms of the overall business, like, I like the idea of what Palantir does. And this is around like the IPO level of where they IPO'd at. If I'm not mistaken, it was either 950 or 10.
Oh, exactly.
And so like that $10 level being the psychological level, traded a little bit below 10, now back towards 10. And it looks like it wants to break through 10, but maybe it needs some type of like catalyst to kind of push it there, right? So, I mean, I in terms of like a long-term play on this, I love the company. I love what they do. I think like kind of the data that they gather, the contracts that they have are like very interesting. But I think somebody said that they haven't made $1, like they don't make money. So, maybe they're not meant to make money and they're just meant to kind of, figure that out in the future. But, as a day trade setup, when you get something that's at a psychological level at 10, opened above 10, pushed, right? Now we came back down. Like this is like the second time that we're above 10. And the first time that we broke above 10 was later in the day. And it was maybe last week or 2 weeks ago. And it was like, very, very slow. Like it wasn't like right out of the gate doing a lot of volume. So, when you have a setup where it's above 10, looks like it's going to break out, you can, chase, I would say, with, less size or if it's a tape read and you kind of scalp it out. But on the way back down towards 10, you can either play the breakdown or you can play the bounce. And you basically structure it based on whatever you see in the tape. So, you could have played the 10 bounce here, right? And you could have risked, like, this went down to what, like 9.95? So you could have had like a nice 6-cent risk for like a bounce play and like it works out to like a 2-to-1 here and like very tight risk, very fast trade and kind of if that's the setup that you like. Or you could have played a 10 breakdown and like, it flushed through, triggered you in, it didn't work, maybe you lost like 3 cents. So like, I mean, obviously the breakdown didn't work considering that it didn't flush, but 2 weeks ago, if you play the 10 breakdown like the next day, it worked very well. And so, like, I mean, it really depends on the type of trader that you are. But like looking at it today, I mean, the fact that we're now below, like, we could not hold 10 clearly, right? We broke down below, and NASDAQ seems to be moving like a little bit lower, but also still chopping around. Maybe there's some trades to be had at the 10 level. But this is definitely something that I would want to see like some size or like basically analyze the tape around 10, maybe going up to 10.04. Like if we get back through VWAP, then it's like a pure chop day. Like you probably don't want to be involved. But if we get back up to 10, push higher and we can't even break VWAP. We can't break like 10.06, 10.10 area. And then we're probably going to move back down, and that can provide you a nice like 2-to-1 trade on the short side, assuming that you want to favor the short side. So. And yeah, guys, let's look at what else everybody else is looking at here. EVFM. So, this one obviously had, back up to 130. Interesting. And go figure, SSR. What are the chances? Let's actually zoom out on this one because I'm actually very interested on this one to see where this one can go. We had that day one where it popped up. Obviously, these guys are playing the sort of like, this is like the abortion trade. If I'm not mistaken, and had the kind of high volume day where we broke through $1, did a lot of volume, and let me just make sure everybody sees this here. Did a lot of volume on the kind of day one trade when we broke above. Did a lot of volume the second day, and we were actually talking about this, right? Because this company has I think it's like a $200 million shelf. So it's an active shelf. Like there's people who are like actively looking to sell this, right? So, this didn't break 150 out of the gate on this day, which was on the 28th. And now it looks like we're moving towards that 150 level.
Good.
And, it's SSR. You can't punch the bid to get short on this. But I think 150 definitely a level of interest. And then if we break that, I guess it's safe to say like every 10 cents higher. So like just kind of reanalyze, see how it's trading. I want to say that $2 is a very significant, it'll be a significant level of resistance just because, approaching that even dollars. But, 150 probably interesting if we get there today.
Oh, baby.
But just keep in mind that it's like if you see a lot of selling, it could be like somebody tapping the shelf because they probably exhausted some here, a lot here. But as we get higher, maybe they continue to sell again, especially as the volume increases, right? You didn't have a lot of volume on these days, whereas now you got kind of moving towards the high. Maybe they go for the high day break, then lots of volume comes on. And guys, remember for the tape on this one. If you are seeing a lot of people hitting the bid on EVFM, that is people who are long, who have shares, who have to sell. They are not initiating short positions. So that could be the active shelf being tapped. And if you see it, It's probably going to be tapped multiple times that day, so it could provide good scalp opportunities.
Let's go, man. Look at that iron condor. I'm just learning about it, looking at it. So it's what, 4 strikes in one price. Anyways, we can learn about it more. We don't really do options. I'm happy about my Apple long. Market bouncing off of that 38.10 level, which was the one I'm looking at. I've been calling it out this whole time. Very happy it bounced off of that. I did have my stop set on the break of 141 to the downside. We keep telling Ian to not have stops on the break of even dollars just off of penny, and look what we do. We do the exact same thing, but thankfully it does not trigger for us. It is working out. Currently 18 pennies in the money for risking about 40 pennies, so not worth to take any profits just yet on my long. It's not even a 1-to-1 trade just yet, but happy that the stock is indeed pushing the upside for us. Let's see if we can extend this move on Apple with the help of the market, but sadly the market still has quite a bit of a way to get to VWAP right now, and finding some barriers around 38.20 for the S&P 500. If we do find those barriers at 38.20, then we might just push right back to 38.10 and actually break 38.10 this time around. So that's not something that I'm going to be excited about. Hot mic. Who's hot micing? Was it
you,
me?
yeah.
I was hot
everybody's
micing?
going nuts.
I thought I was muted. Oh, that's my bad. I thought I was muted. My fault. I wasn't even at my screen. I was talking to Arun not too long ago. But yeah, we're good today. We were just talking about yesterday. Market, I don't know what you're saying that, but okay. Hot mic, oh yeah, I read that hot mic. Rivian and Lucid falling down. Let's get an open price retest. I'm shorting both, says James. Rivian and Lucid. So you're trading those EV stocks today. I know Luca was looking at NIO for some reason. I'm not sure if he has a catalyst to be trading NIO right now. But look at Rivian, man. 10% to the upside. Rivian absolutely taking off today. Broke $30, went up to $30.60, and then right back below 30. For you pattern lovers, you patternistas. That's a good word now, patternistas, right? For you patternistas, this might just be a Head and Shoulders. So if I remember what Head and Shoulders does, this starts to really push back to the downside after failing to create a new high the third time around. So he created a new high the second time after the first initial move, but the second time failed to create a new high. Head and Shoulders might be coming in. I think VWAP fails here, and then Rivian goes back to opening price. That's what James Hammond is thinking about. So if that ends up working out for him, that's going to be a pretty clean short to the downside. I personally don't think we see a move all the way back to the open price. We might see Rivian go down to 28.50s and then trade sideways, maybe even to 27.60s and then trade sideways. I don't see the move all the way back down, especially on a stock that's up 10% today. You're also talking about Lucid Motors. Let's go over to Lucid. Exact same chart pattern. Looks like the moves were copied, the same algorithm, the same buy program kicked in on both the EV stocks, allowing them to get elevated to the way they did today. Sadly, Lucid only up 5%, whereas Rivian was up 10 or so. Let's go check on Tesla, which I have not pulled up all day. Almost at 700. So we did get to 700. We broke 700 only by $3, but now right back to lower day. Does not have the same chart pattern as Lucid or Rivian. And last but not least, NIO. Does it have the same pattern? No. NIO is just straight to the downside, and it's going to be SSR very soon.
Yeah, guys, just reloading some of these shorts. I didn't get the fills down here, and not to talk about the same stocks,
but my long, bro.
Didn't get the fills. I mean, maybe we're gonna move back up, but it just feels like every time we get higher, we're getting some selling here. So I'll keep reloading until I'm wrong. And, just to cover, kind of reloading here. And again, I'm scalping this out. Like, I'm thinking that we're going to kind of stay in this range. Maybe we break the 41.40 and then flush back down 20 cents. And I'll take those fills there. And, AMD, same situation, but I missed the reload at VWAP. And that's how you know it's going to be a good trade. When you miss the reload, what can I say? It's like those were the money fills, and you only get a few chances to get those. So, yeah, both continuing to work out for me. AMD, 30 cents in the money. Apple, 15 cents in the money. Not too much, but, obviously, like, for a scalper, like, these are, you want to go I'm going for, like, 30-cent wins, 40-cent wins. I'm happy. You know, like everybody's got the different styles that they trade. Like if you see me in a trade and I'm holding this trade for like longer than like 7 minutes, like, oh man, that's insane. I think the longest trade that I had, like as a day trader, was 7 hours. I was in a trade, and you should have seen me. It was like, I've never done this before. I've never done it again. I was like, one time, that's good enough for me. I'm going to stick to the strategy that I feel most comfortable with. You know, but as long as AMD stays below VWAP, then I think favor the short side. And then if we kind of break that like 74.50, maybe we do get a pop towards 75. But yeah, definitely keep my eyes there. And yeah, guys, NEO just not getting low enough to bounce. I'm basically looking at NEO for like the 20 level bounce.
SSR bounce?
Well, I think it might go SSR if we get there. It's not SSR right now, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it's down only 8.3%. But you know, probably most likely, you know, SSR being like 10%. I'm not sure where it closed, but if I had to guess, around 20 is probably going to be SSR. And if we do SSR, then you know it'll be interesting to see if we get that bounce. So yeah, something I'm looking at over there. And yeah, EVFM. I see people still talking about that EVFM. Yeah, it's still not inching towards that like 150. I think 150 is definitely a very, very interesting level. 150. Like this, you know, like it's moving, but still kind of slow and like chopping around. Like 60 mil volume, like not as much as kind of. What it could be, but it'll be interesting to see if when this gets to the $1.50 mark. I think that'll be interesting. And Naveed asking what is SSR? So it means short sale restricted. So when a stock closes and then the next day goes down 10% from the previous close, it triggers short sale restriction, which means to initiate a short position, you cannot hit the bid. You cannot sell into the bid. You have to get picked up on the offer. So you know it's kind of what the exchange put in place to restrict, on the bad days, everybody just kind of dumping into the bids and then kind of killing all the stocks together.
Yeah, that was actually something that happened on Dash today. Dash was down already 10%. You know, I let the stocks play out the initial 30-minute move. I did not want to mess with the 30 minutes in the first opening drive. I'm used to getting burnt a lot in the first 30 minutes, but trust me, there's a lot of options and opportunities in the first 30 minutes for those of you who are able to master that. Anyway, so Dash was already down 10% in pre-market. I come in, I'm trying to short it, I can't get fills, and I realize why, because I'm trying to take out size, but I cannot take out size because of that SSR mechanic. So you guys gotta always remember that. We're gonna go over to a couple questions from the chat. Hopefully the chat, there is the question. Can y'all do an educational video on position sizing and when to add to a position or to take from a position? Emilio Maldonado. Amazing question over there, Emilio. Let me show you exactly where can you find such questions. But real quick, before we show you that, head over to our YouTube video that you're watching. If you're on a mobile screen, just quickly close the chat. And once you close the chat, you'll see the little like button. And if you're on PC, you already know what to do. Smash that like button. Only 1.5K likes today. We've been giving you some amazing trades. The market bouncing off of 38.10. That means my Apple long is now 30 cents in the money. So for risking 30 cents in the money, time to take some profits on Apple. Coming back to the YouTube spiel, about 40% of you are not subscribed. So hit that subscribe button. And in the YouTube chat, notice how Brian James' name is green and so is Pamela's name over here is green. Only one way to do that, only one way to go green in the chat is by becoming a member. You can become a member by, we have new loyalty badges. Sheesh! Look at these amazing new loyalty badges. Every color is basically telling you how long you've been with us. Bronze, platinum, diamond, gold, and then diamond badges for, I'm guessing, whoever's been here for 2 years or more. I want to see some diamond badges in there. I see Lone already with the bronze. Brian James with the silver bull. Let's go, baby. That's what we're talking about. I'm sad though that we have no bears. It's just all bulls. Come on, man. We need something for the short traders. So come join the member family. You know, tons of fun to be had over there. And last but not least, about the YouTube spiel, here's the store, merchandise. You can go buy some of our merchandise and tag us on Twitter and Instagram if you do end up buying some. Now, coming back to Emilio's question, Emilio, you were talking about position sizing and risk management. If you go to our YouTube homepage and go on the search box and type in sizing, look at that first video and you see Sean with the hands folded looking all good. position sizing and managing risk, made about 6 months ago, and you'll find a bunch of other videos over here. You can just type it in the search box right here, anything. You can even type in VWAP. You can even type in EMAs, and a bunch of videos will show up for you to learn from at your fingertips. So this is what's it's happening on our YouTube side, but let's go find out what's happening now with Brendo.
Hey guys, yeah, let's jump into the markets here as we head into lunch hour on the in the Eastern time zone. Still a negative day, unfortunately, not great. 0.3 here for the S&P and the Dow. The Russell faring a little bit worse here, specifically the 2000, 1.4% for the Russell 2000 right now. If you remember yesterday, it was all about some of these growth and small cap tech stocks bouncing back. The NASDAQ here, 0.13, 0.36 for the composite and the 100. If you joined us in the pre-market this morning, a whole bunch of opportunities. This was one. We were discussing Tesla yesterday, or I guess it was on Saturday, we get the delivery numbers. Late yesterday, we got the Chinese made and sold numbers that came out here. Gave you a really nice reversal off of 700, 702, all the way down to 680. $20 almost in the straight line to the downside if you faded that move back into yesterday's high. Remember, we were opening slightly below where we ended the day for Tesla yesterday. Amazon, the other one in the news, getting into the food delivery game with a 2% stake in Grubhub that had Uber and DoorDash to the downside. But yeah, that's about as sideways as it gets today for Amazon, guys. Back over to you.
All right, yeah, coming back to me. I was just looking at my notifications for Twitter, and I just got a little like on a tweet that I sent yesterday out after having a bad day, which was basically, a winner is the one who learned how not to lose. Using their own mistakes and others. It's okay to make mistakes. It's not okay to repeat them. And yesterday I repeated a lot, many mistakes that with Arun being here too, it's not the type of day to be making mistakes and repeating mistakes. As he's looking at me right now, let's put this camera on and show his stare on maybe. Yeah, look at that stare he was giving me. He's actually getting ready for that slipper right now too. But thankfully I got out of here after making mistakes. It might have to be a shoe. He took his slippers back apparently, so it's going to be a little bit of heavier shot coming in if it's going to be flying. Thankfully, I have two bodyguards right in front of me, body bags. It's actually just meat shields just acting as a shield for me. Here's Apple though, baby. Let's go. 32 cents in the money, and we'll love watching the fact that S&P 500 bounce off of that 38.10.
I saw somebody in the chat, they're asking, they're like, you're long Apple, I'm short Apple. Absolutely, like everybody's got their own opinions, everybody, takes trades accordingly. And the best part about it is I was actually trying to see like what your average is, 141.35. Yeah, so there's a point in time where he's long, I'm short. We're both in the money. We're both making money. Like now I'm, a little bit out of the money, down 22 cents. And, I think if this bursts through like 142, like I'm out. That's like my out. But we'll see if we get there. But I'm obviously trying to continuously recycle this. Same with AMD, and it's sort of showing me that it's not really going higher. It's just kind of staying sideways. So I'm going to hold on. Maybe I'll be wrong, but and I have the saying like if abort the short, then the long can't be wrong. So then hold on to that one and straight to the moon. I'm not 100% sure if I'm going to be able to, if I'm wrong there, am I going to flip to long? Probably not. Like I would have to see that. And I'm actually looking at Tesla barcoding just in front of the low here. So maybe worth a shot here. With this type of setup, when you see this kind of barcoding here, like what makes it really nice, what makes a really nice long opportunity from like a scalp perspective is if we can push down and then break this low, like 682 level, like we're at 684 right now. If we can break 682 and then like flush down and then instantly come back up and reclaim, it makes the long really nice for a potential push back to 685 and then break and then move higher. I know some people would argue like, look, this is a bear flag, but keep in mind like summer trading, like these things are really going to chop around. And I saw somebody else in the chat saying like, algos playing with everyone. Absolutely, right? And these are the games of these algos. Like they'll break highs by a little bit and then instantly reverse it, or they'll break lows by a little bit and then instantly reverse it and then back into the range. And this is how they scoop up shares and then work themselves out of it. And that is called providing liquidity. So like if we get that set up here on Tesla, I'm actually going to consider taking the long, playing off that 680 level for a potential move back to maybe 685, 686, 687. I'm not really sure how I'm going to scale out of that, but we'll see what happens there. And, if we break 680 is what it is, then I'll be out of that one. So, but yeah, definitely want to keep my eye on how this kind of reacts. Is it going to break the lows and then reclaim? If it breaks the lows, doesn't reclaim, and a lot of selling comes through, you'll see it in the tape, then kind of stay away from that one. But, it just kind of feels like we're going to dance around a lot and then not really do much and then maybe potentially go back up. So, in terms of a range play, kind of feels good to kind of play off that 680 level. Like very tight risk, and you could sort of create that as like a 2-to-1, 3-to-1 if you have the patience for it, or just 1-to-1 if you want to like scalp it there. So yeah, we'll see what happens there. And still not filled on the Neo bounce kind of play that I want to see. I mean, like I said, moving very, very slowly. I mean, if you could argue like, look, 2026, what's the low? 2025-ish area is the low, but that's not really like a bounce. Like this is not the bounce I'm looking for. Like I'm looking for like a nice flush down and a quick bounce back up, like 20 cents at least. If I'm gonna risk like 5 cents on it, 10 cents, I'm not really sure like how I would trade that, but maybe it creates like a 4-to-1, 3-to-1. So like obviously on these plays, like you want to have like 3-to-1, 4-to-1, and hopefully your win rate is like above like 35% or whatever, 45%. And you keep taking those trades, and in the long run they work. And I see somebody else was asking here, Uber short. I actually haven't traded Uber today. I'm not really looking at it. I mean, it's kind of, I guess it's choppy off the open.
In front of 22 is a great short.
In front of 22.
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome, actually. Yeah, so like made the high, broke 22, flushed down, could not get back above, and now just making lower highs here.
I would just wait for 22. If 22 doesn't come into play, I would not bother with it, because it will for sure, diddling in the middle, right? You don't want to be doing that. I was just sharing with Liz over here some Dr. Disrespect logos and badges just as an idea. Maybe we can get, how Doctor has different color badges, but it all starts off with this logo going for us as our badges over here, discussing with Liz a couple ideas over there. But yeah, so Uber, man, you don't want to be really messing with Uber in the middle. No reason to diddle in the middle. Just because you missed the short already doesn't mean you got to start taking the shorts over here. And I'm only saying that because that was one of my trade. I missed out on the 22 order all the way up here, so I started taking fills down here. I took some fills on the breakout of the lower day. Clearly the lower day didn't really break out, so I had to watch it whip all the way back to 2190s and 22 and take more fills at 22, giving me an average of 2170s, and then taking some profits down here, getting back up here to work my average in. So instead of putting in all that stress and all that pain into your trading, let the stock just come above here in case it does. If it doesn't, then who cares? You miss out on a trade. You can come back to that trade tomorrow, another day, whenever the opportunity arises. But no need to just diddle in the middle over here just because you missed out on that. Let it come to you at 22. And as the market's pushing up right now, Apple long 50 cents in the money. Time to take more profits off that trade. Let's go, baby. And this is what we're talking about, man. That 38.10 on the S&P 500 still helping us out. Arun, do you recognize the 38.10 as a level by any chance? 3,800. So he just straight up just goes to 3,800, and I mentioned that earlier too. If 3,800 does break to the downside, we might just go straight to that 3740s number, which will not be a pretty picture on the market, clearly, especially after how the market turned around yesterday. We went from being down on the day, we ended up going positive, burning the shorts such as myself, and making me go home crying on the bus. But at the end of the day, we're glad that the market did turn around and some of our portfolio turned around too. I want to go over to Snapchat. Some of you in the chat have been mentioning Snapchat for too long now, and we've been kind of ignoring it. That's our fault. Let's go over to Snapchat to see what this one's doing today. I think yesterday we had a pretty good move on Snapchat. Yeah, look at this move on Snapchat. God damn, that's a beautiful move on this one. But today, absolutely doing nothing off of that move. We're just stuck in yesterday's ranges. Let me actually confirm that. Yeah, yesterday's range in the higher end of the range in front of $14. Not able to break 14 to the downside. Not able to break 14.40 to the upside. Just stuck in that range right now, giving you an opportunity to scalp the crap out of the stock. Go long 14, scalp it out. Go short near view up or 14.50, scalp it out. Multiple opportunities throughout the day for you to take advantage of Snapchat. And last but not least, I want to go take a look at Rivian and Lucid once again to see if they have done anything. And yeah, see how Rivian has yet to really push back below VWAP. This is why I said I would not be shorting something so strong today. If you are thinking shorts, there are many stocks around on the board that you could short once they pop, such as Uber. And here's Lucid too, popping right back to the high of the day with the help of the market and NASDAQ, that is, which moved to VWAP not too long ago. S&P 500 still struggling in front of 38.25, but finding buyers at 38.10.
Yeah, guys, so I actually covered my Apple short because that quick pop up, and like we're now around obviously 3,800 level on ES. Like, are we now going to bounce and go higher from here? So I actually flipped long and average into this one. Maybe we get that 142 push. We'll see what happens. I mean, we get quick flushes on these, but if we break back below like 141.60, then like, okay, I'm wrong there. And somebody made a good point here. I can't remember who said it, but they said definitely not a day to overtrade. Absolutely not a day to overtrade, unless you kind of have a setup and you're trading it accordingly. Be very careful, because today will definitely chop you around. Then you get a little bit frustrated, and then you kind of give back a little bit more. So you want to be extra patient with what you're doing, and just make sure you're doing things that make sense to you, and don't overtrade and kind of kill your gains if you had gains or whatever, and then just become frustrated. And Crypto Newbie, thank you for the super chat. Bitcoin short or long? Bitcoin. Good question. Obviously, like we sold off, and like we had like the liquidation cascade, and now we're having all these kind of crypto brokers, whatever, like freezing redemptions and going bankrupt is what it is. Around this 20 level is definitely the area of games, I like to say. So like it's like a bunch of over-unders. It like looks like the short is good, and then it flips back, and then it looks like the long is good, and then it flips back. I have no idea. Like, I'm not a crypto trader. I have no kind of strong bias on like where we're going, but it definitely there's a it's tough to say. Like, I have no idea. Like, we flush down like this area of games. Like, if we get back above maybe 24,000, maybe we start to rally from there. But like, I mean, what's the utility? Like, if you're talking like what's the utility on Bitcoin? Like, I don't know, like they made it a financial asset. It's no longer a currency. Like, unless it gets recognized as a currency and starts to get used somewhere, and it like becomes like fully adopted, then like maybe it'll have like a little bit more utility. But like other than that, it's tough, right? It's tough. Like, I have no idea. I think you could probably play off the lows. There's probably some liquidity towards the lows. There's still a lot of institutions that are involved, right? And like they have like a lot of money on the line. So, you could probably play off the lows in terms of like that's like fresh liquidity. Maybe there's like some buyers that start to step in. Probably that 18,000 level, which is like the prior run high and back in 2017, is like a good area to play off of. And then if we start to get going again to the upside, but you really want to know, like, is this the reversal point? Is this the reversal point where now it's going to be a genuine rally back up, and we're going to slowly get towards 25, 35, 55, 75, and then test 100 and make new highs from there? I think, like we could be in for just like a lot of sideways action. Like, Like, guys, remember when in 2017, Bitcoin kind of ran and then collapsed? And then it was like, like you had like 3, 4, 5 years of just sideways action. And in that sideways action, you have these kind of like what I like to call like these black swan events, where it looks like it's going to collapse, and then it stops, and then it goes back up, and then it does nothing. It's back in the same range. So like in terms of like how to trade that, I have no idea. I'm not really trading Bitcoin. But like it did kind of sell off a lot, and there's probably like that 18,000 level to play off of if you want to kind of favor the long. And then maybe if we break 15,000, like maybe there's like a short to be had towards like the 10, maybe 9,000 level. But again, like I have no idea. Like, obviously, if you have a strategy there, like trade it accordingly. And maybe in like 10 years from now, like who knows, right? Bitcoin, it's always making higher highs. You just need the time horizon to be correct. So like, I mean, like in 25 years, like, like is it going to be worth $1 million? Like, I have no idea, but like clearly it's making higher highs. So like, you don't want to fight the long-term trend, but just keep in mind that like obviously there could be 5 years of like sideways action. You know, it already had the run, so the odds that it has like another sharp run up is like a little bit lower, I would say. So that's kind of my thoughts there. And Rob, welcome, member for 2 months. Nice, and thanks for 2 months of great advice, guys. I've learned a lot being here. You know that Blue Bull crew is, I don't know, is that what you're talking, the Blue Bull? Because they got the emojis. Oh, true. I don't know if it's like, oh, because you got the emojis beside your name. I see here, like, you got the bull.
I guess, yeah, he has the blue bull, then yeah.
Yeah, and yeah, guys, so I'm looking if I can, and this was actually a part fill. Are you kidding me? I got a part fill here on Apple. Let me show. I don't show part fills because I get them so rarely. But there we go. I got a part fill here on my Apple, trying to get out of my long here. You know, I think it's a little responsible to get out at the 142 because it's like, you look, and clearly, I mean, that was the right, like it's a part fill, right? It's like they went up there, they're like, okay, let's fill this, like, just give them a little bit of shares to get out. And, you know, is this the high? Now let's reverse back. So kind of interesting. But, you know, I'm going to be patient and see if we can get the full fill out. That's for like half of my position. It's kind of scalp trade, like get half out, create a full trade, and then maybe we break VWAP and go back up. And like I said before, you know, like recycling the shorts, and then if abort the short, the long can't be wrong. So long is strong, and let's go to the moon. And you know, if the NASDAQ wants to now kind of bounce off this low here, and it's breaking above VWAP, and just looking at the ES, like kind of played off that like 3810, 3800. I mean, a little bit far away from there, right? So you got to be very careful in terms of how you're sizing. Like obviously, if we get like a nice bounce and the risk makes sense, you size up a little more. If you're far away from it, you size down a little bit less. So I finally got the full fill there. And, you know, patience is key. And now the real question is, are we going to get above 142, hold, and then break VWAP? My average here is, what is this, 141.75. So, you know, decently in the money, like 20 cents in the money, gives me a little bit of room to not panic too much. I think if we break back below 141.60, then we're back in this range. So I maybe have to get out of that. But, you know, gonna monitor that, and let's actually check here. Yeah, so Neo not towards 20. You know, I have the orders out. You gotta, if you want to get the fill, you gotta have the orders out. But clearly not filling me over there. So whatever, is what it is. And yeah, I punched out of this AMD trade because on this candle, it kind of scared me a little bit. I probably could have, you know, saved myself whatever 10 cents. But you know, I'm not playing these games. Like when it shows me this, I think we're going higher. Like I'm not, like maybe I don't get out over here, and then it goes even higher against me. So happy with the way I traded that one. And maybe we get towards 75 where we can actually make another decision on this to see what happens from there. And yeah, let's see coin pop to 52. Coin, you know what? I actually don't trade coin. But I traded it one time and I lost, and I was like, I'm never trading this again. This is, yeah. But yeah, like slow decline. Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. The bounce off the 52 area. You know, coin holding above 50 is, I guess, like, you know, it's obviously like, it's sort of like, trades in tandem with overall Bitcoin. Like if Bitcoin breaks down and like breaks 15,000, like obviously coin's going to go together. But you know, if Bitcoin is going sideways and coin is holding 50, maybe there's like a swing opportunity there. But again, obviously there's all types of opportunities. But from a day trading perspective, I'm not trading coin. I'm staying away from that one. And yep, thank you for the super chat again. Nice advice, Luca. Anytime. By the way, it's Luca, L-U-C-A, but, you know, whatever works for you. No,
Luka Doncic, bro, come on.
Yeah, you know, everybody used to say Luca, L-U-C-A, and then Luka Doncic rolls around, and I'm like, okay, what am I supposed to, I mean, he is the better Luka. Like, he's in the NBA. The guy hits fadeaway threes. You know, I wish my game was as good as him. I mean, I would love to go head-to-head against him on a three-point competition. You know, if I win, he buys me a Ferrari. If I lose, then, like, whatever, maybe I'll just, like, clean his house or whatever for one day.
You never want to let me drive that Ferrari.
Huh?
You never want to let me drive that Ferrari.
Oh, yeah. No,
that's ending up in the Lake Ontario if you do.
Well, now that you told me that, I'm definitely not letting you drive that Ferrari.
That's why I'm warning you. I'm warning you if I ever say, yo, let me drive your Ferrari, bro. And I'll be like, you can drive my Lambo or whatever. And you should immediately be like, wait.
Well, if you drive my Ferrari in the lake, I'm driving your Lambo in the lake.
I'll buy another Lambo, whatever. I'll buy another Lambo.
And I see Bears and Bulls. But can he trade? That is the question. Can he trade? Who is the better trader, Luca? Probably me.
Hey.
You know, I got a little bit more experience, you know, but that would actually be awesome if we did like a heads-up competition, like a basketball one-on-one and then a trading one-on-one. Like who is the better Luca? And then we go from there. But yeah, that'll be interesting.
He might be Luka Magic on the court, but you're Luka Magic on the market.
On the keyboard. On the keyboard, you know, yeah, like what I like to call the piano sometimes, because, you know, I got all my keys here. And maybe there's like another angle that you could show the pride. Yeah, you know, I'm like over here playing the piano, taking all types of fills. Like, oh, which gateway am I sending to? You know, I got like 100 gateways programmed here. So yeah, kind of interesting. But you know, yeah. Well, I'm wondering what I mean.
Tons of new members.
New members.
Tons of new members coming into the ecosystem over here. We love seeing that. Lots of blue bowl badges. Eventually they might change to. We'll see. But yeah, welcome to the family. We love seeing everyone joining in. And if you are new to the channel, just now becoming a member for the first time, make sure you're spamming on that like button too. We would love seeing you hit that like button. Pratt, move out of your parents' house before buying the Lambo. Listen, buddy, how are you supposed to afford a Lambo if you were to live outside of your parents' house? It kind of makes it a little bit harder, right? Listen, first you gotta get the Lambo, then move out, live in the Lambo, then get the condo, and then those are the progression steps of a degenerate trader, all right? Those are the levels you want to go through. You don't directly move out then get a Lambo like normal people do, okay? We want to go the normal trading lifestyle, the Wall Street bet lifestyle, okay? Bet big, sleep at the park. If it does work out, you're not sleeping at the park anymore. You're living the life after betting big after doing that, right? So anyways, enough of the jokes. Let's get back to the market here. I want to go right back to our watch list to see if our watch list has any stocks that we can talk about. MO, Altria. So yeah, that one, we know what happened with Altria not too long ago. They have a 35% stake in Juul. Juul, with their ban coming in from the FDA, was causing them issues. Thankfully, FDA did grant them a little bit of a leeway room over here on their Juuls. They have to, I believe, show them some sort of a proof or whatever, so they still get to be on the shelves a little bit longer. But MO down 1% today, even with that positive catalyst coming in, not really helping MO to the upside as I thought it would. So we'll see how much longer Juuls get to stay out on those things, because honestly, man, I'm having to buy these garbage disposables, and I don't know what the heck is even in these disposables, and that's the scary part about it. Like, at least I believe Juul kind of regulated their e-liquid, but some of these random no-name pop-up disposable companies are out here just tampering with their products. At least that's what I believe, because I used to work in those vape stores making my own liquids, and I remember how easily you could screw up making that liquid and have more nicotine than needed, or less nicotine than needed, or posted on there. So all those factors coming in makes me worried about the vaping culture in general. Let's get back to the market now that I've expressed my feelings about MO, as the S&P 500 still struggling to battle above the 3825 level. 3825 still showing us some rejection right now, and 3810 still showing us some buying, but Arun's level 3800 is what he was talking about. And obviously I'm taking multiple profits on Apple. Here's my Uber short. I know it says I'm not in any shorts at the moment. That's actually wrong. I'm still holding my Dash and my Uber short, and both of them are reloaded. Here's my Dash short also. So reloaded on the Dash above 69, and I'm waiting for more fills above 69 near 70. If those come into play, we'll take those fills. And Uber giving me more fills above VWAP. Remember how I said just be patient, don't diddle in the middle, let it come up to that order. So I took some fills over here just so I could take some extra size. Now my average price is what? 21.81. So I'll take more fills closer to 22 if we do get back there, allowing me to make more profits on said stocks.
Yeah, guys, I'm just like reloading, recycling here. Obviously, the market's, like dancing around. Like, I think when I came on, it was like it's sort of like barcoding. Then we had the nice flush down, so gave the nice short opportunity. Now we have the kind of bounce back up, gave the nice long opportunity for some of the names that I see people in the chat saying, holding my Neo long, working well for me. Yeah, solid. I'm happy that's working out for you. Unfortunately, I didn't get the fill there, so I'm happy, but I'm not super happy. Like, I'm happy for you, but I'm not happy for myself because no fill there. But yeah, now we maybe trend up. So I reloaded here on the Apple long. Kind of feels like we're just kind of holding above this level, and it's just sort of trading like, I mean, look at this, it's like up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. Are we going back up, right? So this very simple strategy of the up, down. I'm gonna keep recycling, and for anybody using our platform, keep in mind that like you look to, like there's various like venues that you can route to. Some like pay you for adding liquidity, right? So like route accordingly, and you catch a rebate, and things work out, right? So yeah, but overall things are very slow, moving sideways. Like not really. I mean, obviously expected before FOMC. Not really doing anything too exciting. But maybe after FOMC minutes drop, I mean, I'm not really expecting like a crazy move unless there's like some type of surprise. And as I say that, I'm actually looking up CME interest rate probabilities. CME interest rate probabilities. So I'll do this live for you guys here. I pull this up every time. I'm just curious. I think this has been changing a little bit, right? And like this was at like 95 before, then dropped down to I think it was like 86. I think it was 86% for like a 75 beep hike. And now it kind of back towards 90. But you know what would be interesting? It'll be interesting if like after like all these numbers are coming out, the fact that, markets, down 20%, like, and now we have the next six months of the year, like, what if the Fed turns a little bit more dovish? Because first of all, they were like, oh yeah, you know what? We're gonna like off the bonds on our balance sheet because like that's the right thing to do. And then if you actually went and looked at what they did after they said that, they bought more bonds. So they're like, yes, guys, we're going to do ABC. And then they turn around and they do the exact opposite. They do the exact opposite. So now they're like, yes, guys, we're going to raise like 75 basis points is not off the table. So it's obviously priced in. Imagine they come out in 2 weeks and they're like 50 basis point hike. And just like everybody's offside, like the market sold off so much, then you get this like super bull rally, or super like bear rally, and like the kind of maybe potential lack of liquidity causes it to go even higher. Then you trigger even more stops. So it's like we're in a sort of interesting like scenario where it's like the market is expecting 75 basis point rate hike, but like if they only do a 50, is that going to cause like a significant spike? Being that we're like we're down so much. And, looking at the daily, it's like, names are down like 20%. Tech is down 20%. Yesterday, we had the rebound with tech leading the way. Like, are we now going to push higher and go from there? So, I'm watching this. Obviously, like, market is positioned for 75 basis point hike. It's not an interest rate decision today, but like, and it's probably a review of what they said last time. But, what is the market going to kind of anticipate going into the next 2 weeks to when they do have that interest rate decision, which is showing here July 27th. Sorry, so not July 15th, my mistake, July 27th. So end of July. So, it will be interesting to see what happens. I think this is a tradable event. That's why I keep looking at this. And, if this is the bottom and you kind of position yourself long for a move into that, and then we get a nice like rally where like these names, like, Apple back to like 150, like that could be kind of interesting there. So, that's definitely something that I check, and I remind myself to check that every day.
Hot dog story. Okay. Where we're going to make market still has a leg down, in my opinion, says Emilio. Yeah, we'll see if it can break that 3,800 level to the downside. Just waiting patiently. That's all you got to do, right? We're in lunchtime right now. It's 12:26 Eastern Standard Time. Part of the reason why we haven't been able to really take any new executions for you, new positions. The market's also been very sideways. NASDAQ, here's your NASDAQ chart. What is this here? Here's your NASDAQ chart, NQU22, just absolutely flat, only down 0.09%, trading around VWAP all day. S&P 500 has been a little bit more up and down, but it's still to the negative side, not even 0.5% to the downside yet. I believe we were 0.5% of the downside not too long ago, but the fact that, the market is just trading sideways, boring, allowing you to just have conversations and have fun with each other over here is the next step, because no reason to diddle in the middle, no reason to just take unnecessary shots at the market and then give back the money that we have already made today. Waiting patiently for the market to come in with the volume would be the best thing to do. What are your thoughts on coin for 6 months? Do you think it will reach around the $150 mark? Delara
My response to that, that's a tough one. I mean, not to cut you off or anything.
No, you're good.
Bitcoin needs to move.
I think that was nicer than how I would have put it.
Bitcoin needs to move for it to get back to 150. Like 100 will be a huge psychological level. We're flirting with 50 now, so like maybe it's the short-term bottom and like Bitcoin's going sideways. And if Bitcoin runs, like let's see where coin goes. Is it going to break back above 100? I mean, I have no idea. I don't think so. Like I don't think we're going back to 150. I'll be surprised if we see 150 before the end of the year, unless Bitcoin like runs back and the activity in like the NFT space, the activity in the crypto space picks back up. because that's obviously how coin is making money. So, obviously, if activity picks back up, it becomes more attractive as a business. Then you get maybe some institutions that start to get attracted to it. But I don't think any institutions are buyers. I'm not a buyer. I'll be surprised if it goes back to 150. Could easily just stay around this level for a very long time.
Yeah, I agree with those comments very much. It's got to need the cryptocurrency market to move around for it to move around. There was a real, let me just do this real quick. Grab my phone because it's charging on the side. Unlock it. Actually, we're going to throw it over to Brendan first, and then I'll talk about what I have to talk about. So we're going to go over for I believe this one's the sector watch, yeah.
Hey guys, let's get you updated here on the overall market as we head through the lunch hour, 12:30. So still the same old story, unfortunately. It's all about energy right now, leading this market to the downside. You can see the biggest red blotch on this board so far, with crude oil having a second day to the downside. Ugly kind of moves in this group once again. 5+% right across the board for energy producers on the day. Remember, a lot of these were in the 7, 8, 9 club yesterday at this time. This is the consumer discretionary group. Speaking of the 9 club today, NCLH. Yeah, cruise lines getting hit once again. 9.4% right now for NCLH. CCL 6%, RCL 5.8%. So travel names remain under pressure. The automakers here as well. There's GM down 4 today, Ford down 2.5, Tesla is about 1.5 right now. But this entire group, including the retail names outside of this pool, having a nice day, back in positive territory. But that alone kind of making up the story right now. 0.35 for the S&P. There is a little bit of positivity on this side of the board coming from healthcare stocks, consumer staples, utility, and real estate stocks. But otherwise, a back and forth kind of day. It's worth noting the semiconductor group. So the semis inside of the tech sector trying to get back to the upside. Positive on the day for the semi group itself, but software and hardware names still in negative territory offsetting that. So tech stocks kind of flat. Anytime we see tech stocks kind of flat, the market typically follows suit, guys. 0.3 right now. Back over to you.
Luca, you're about to be done, and Ian's about to step in. So you want to say anything to the viewers?
Well, I was going to actually say, Brendan, I don't know if you can hear me over there, but much love from the chat. They're saying Brendan drives a Bugatti to work every day and then gives it away. always fresh, always coming with the fire, always coming with the news. You guys are asking me. I'm like, oh damn, I don't know the news, but always coming there.
I like that, coming in with the Bugatti and giving it away
and
for
giving
free.
it, and then on to the next. But yeah, guys, I'm gonna jump off here, and Ian's gonna jump on. I'm gonna try to nurse this app along and see where it goes. But if it goes against me, I'm out of this one. Always a pleasure. Hopefully, you guys stay profitable for the end of the day. Watch FOMC, see if we get some moves there, maybe just like Chop City and go from there. So, always a pleasure, and stay profitable. Ciao.
Ciao, brother. Take care. Coming back to that Coinbase topic that we were having not too long ago. So here's the same thing, that Coinbase got downgraded and so on. And they're talking about how, the point, including questions about the cryptocurrencies exchange operators' ability to attract talent, which I disagree with about that statement right there. I wanted to talk about that specific statement. Oh my goodness. They believe that cryptocurrency is gonna, or Coinbase is going to have an issue with hiring new developers and new talent. I completely disagree with that statement. I've worked in fintech companies, and I know how these fintech developers, once they get a taste of money, they never want to go back to any other field of work. For example, myself, once I got a taste of how fintechs work and how technology is incorporated with money, I never wanted to go into any other business. I started learning about trading. A lot of my co-workers in that business actually work for cryptocurrency companies in Canada itself. So I know exactly how these developers' mindset works, and that statement coming in from Atlantis equities firm or whatever their name was, saying that cryptocurrencies or Coinbase or fintech in general is going to struggle with hiring talent. I don't know about that. I disagree with it. Coinbase is struggling without a doubt with the help of Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies struggling. So I think that's the main issue for it. The talent acquisition is not the issue for it at all. Moving away from Coinbase, I want to go talk about a new stock that was announced today as a buyout candidate, or not a candidate, buyout deal went through for this one, right? RFP.
Yeah, it went through. Yeah,
Went
yeah.
through?
It went
Yeah,
through,
so it did go through. I forget what the price is right now. I can't remember what the
I believe
price is.
the buyout price is $20.50.
The price is right.
Yeah,
$20.50, you said?
$20.50.
$20.50 makes sense how we're pretty much trading around that price right now with a nice premium of 63% to the upside on RFP today. Eventually the stock should get bought out. And since we're talking about buyout stocks, let's go to Activision. Not sure if you guys remember how Activision, if you guys remember how Activision used to trade, used to be one of my strongest stock, and every day I used to trade the stock, and I used to get questions as to why are you trading Activision every day? What is your plan with it? The plan was basically look at this range on Activision ever since the deal got announced. You just go short on the upside, long on the downside, and as the news drops today is EU regulators actually might be seeing the merger as a problem. And did I not say that earlier? Regulators could easily come in and block the Activision deal with Microsoft and not let the deal go through. This is why we're seeing a continued move to the downside ever since the deal got announced. This deal is supposed to close at $90.
Yeah, isn't it like something crazy like that?
And ever since we hit that $90 high off the deal, we've never even properly broken out of $80. So that fear of regulators coming in and putting in a blockage for Activision and Microsoft now looking a little bit more scarier than it did before.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like out of all the buyouts, like that's like kind of the one that's.
I can see that though. Microsoft is already becoming a big gaming conglomerate. Like they own a bunch of developing studios. They own Xbox. Right.
Yeah.
So I
they're
can
like
see
already
that
in the
being a
business and
monopoly.
stuff. Yeah, for sure, for sure. How's it going, guys? Hope everyone's having a profitable day today. I'm having a pretty decent day. I'm 4 for 5 here and 3 for 3. What do you say? I'm good? Okay. Yeah, I'm having a decent day today. 4 for 5, 3 for 3 in momentum names, so I can kind of get through those and get through what I was looking at today. My best name on the day is by far Amazon. So I was trading Amazon today. I had a long bias going into it, and something that I've been telling you guys, this week, and something that I've been working on is if I have a long bias on a particular name, just because, like, let's say the price action previously. So you guys know, like Amazon, the likes of AMD were super strong yesterday, right? So going in today, I knew that I want to have a long bias, either taking like a breakout on the upside, or catching some support levels, right? So that's exactly what I did here on Amazon. Amazon, I was looking to buy it around 112. If we can just like show my screen quickly. Yeah, I was looking to buy it around 112, 111.50, just based on the price action from yesterday. I noticed here when it came down to 112, you see the low of the day is 112.01. Right, there wasn't like much size or anything like that on 112, but there just seemed to be like a lot of buyers down there. Some demand stepped in there. And it gave the initial bounce here. I did get it on the second test here. So I got that long. Now here's the thing, guys. I've been, you guys know I've been working on like pushing more size and whatnot, and taking more scalps and those sorts of trades. So I took more size on this one, and I'm like in the money, like 30 cents, 40 cents, and I'm like, okay, I gotta take it, because I'm carrying more size, right? So that was a decent trade there. And then, I wanted to get long again, just because, clearly the momentum was to the upside here. I saw a size on the bid at 112.80, so I just longed in front of that, and that was a really solid trade. Best outs were like in the 60s there. Eventually, it came up to 114. I tried that breakout long. And then here's the thing, like again, bigger size on the breakout. I want to see it go in the money right away. I basically just waited till sellers kind of stepped in. So that was a small trade, took about like 6 cents on that trade. And then I've been kind of leaving the Amazon a bit. I want to get it closer to like the 113 range. If I am going to go long on it again. So, gonna wait patiently for that to kind of come back into play. But for now, I'm going to leave Amazon alone. I've also traded Uber today as well. Same sort of bias and plan as Pratt has had. Had a lot of executions on Uber early on. Initially trying to short in front of the 22. I tried that, got stopped out quickly. And then shorting the pops up to like the 2180s here, 2190s, and then scaling out nicely. Tried it again, kept adding to it, just managing my risk here. Eventually, got a good add here above 2190 and scaled out of it again. And just covered it, my last piece there. But again, if it pops up above VWAP, I think I'm going to start scaling into that trade with the intention to scale into it, excuse me, all the way up to 22. Because it seems like this 22 is a serious level. It acted as like a little bit of like an intraday resistance yesterday before closing above it. And then, obviously gap down today on the news there with Amazon as well. So going to keep an eye on Uber, Amazon as well for things that I'm watching. I also trade AMD, but I can get back into that a little bit later on.
Yeah, nice trades today. Pretty much exact same idea on Uber, but I do hate you for having a better execution price than me off the open and drive, man. I guess that's the advantage of being or willing to take an open and drive fill. I personally hate open and drive fills.
Well, here's the thing, right? And this is actually something that you said to me the other day. You were like, Ian, I think you need to take on a little bit more risk on some of these plays that you're like more convicted about. And that's exactly what I did here on Uber. Like I got run over initially, right? So I took the L early on, but when it was like kind of coming back up, I added to it, added more size here. So like my average price was better, right? And I did the same thing on this way up all the way to 21.90, right? And then by the time my last add, I'm carrying my most size and I'm scaling it out, and my price is getting better with my scaling out, like as I scale out, right? So thanks Prad, for always kind of like taking me under your wing and giving me some advice, because it's been working here.
We're just, Lucas, even you say this too when you're talking to some of the new traders. It's like, I'm just saying what other guys have been telling me.
Yeah.
So nothing that I say here is actually from my own data bank, unless it's some stupid joke or whatever, right? Here's my Dash short. So remember how I said I'm waiting for Dash to go back to 70s to take more size? It did push right to 70, gave me my order. It was just sitting there, filled me, and then flushes right back to the downside below the 100-period EMA. The market's still very much flat. NASDAQ in the positive. S&P 500 cannot get back to VWAP. So why am I worried about this trade at all? Wait, I'm not worried about it at all. Uber. We're still waiting for Uber to push to the 22. See how this red line is in the chart? That's basically telling you that I have an order sitting there in case we do push up near 21.90s. My average price 21.77. I think you can see that. Yeah, 21.78, 21.77, same thing. And I also want to invite Maria to the family. Welcome to the Trader TV family. First time member, it looks like, and we love seeing new members and join us. And if you are a completely new member, by that I mean you've never watched us. We stream trading from 8:30, all the way up to 4 o'clock until the market close. So if you can help us out by smashing the like button, we would appreciate that, and also subscribe button, we would appreciate that. 2 p.m. Eastern, 12 p.m. Mountain. I'm guessing you're talking about when is the FOMC minutes. It's in 20 minutes, right? Question mark? No, it's at 2 p.m. Eastern, so it's going to be in about an hour and 20 minutes. Yeah, hour and 20 minutes. So it'll take a little bit longer, but it's just FOMC minutes. It's not something too special. It's not the federal rate decision.
Yeah, I think Lucas said like the rate decision is the 27th, so waiting for the end of the month on that one. That being said, like there has been a couple of moves this year, like off the minutes, obviously off the rate decisions, but off the minutes, there's actually been a couple moves as well to be had, and I think it's just because that's like the common theme this year. Obviously everything going on with the economy and stuff is like these are the days to kind of like get involved and trade, right? So we're still excited for that. Coming up at 2. I just got into an AMD short here with the intention of scaling into it closer to the 75 area. I missed a short initially off 75 here. The reason why I'm looking at 75, guys, is that acted as the resistance the past 2 trading days, right? So obviously it gapped up above, and then here I am trying to long at the 75. That didn't work. Again, I quickly offered out of that one, and that was a nothing trade, a break-even trade. And then, it rejected here on the 75 again. I did go long down here around 74. I tried it twice just because, there was all this action below here. And if you guys recall yesterday, there was so much buying, towards like obviously the 73s and obviously below 73 on AMD. I thought that this can potentially get a bounce going here. I eventually caught it on the second try. And again, guys, taking a little bit more size, I'll be honest, I got a little bit scared with this one, and then I was like in the money like 12 cents. I'm like, I better take this. So I scalped it out quickly. But Yeah, and then now I'm trying to short it in front of that 75 again, see if it can reject that.
Here.
Which one there? Oh, yeah, talk about that. That's going off.
WTRH in the chat. We got Logan talking about WTRH. Are you kidding me? 50% run up right now. Yeah, random run up on a penny stock over here. WTRH. Let's see if there is any catalyst that we can WTRH. If there's any Waiter Holdings Inc. Not even sure what they do. Health services to the health industry. I like that. Enters agreement to deliver. This was a month ago. Form 7 to deliver from 7-Eleven stores. Oh, so they do deliveries of some sort. Acquire retail innovation labs for 90 mil. Deliveries from 7-Eleven store. Okay, so not sure what kind of company this is, but it looks like deliveries from 7-Eleven kind of looks like a battle for Uber Eats or even DoorDash or anything. Look at the size on the bids there. That type of size is not on anything else. So, not that size is significant because it's a penny stock. I could wipe out that level by not even using the company account. I can wipe that out my own account. So, I'm not, that doesn't mean I'm going to use it to trade, but it's nice to see that people are thinking about buying this position even at these highs after the original 50% pump up this position has already had in it. Volume candles coming in, highest of the day. I'm actually looking at the, what? You looking at something?
No, I'll send you the tweet.
Yeah. But WTRH, I'm going to ask Brendo in the work chat to see if he can find anything. WTRH, I'll put it in caps lock so it looks cleaner. The lower caps looks garbage. All right, so yeah, this one's ripping at the moment, man, 61%. AERC, huge green candle on that one too, apparently. 1.2 million shares traded so far today. Currently trading with a 10-cent spread. Not the best thing to see on a $13 stock, a 10-cent spread. But, it is moving around 7% to the upside today. We have seen AERC be absolutely irrational for the longest time now, ever since IPO until today. And even now, I guess this has been a pretty good base being formed around the $13 level on AERC, but a nasty pop coming in. And looks like for WTRH, Brendan didn't actually find anything, any reason for it to do anything significant like it is. But we're actually going to Brendan right now to see what's going on.
Yeah, if you remember, guys, this one actually was a huge former runner going back to the early days of the pandemic when they announced that food delivery portion of their business. So popping up, a couple weeks ago on that headline that you mentioned, Brad, but nothing new today. But remember, there is a bit of a short interest on this, relatively low float as well, though they have had a couple of offerings over the past couple of months. But yeah, one that can get going for sure when it wants to.
We got Sean coming in with some tweets. I'm guessing both of these are the same tweet. Yeah, same tweet. He's just spamming our chat over there. Chat spammer. Mod, get him. Bears versus Bull, get him. But patience here with the Meta waited for that bottom to form at $166. So yeah, I see that bottom. Now we're holding 40% as we break through $168. Wow, yeah. $2 in the money, holding 40% of the trade still. I'm gonna be honest, I would have been out 80% for a dollar scalp. And knowing me, I would have been out 80% and then complain about not holding anything for the bigger move. This is
that top at 68,
this exit.
Like, look at all the exits I have.
Yeah. But your exit is at least for like a $2 move. I would have been 80% out for $1 and be like beating my chest like King Kong at the top of the Empire State Building. Oh! You were in a meeting. That's true. Maybe
that's one of the things. Like just looking at that chart, like I really want to like kind of add to my playbook because it's like trading the range. Like Sean obviously trades the range like so well, and just being patient, waiting for these tops to be put in, right? Like so we're looking at the tops here on Meta. You can clearly see at the open, 168 flushes. Right, 168 rejects here. You get a little bit of a breakout here midday before lunch there, but eventually just flushes again. And where's Sean waiting again here to take profits at 168? Right, it's like it's about trading the range. Buying at these dips here. Let Meta kind of put in its bottom, and finding that out that's a little bit stronger than the rest of the stocks here. So if the market does give a little bit of a bump, you can catch a little bit of a bump or more so of a bump on Meta. So. Nicely done there. I did add to AMD, and I'm actually kind of just like churning shares here and recycling shares. bit, kind of working a better average. So got in my initial price there. That was like 54, 55. Added up in the 60s, scalped out around the 50s again. Now I'm offering out again. If it gets back up there, we'll continue to short this one and take these like little 10-cent, 15-cent scalps on it. But for now, again, the market is kind of diddling around a little bit. I'm gonna, trade the range here on AMD and respect it up to the 75. I am gonna carry this short bias on it. I want to call out a super chat here from Yaz. Thank you so much for the super chat. CDK. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Pride's gonna mention that one or talk about that one. At Ian, are you long NIO today? Guys, I did not trade NIO today. I did have a thesis around it. So let me talk about that. So NIO, I was looking at this 22 level. I've been harping on you guys about this 22 level this entire time, right? Like for the past like 2 weeks. Watch how the gap up here, 22 holds for like 5-6 days. Eventually breaks down and now it's holding as resistance, right? So broken support turns to resistance. That's pretty basic here. But watch this flush off 22. We're not able to kind of clear it, and then the big sell-off happens at the open. And I was like trying to look. You guys mentioned it earlier on the midday show. Like a lot of the Chinese names were down, and I couldn't really find any particular like specific news about any specific name. But it looks like they're all just kind of getting hit pretty hard today. But man, look at this flush move off 22. So it seems like a decent short or a decent level to kind of respect to the short side. But no, I have not tried longing NIO. If that was like a joke or a little poke at me because I like to get run over on NIO. Not today, guys.
Yeah,
not
good job not taking a trade on NIO. No fly.
Well, the short trade would have been good, but yeah, no, good job on not taking.
What was the short level off of the 22?
Well, you could just like kind of wrist off that 22, but it's a harder short rather because there's nowhere to kind of like get short. And like you usually take like a pre-market low flush, but
pretty surprised seeing NIO flush the way it did today because if you looked at Rivian and Lucid, they have like a crazy upside move to the moonshot move over there.
The only thing I can find on like some of these Chinese ADRs, and I quickly checked like a bunch of them, was that it said like this article said investors might be worried about like COVID restrictions getting like back up to
I could see that.
Increasing a bit more in China. That's the only thing I found. So
you might have to take over a little bit longer as my charts seem to be crashing. So I'm just gonna have to refresh the cash over here.
Yeah, for sure. I can talk about Rivian as well. I noticed like Rivian got a huge move today. It's up 12%. Man, look at it. It's testing this 30 level, right? So, 30 held as resistance here. And now it's kind of testing that area and consolidating around it, right? So obviously 30 is a key area of interest. A little late to kind of get involved now just because, it's already run up to 30 and now it's not really doing anything around there. You look at the time of sales, it's pretty much frozen now. Right, so got to be patient with this one, but nonetheless, very, very solid move, for Rivian today. You good? Yeah. Okay.
I'm going to talk about this, and then you can
for sure.
give it back. So CDK. Oh, Mike, sorry, I was muted. I was talking to Sean. Sorry, Fahad. Don't yell at me, man. I felt like I was getting yelled at by my dad over there for a second. Wow. Your mic. But no, that's my fault. I turned it off. But here's the stock you were talking about, CDK. CDK, so, it takes a little bit of a work and study to actually know what stocks are getting deleted and what stocks are getting added to the index on a day-to-day basis. Not like that happen on every single day. But the stock, Yaz, that you're talking about, CDK, after doing some research, we at the office actually found out that it was going to get deleted from the stock market. So as you see, CDK on NASDAQ does not move at all. It actually stopped moving yesterday at around 4 o'clock. Well, it stopped moving at 4:40. But the point is the stock is no longer tradable. If you have a position on CDK, it is time for you to start contacting your broker. Either you will get direct share exchange of whatever the cash price of CDK is. I don't have that information of what the cash price is, or even if it's a cash buyout. The way it traded looks like it was a cash buyout deletion. So I'm guessing it was a cash buyout deletion that went through. So you're most likely just get the share equal value of that deletion at the end of the day, or whenever the broker settles it for you. And if that does not end up playing that way, this is something that you need to contact your broker to see exactly how you can negotiate that, or not negotiate, how you can get something that you are owed on that side. But they should handle that for you.
Yeah, thanks, Pred. Couple things here. Redbox has been mentioning a few times here in the chat, so let's take a quick look at that. It's up 10% today. Someone said if it holds 6 today, should be watched. Yeah, it looks like it's reclaiming the 6 level, and I can kind of see what you're saying here, just because it held as like support above this or below this consolidation. Conveniently, that's exactly where VWAP is, right? So maybe this $6 value is a little bit of interest for Redbox today. But man, like look how beaten down it is on the daily. Like it had that big run up at the beginning of June. Huge run up to like $18. But then ever since then, it's just been faded. So you got to imagine that any huge pops on this now, like you had on June 30th there on Thursday, is just going to get faded. So you know what? But for now, it is holding above this 6 level. So we'll keep an eye on that and see where it kind of goes from there. I wanted to bring up that WRTH just to kind of check that on that again. Oh, it's WTRH. Okay, yeah. WTRH. There we go. As the chart loads, yeah, and so after this huge run up, look at all that buying momentum. Stalled out around this 25-cent area, and now it's just like kind of fading. Things to note, guys, though, is that there's less volume on this pullback, right? So maybe it could be gearing up for another run up. The only thing is like, where do we kind of get long if we're going to buy this dip? Maybe in front of the 20-cent area, just because that was that consolidation area here that eventually broke out, right? So, going to be patient again on this one. Although, I do know that the fees kind of add up when you're trading something lower than $1. So, WTRH was a great COVID play. Is that what it was? But yeah, we'll kind of keep an eye on that. Don't trade bad setups because you're bored. Online shopping is cheaper. Go for a walk and save your mental capital. I like that comment. Well said. Well said. No, that's a great idea. I don't know about online shopping. I like the going for a walk thing.
Super chicken's cheaper.
Yeah. No. That's the thing, right? If you're waiting for some of these ranges to come in play, some of these levels to come in play, and that's something that I really tried to focus on the past couple of weeks, because I've been kind of trading in the middle earlier in June, and I was kind of getting run over. So I'm really trying to be patient and try to trade the range, going long here at the bottoms and scalping it out at the tops. It's easier said than done, of course. But until those levels kind of come in play, do nothing, guys. Do nothing. So thank you so much for that comment.
Yeah, don't diddle in the middle. Don't trade against the algorithms, which is the absolute dumbest thing anyone can do. And those are the time periods that we're in right now. We're in lunchtime. Time seems to be going really slow today. I keep checking the clock because I'm starving and I still have an hour left over here. Thankfully, the food sucks. I'm sure you guys heard me hot mic earlier when I was staring at Ian and Spencer's plate, and they had like what was it? Meatball rice.
It's like spicy meatballs with rice and like some creamy like Alfredo sauce. It's honestly good. Like,
and then you guys are like, Prad's a hater.
Prad's just kind of hating. It's honestly good. But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I'll be the judge of what's good and what's not. And I was talking to Billy about this too. Billy was like, you just hate the food, eh? You just don't enjoy it. I'm like, I'm not gonna disrespect my taste buds with that type of food, If I'm gonna eat something, it's gotta be worthy of my royal taste buds to have it. If not, then I might as well just starve. That's my mentality.
WTRH.
He does not care.
No, I'm just watching this WTRH.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's kind of going off here. I'm going to add it to my watch list here so I could easily bring it up.
73% now on WTRH.
Yeah. So I was like, as I was talking about earlier, I was like, guys, look at the volume. It's kind of dying down in this pullback. And it was. And then look at what happened. Like, as soon as we switched off of it, all this buying came in. And now it broke out to a new high. And it's pushing closer to the 30-cent range, right? So, keep an eye on this one still. It seems like it's not done yet, despite being up 76% on the day. This could be one of those small cap runners that we've seen recently.
Yeah, I'm just also talking to Liz over here about possible badge ideas. I was sharing with her the Dr. Disrespect badge. So WTRH penny stock, not something that I will for sure be touching. Will not be touching this stock even with a 10-feet stick if I was given a stick to touch it with. But we'll cover it for you. We'll look at it for you. We'll see where this one's going to. Prad's always starving. Yeah, for that money, baby. But, you know, I don't eat breakfast, man. I have a bad habit of waking up in the last minute, getting ready in the last minute, everything in the last minute. So not enough time for food, just enough time to run to the bus and sometimes miss the bus and take an Uber like I had to do today.
Oh, you took an Uber and then you were shorting Uber today. That's funny. Speaking of Uber, I just jumped into an Uber short as we're kind of getting up above VWAP here. Again, guys, with the intention of kind of scaling into this, you know, as it gets closer to the 22 range. That being said, look at every pop on Uber today. You know, it's been sold off. You know, you had the initial pop. Obviously, that was the biggest one with the most volume, volatility, et cetera, right? But that was sold off. You know, a pop here close to 22 is sold off. Lower high, like this is pretty much textbook here of, you know, lower highs gets sold off here on Uber. So on the pop here above VWAP again, I'm going to short it. This is a smaller position, you know, smaller midday position with the intention to add to it and scale into it here up to this 22 area. But you know what? If it's not broke, don't fix it, right? So that's why I'm getting short again here on Uber.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I'm doing with DoorDash and Uber too. I have a fill where you basically have a fill earlier, so no reason for me to take more fills at the same spot. If Uber can pop up closer to 22 again, we'll be looking to take that fill. DL wanted a shout out, so we'll give DL a shout out. Shout out to DL. Got it. I personally don't know how to trade penny stocks, so don't touch them. Ironically, penny stocks were what was interesting in most when I first got into trading. Yeah, that's fine, man. You know, Derek, nothing wrong with that. Everything comes in phases and goes in phases, right? So everything goes in cycles. It happens with strategies, happens with you too. You could have started off with penny stocks and then you now probably suck at penny stocks because they're not moving the way they used to move back in the day. But whatever you learned that worked for you, you could possibly take that methodology, that system, that setup, and pick things that work for you out of there, make it apply for you on other stocks, maybe on direct market stocks like Apple and your Nvidias and so on, directly on them. You know, so nothing wrong with over that. Maybe later on, eventually, your system that used to work on penny stocks will start working again, right? So it just depends on those. There's those books by market wizards. Jack Schwager, I believe is his name. In one of those books, I remember actually reading this guy who used to be a penny stock trading demon, and the only reason he was able to do that is because his broker allowed him to shave it by like a tenth of a penny or something ridiculous like that. So, you know, sometimes those edges get taken out. Edges are only for market makers, and once they find out that an edge is out there for too long, they try to minimize that, right? The markets also have algorithms in it and programmed bots that are designed to be faster than humans. So all of those factors coming in, eventually edges slowly diminish. But if you're Sean, then you are the edge himself. You know, you are the market making edge yourself, able to take trades that he did, such as on Meta today, that bottom picking on Meta near 166 longs and riding it to 168, and even the ability to short Uber near 22, and then riding it right back to low a day, which is something we've done all day, but pretty sure his executions for entries look way better than ours. Heading over to Brendo at the big screen to go talk about volume leaders.
Hey guys, yeah, busy afternoon. Let's get you up to date on what is moving around right now. A bit of an overview up here, first off, on how the day is shaping up. This is the entire U.S. marketplace, so all U.S. listed stocks included in this board. So 3,238 in the green so far today, 6,505 in the red. So very, very slightly negative, about 1,100. Break even, or one way or the other, very, very slightly. Just over 1,000 new lows, 62 new highs on the day. Here we go. These are the volume leaders on the day so far. It's the TQQQs, top of the list so far today. 111 million shares traded so far on the TQs. That one's on here every day. There's that ENJY. You heard the guys talking about it. Luca was mentioning it early on. About 100 million shares traded on that one. EVFM. one that does, it seems anyways, 60 to 80 million kind of shares this time of day. Every single day, IINN chopping around here in its range right now this afternoon, but looking like it might want to break either direction. Still 73 million. Zeal is on here, LabU, ENDP. The SQs on here as well. Top performers on the day down here. That IINN, RFPE, the top two, 73 million and 9.8 million. So overall, slightly on the negative side of things for the market, but tons of opportunity, tons of trading volume. Once again, guys, back over to you.
Sadly in the negative, but look at this pop in the market right now. S&P 500 right to VWAP only down 0.1%. NASDAQ now right back above VWAP and up 0.2%. Market having a nice little pop in it, coming in to save the longs. Whoever is long from the low of days, you're absolutely loving this move that the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 market's giving. DoorDash giving me more fills in front of $70. There is some size on 70, about 258 lots, which is 25,800 shares, right? Yeah, 25,800 shares
add 2 zeros.
Yeah, 2,000, not 25,000, 2,000, no, wait, it is 25,000.
25,800.
Yeah, 25,800 size on DoorDash at the $70. We'll see. It hasn't been taken out earlier on in the day at 10:40. I don't think it'll get taken out now as the volume has been going lower on the stock, but we'll see. You know, it's not guessing. It's about knowing what the market's doing and then waiting and reacting off of those reactionary events and so on. Couple real questions before I send it back to you because I really have to pee here. Mr. MY asking us, are we going live at 2 o'clock? And yeah, we're going to be live at 2 o'clock, Mr. MY. 155, we are. So you guys are actually going over to Neil, sorry, not Neil, he's on vacation. Arun and Brendo at 155 for the FOMC minutes. So you guys have them 5 minutes earlier. Hey, less work, same pay, no problem for Ian and I.
Yeah, well, you know, it gives us a chance.
Also, real quick,
yeah,
same person asked the question, do we have a Telegram or anything? No, we don't have a Telegram.
We have
but
the
we do have a newsletter. You want to talk about that while I go?
Yeah, it's called the opening bell.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's called the opening bell, guys. I have to, you know, confirm when it's released, but there is a newsletter, opening bell. We also have a Discord that Prad kind of takes on, you know, so message into chat. If you guys want to link to the Discord, you can join the Discord. Someone's been talking about Amazon in the chat. It's right back at that 114 range. And I told you guys how I had more of a long bias on Amazon. So I'm not going to try and short it up here, even though, you know, that is a decent level to short off of. But Amazon is clearly more of a stronger stock today. It's up 0.5% on the day and holding some key, you know, support levels to the bottom side there, right? But again, you know, testing those highs again for Amazon. The high of the day is 114.35. So, you know what, if it starts to break out there and, you know, maybe the market starts to break out and push towards those highs as well, you know, Amazon could really start to get going. I've averaged into my Uber trade. You know, again, just kind of adding into it there. I'm still offering out. I'm going to, you know, if it flushes down, I'm going to start recycling some of those shares, and, you know, kind of managing that trade nicely, similar to what I did on AMD there. As a, you know, it's kind of fluctuating around my price, not really doing too much, but, you know, if it flushes below VWAP, you know, we'll be liking that one a little bit more to the short side. I also shorted AMD again, and, you know, with the market pushing up here, and, you know, the likes of Amazon pushing, testing high days, what's AMD doing? AMD is still kind of respecting these lower highs in, right? So, you know, that's the thesis here that I'm shorting, and I am offering out to get more short on AMD if it goes up there. But for now, you know, I'm not hating this short with the intention, you know, to kind of add to it and average into it there. I know Sean's like way long from below here, you know, in the 73s there. He was like kind of putting his positions. Amazon broken wedgie, maybe a broken wedge. I don't know about the wedgie there. Got you in, yeah. Thank you so much. Make sure you turn off your mic in the bathroom, yeah, for sure. I like the idea of finding a promising penny stock that is like 10-20 cents to buy a long-term position. I mean, there's cheaper ways or better ways, more probably guaranteed ways to get lotto tickets. I know you're kind of talking about that being a lotto ticket. We can touch back on that a bit later. Someone said Tesla. Let's take a quick look at Tesla as I get triggered into some more AMD shorts. So, you know, going to keep managing that one. Yeah, Tesla, look at this flush move off 700. You know, and this morning I had a thesis around Tesla. I was like, wanted to play over under 700. I kind of lost track of it in the panic of the opening there. You know, eventually it gave this huge flush move here off the 700 move. So, you know, until we get to above that, you know, clearly, obviously, 700 is a big mental level for Tesla there. But yeah, nice shorts off Tesla at the beginning of the day.
Nice short off Tesla. Yeah, what, it went over 700 or something, right?
It was like, it pushed to like 704 and then just flushed.
Yeah, almost like the same fill that you could have had on Uber over there on the Tesla short. Pretty sick trade. EV sectors were kind of in play. I mean, look at Rivian, RIVN today, up still 11%, not really pushing down to that low opening day level that one of our viewers was expecting. And I did mention, you know, not to try and short something that's up 11% when the market has been fairly weak or at least not that strong. But that being said, here's S&P 500 now going positive for the day, getting above VWAP. The longs are in play, baby. Let's go check out what Apple is doing as Apple is pushing towards this 143.50s again, and that's where I got my short fills previously. I'll just throw an order out at 143.70s or 143.60s right now just to go short. And if it gives me a fill, I'll take that fill and I'll give it the risk of high a day, you know, 16 cents. Let's call it 25 cents with slippage on the high a day break. I lose 25 cents after already making a $2 per share trade on Apple. That's something I'm willing to give back on that trade for sure. So as this market is booming right now, sadly, I don't have any longs to already take advantage of, so I can't do that. But, you know, what we can do is look for an opportunity to get back into the shorts at the higher days once this market gets going to that spot. S&P 500 now flat on the day and NASDAQ up 0.34.
It looks like some things are starting to blow off some tops here. Meta,
Nice.
you know, making a new break, new high of day, so that's working. I want to see it touch back on that Amazon if that made a new high, and it looks like it did. Like, it looks like it tested at least, at the very least. But it looks like that's going to break out a new high. I got more short AMD as it pops more closer to 75 there, so that's kind of bettering my average. But for now, oh, Ian looks so relaxed, easy listening. Yeah, thanks, man. I appreciate that. You know, I'm trying to stay cool all the time, try to keep a level head while I'm trading. That's for sure. You know, once you start trading on tilt and whatnot, you can start making some bad decisions. So always good to kind of keep level-headed.
I remember that tilt day.
Oh yeah, it's not. I'm not saying that I haven't been tilted, guys. I'm not saying I haven't been tilted. Don't get me wrong.
Gets there.
Everyone gets there. You know, these guys see me tilted.
We've seen a pretty good day that needs to be recorded.
Yeah, we won't talk about that one right now. You know, not when I'm having a good day.
Yes, sir. That's right.
Let's welcome a new member here. I can't really pronounce your name. See me, see you. I'll just say that bit. But thank you for joining the green side there, and thank you for joining the Trader TV Live family. On that note, guys, you know, let's continue to smash this like button. There's 3,500 people watching, and we only got 1.8K likes. So let's get this like count as high as possible before 2 p.m. or before actually 1:55 is when we're going to switch you. When we're going to switch you over to the closing show there ahead of the Fed minutes release to catch that action with them. But if you guys haven't already, hit that subscribe button, hit the notification button as well. If you go into our channel, you know, there's lots of you know, good content to be had. If you go to videos here, you can kind of see we post a lot of videos obviously throughout the day with our live stream, but also on the weekends and whatnot, some good educational content. You can even search here if you want to learn about something specifically. You know, search VWAP, for example, and then comes up a bunch of videos about VWAP. So guys, you know, thank you always for your continued support, and you know, keep checking out the channel and you know, keep hitting that like button.
Keep smashing that like button. I smashed the like 26 times, hopefully using 26 different accounts. If you did it 26 times, all you did is like and unlike it about 26 divided by 2 times. That's it. Any jobs left there at the workplace over here? You can do exclamation mark apply and apply. You know, if anyone gets back in touch with you, then we can progress from there. But we still have that host application still running through, I believe, so you can apply for that one. As for traders positions, I'm not in charge for that. You know, I am not Dwight Schrute. We do have Dwight Schrute in the office that you could contact and ask him if there's any positions open for that side. And yeah, Bears versus Bull right there, putting in all of the emails and all the even Sean using !apply and Nightbot coming in clutch with that command. Thank you, Pratt, for doing all that work over there. But yeah, be sure to use all those commands too. You know, we have !Sean, !Brendan, !Neil for all their social media, even !Prad for social media. You know, only the moderators have a special command called C-Ball. Will the market stay green today? Question mark. Let's see if C-Ball will tell me if the market will stay green. Come on, Nightbot.
It will.
Oh, well, we got the, oh, look at that. Nightbot says yes,
Yeah,
definitely.
with the little crystal ball emoji too.
Go
There you
long, baby. Go long, and stay green. Let's go.
Yeah, we'll see what kind of happens with the Fed minutes. You know, maybe it makes a push, you know, at least test the highs. But we'll see. We'll see for sure. A new member here. Oh, actually, you know, let me fix something here. It was actually the last member was See Me See You. That was kind of creative there. But a new member here, Mohammed. Thank you so much for joining the team. And you know, the continued support. Miss V did not get fired. Her work visa ended, so she's not working here anymore. Unfortunately, but I know she still like kind of stops by.
Will Trader Pratt get a girl in the next 6 months, bro? Why do you have to do
crystal
me
ball?
like that, man? Yes, very doubtful.
Oh man, there we go. Very doubtful. Nightbot coming in with the heat. Nightbot coming in with the heat. Damn, as Pratt is in the sorrows now.
Yo, can you use the 8-ball instead? I think 8-ball is the real ball, not C-ball. Let's go. Yeah, F you, C-ball. That's right.
That's maybe one of the.
We're gonna go to the 8-ball instead.
There you go. Okay, here we go.
All right. Will Pratt.
I'll figure it out. I'll bring the answer.
Yeah, he'll give us the answer.
What's the question?
Will Pratt get a girl in 6 months? Even 8-ball says no. We're screwed over here. We're screwed. We're screwed. All the prediction balls are saying single.
Oh man.
Here we go.
What does it say?
Ask again after. I love it. So 8-ball does not want to see me hitched up.
Yeah, the 8-ball is, you know, keeping the window open, you know, keeping Pratt's chances a lot. So you're telling me there's a chance, right?
All I'm gonna say is I like C-ball and 8-ball because they are preserving my capital, which I need to do very much in case I need to buy the Ferrari to drive it into Lake Ontario. Anyways, the market. We're talking about the market. Listen, that's my goal. My goal is to get on the ban list of Ferrari. You know how like Bieber is on the ban list for Ferrari? I want to join that list. But Amazon, man, Amazon high a day over here, still under contention. We're waiting for this high a day to get taken out. But as the S&P 500 is seeing some rejection at 38.35, and the NASDAQ seeing some rejection in front of 11,860, we're struggling to take out the high a day. My hands are itching to go short right now on Amazon. But you know, C-Ball said the longs are in play, so a little bit of that is a hands off for me. Not that I'm listening to C-Ball or anything, but just because of that move that the market came in with, you know, S&P 500 went positive. But here's DoorDash now pushing back to the downside, 50 cents in the money, reloaded about 4 times over here. 1, 2, 3, 4 reloads on DoorDash, 50 cents in the money now, adding to my P&L, my number 1 stock of the day. Sadly, Uber, even though we did add, I wanted more. So notice how I have more orders over here. None of them came into play, and now Uber looks like it's getting ready to flush to the downside with the help of the market, which is once again in the red by 0.10.
Yeah, I'm just trying to bid there on AMD and you know, manage my position. I was looking at some of the other tech stocks here, like Apple. Like you know, if Apple, you know, maybe rejects this 142.50 area, it kind of acted as this resistance in the morning there. You know, maybe the market continues to you know, push a little bit lower. I'm trying to add confluence to some of my trades here. You know, the Uber trade I'm not too worried about. That's been you know, relatively weak all day. Of course, now that I say that, it's probably going to run up, rip my face off. But, the short has been working all day. So I'm not too worried about that. I'm not stressing about that trade. The one that I'm trying to find more confluence about is this AMD trade, as it seems like more buyers are kind of stepping in at these prices, right? Which is a little bit concerning because I've been adding to my short here, right? So, but the thing is, guys, is like I've been trying to work through some of the problems or holes in my trading, and that's when, if it gives me a chance to get out of a bad position, I haven't been taking that chance until recent trading days. I've been trying to trade a little bit better. So that's exactly what I'm trying to manage here on AMD, but we'll kind of let that one go for now. I'm not wrong on this one, I would say, until it kind of breaks out of that 75 area, but definitely something, an area of concern, that's for sure. What do I think about Coinbase? Let's take a quick look at Coinbase. I know Luca kind of touched on it a bit. I've been talking about this $50 level quite a bit the past couple of weeks here on the show, just because it's like it's a serious level of interest, right? It's been consolidating. It held here after this huge breakdown, when Bitcoin's really kind of selling off, and then it's been consolidating around this 50 area for the past pretty much month, right? So until maybe will it kind of rally with Bitcoin if Bitcoin catches a bid, starts to kind of push up, potentially. That being said, for now, it's just kind of diddling around this $50 level, not too much kind of going on with it. So I'll probably just kind of leave it alone for now.
Yeah, I guess I should have taken that Amazon short as it's now pushing down 20 cents in the money. I guess it's still not late to take a short and give it that risk of high day. Give it 20 cents of risk for a possible move, for an even bigger move to the downside. I'm just gonna manage my shorts that I have on board already. Dash and Uber have been very easy to short all day. They're already negative on the day. I'm just gonna focus on shorting stocks that are down on the day instead of these tech stocks, which seem to be they are market beta. Amazon, Microsoft, Apple, Tesla, these are all stocks that are high percentages inside your NASDAQ and your S&P 500 ETFs. So if the market's pretty much just chopping around, I don't want to get chopped around in the dojo. I might as well go look for an easier target and get my stats padded like Sean O'Malley, right? Fight those easy targets all the way up to 15-1, and then you can fight that level 10 guy who fakes it about an eye poke and gets out of his fight or whatever. So focus on your fighters, focus on the battles you're gonna take, and choose them wisely. That being said, Amazon short still seems like a pretty decent battle that I want to be part of, but there's better stocks out there that you can load up on the shorts when they do pop up, like the way the market is popping at the moment. One of them just so happens to be DoorDash. The other one is Uber. I'm gonna quickly go over to the scanner over here to see what other stocks are down on the day. So this is the biggest loser scanner: NIO, Grab, NCLH. Yeah, let's go over to some of these cruise liners and airliners, which have been hit one more time. Travel stocks, NCLH down 9%. SSR mode on NCLH because it was down 10% at one point, but now only down 9%. That being said, you won't be able to short the stock as easily as you would be able to short Amazon or something else. And real quick, going over to an airliner, AAL on NASDAQ, also should be down. Not sure how much percentage, as I have not pulled it up. Yeah, only down about a percent over here, but still the overall scare of travel stocks right now is still around in the market.
SOXL.
Thought you were long Uber? No, I was not long Uber. Sorry?
No, I was just trying to bring up something that was called out here in the chat that we can take a look at. XOXL. It looks like it's finding a bottom here around the $11 area on the daily, but it's like super beat down. Obviously in a clear downtrend here, so maybe this is just like a scalp long play off the $11 area. Getting a little bit of a bump today. 1.5% up on the day. It is carrying a little bit more volume. 45 mil volume, but for now, I don't know if there was like a catalyst or something, or that's the reason why you were kind of taking a look at this one, but it was kind of off our radar. So that is
the ETF for semiconductors.
Oh, okay.
That is
I see what you're saying now.
3 times long leverage ETF semiconductors, I believe.
Okay, so how would I use this tool then? If I was trading obviously AMD and NVIDIA.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it trades like in correlation with them, so like.
That's right.
Gotcha. Okay, so yeah, maybe I learn something every day. There you go, 3 times ETF.
Yeah, so to the long side, SOXL on Amex is to the long side, SOXS is to the short side, and the main one that I track is SOXX, which is the one that actually holds the stocks. These are just the 3 times leveraged ones. Right, and it's always good to have these ETFs open when you're watching a basket stock. For example, I have American Airlines open on my chart right now. If I was to trade American Airlines, it will not be happening without having Jets ETF open on the side. The same way if I was to trade AMD or Nvidia or Micron, I will never be doing these trades without having SOXX open somewhere. And for financials, for example, we have not looked at financials all day today, so let me quickly go over a couple financial stocks such as WFC, Wells Fargo down 2% right now. Moving back to VWAP though, let's see if we can get back above VWAP. Here's JP Morgan, should look exactly the same on the chart. Should be down and trying to tickle VWAP, yeah, down and tickling VWAP right now. And last but not least, XLF, the financial ETF. Always want to look at the ETF stuff, stocks that you're trading at. Should also be down, exact same chart pattern as the other two. Is the story.
What time is the Fed meeting? It's not a Fed meeting, guys. It's just the minutes are being released at 2 p.m. It's going to be, obviously a recap of what had happened at the June Fed meeting there. But that being said, maybe there's a potential market move to be had. There you go at 2 p.m. Eastern time. I want to bring up CCL. That was something else on my watch list this morning. And I want to actually short it. I was short bias on it today, around like the 940, which was the resistance or the high yesterday. It kind of broke out there and then, gave that flush move that I was looking for. I didn't catch this move just because I was looking at other things here. But overall, like CCL is like super, super weak. Despite having a huge update yesterday, it had that huge, it got a huge bid yesterday and, some bullish momentum. But today kind of fading that move all the way back down to the bottom of that range. So a lot of headwinds for CCL. What are you laughing at here?
Rolling records, and you said headwinds too. I like that because that kind of segues perfectly into what Rolling Records said. Today's headwinds are southbound. Not much turbulence as we approach a softy landing into closed city. We will be serving fruit salad and peanuts for those with paper hands. I like that.
Yeah, that's pretty creative there. Look at Twitter. Let's take a quick look at Twitter. I haven't looked at Twitter a lot recently. Obviously, there is the whole bio thing. Is it getting bought out? Who knows? At this point,
is anything getting bought out? Activision, Twitter?
Yeah, who knows at this point? It looks like it made some decent range moves in the morning and then just been consolidating, doing nothing the rest of the day. But man, look at after all this buyout news kind of came out, all these buyout rumors kind of came out. It's just been basically range trading between like 36 and 40, right? Respecting that range pretty nicely, right? So not really doing too much. I know it hasn't been on our radar at all at the firm here. We haven't really been day trading it at all, for now. Especially with it has headline risk too. There's been times where a headline will drop or Elon will say something and then Twitter will just flush on you, right? So you know what? When something has that sort of headline risk, probably just gonna stay away.
Not worth it. Not worth putting your risk to work over there when your risk is even more risky just off of a random tweet, right? That's why we like looking at these stocks. Your tech stocks, there's a reason why Luca, myself, part of it is Sean's fault because Sean's always over here talking about AMD, Apple, and trading them like an absolute beast that we want to follow him into the glory levels of scalping the crap out of these tech stocks. So part of it is his fault. Blame him if anything. But honestly, these stocks trade in such great volume levels on a day-to-day basis. They move around in amazing level zones. All you have to do is look at yesterday's low or yesterday's top and play off those levels. When opportunities like these show up on a day-to-day basis without a catalyst, why complain instead of taking that trade, right? That's the way I like to think about it. So, and this is why no matter what day it is, I'm always able to find a trade in AMD, Apple, your big tech stocks basically that move around the market. Now, the rest of the stocks out there, you need a catalyst to touch them. For example, DoorDash. I would not be trading DoorDash today if it didn't have a catalyst behind it. Same with Uber and so on. So it's always good to have those basket of stocks to go in and trade, especially when those stocks have volumes on a day-to-day basis. SIGA, any thought? I believe SIGA is the monkeypox stock that popped up not too long ago with the help of the monkeypox fear. You know, right after COVID fear, we were pretty scared of what would monkeypox come out with. Thankfully, not as serious as people thought it would be, but along with that catalyst, though, what I'm noticing right now on the daily chart on the bottom right, let me just make it bigger for us. Control zoom. Awesome. Here we go. Is this lower highs every time? Not sure what you call this pattern. You know, I got you patternistas in the chat to help me out with that one. So if you guys can tell me what this pattern is right here, you know, ascending triangle, I guess, or some sort of a flag. I'm not sure. Bear flag, bull flag, whatever flag this is that you see, the pattern might be playing out that exact same way as we keep getting higher lows, but about the same highs on the upside near $14. SIGA.
I want to thank a super chat here, Mohammed, holding BBBY at 460, waiting for the fill gap to 640. Yeah, so I quickly brought up BBBY here. Obviously, you know, on the daily, getting super beat down. I'm more concerned around this 5 area. If it can get through there, then, you know, maybe we do see, you know, the likes of $6 and above. But until we get above there, you know, it could be kind of trouble there. So, you know, kind of manage that position if you got it long, and, you know, keep that in mind. Just because the reason why I say 5 is because that level held super nicely when it got flushed. And then eventually when it did break down, it was a pretty decent short off of there. Like it couldn't really reclaim that level. So I'm watching 5 on that. But for now, are we? No, not yet. Okay,
No.
We don't have the earpiece in our.
I had a cool segue.
Okay, go for it.
I was gonna say, Ian, do you hear that? That's money
What?
talks.
The creativity coming from Pratt is undeniable. Yeah, let's go. Currency look here, guys, as we head through the afternoon on a pretty boring, overall choppy kind of Wednesday for stocks. Not the case, though, for currency markets. That is the U.S. dollar, the DXY, the dollar index. On a monthly chart, you got to go all the way back to, what is that, December 31st of 2002 was the last time the DXY is where it is today. So up again. For about the 5th day in a row here, 0.5%, 107 and change. We got up to about 107.2 early on this morning, pulling back a little bit. But yeah, 20-year highs for the dollar. That means 20-year lows for the euro, down 0.8 right now, coming into that parity level. Or it looks like it might even try and test parity at some point this week, maybe. The Canadian dollar was at 76.5, bit of a bump here, 76.6 now. Back to the upside ever so slightly. British pound under pressure today, back below 120, as it would appear the UK government is getting ready for a non-confidence vote as soon as tomorrow, possibly. Everything else kind of choppy on this board so far today, including Bitcoin and Ethereum. We did bounce a little bit there, back to 20,200 and change. For BTC, guys, back to you.
Yeah, a question from Joey P. Is Jay Powell going to be talking today? No, it's just the FOMC minutes. We'll actually be throwing you guys over a little bit earlier, just 2 minutes earlier than we usually do. So Brendo, Sean, and Arun can cover the FOMC minutes for you guys right as they drop at 2 o'clock. And hopefully we get some good trades around there. You know, usually FOMC minutes have not been like crazy trading opportunities. That being said, we did see the last FOMC minute, which was actually a pretty banger of a trade opportunity. That was like one of my first few FOMC minutes that I've seen coming in with the crazy move like that, but also we're in that type of a market environment, right? High inflation periods, interest rate changes coming in monthly and so on. So I understand that this FOMC minute could be also a little spicy. So keeping that risk on the table. Notice how Ian and myself have been taking lower trades around this time of the day than we usually do. And also when he trades we do take, we're keeping our size a little lower. It's that time of the day, right? It's almost end of lunchtime over here. I'm actually moving the official lunchtime from 12 o'clock to 2 o'clock because the market does absolutely nothing between that time now. And going into summer times, you know, with the lower volume, people going on vacations and so on, even less volume expected on the market. So that's going to be very, very sad to be a part of. But it's going to be good to remember that during that time period, it's good to just stay away from these algorithms that are trying to churn people's money away from them. So just focus on the time of the day that you're trading at. For example, that Uber short from the morning, if you were short in the morning, you still could have held it and not worried about it, or you could have scalped between this range all day. Short, exit, short, exit, long, exit. And then if it pops to the upside, you're holding some for the possible move upside. And if you're short, short, exit, short, exit, short, exit. And then you're possibly holding some for the move to the downside. As Uber pushes back to the downside below VWAP, I'm looking to take some profits and also at the low a day and then hold some for the bigger move later.
Yeah, I just took some profits there on Uber, and I am going to take more if it comes to my level there. Just waiting patiently on the bid, trying to collect some fees as well. But yeah, Uber obviously been a very, very successful. Here, I'll bring it up on my screen there so you can see. Man, if, you know, might as well try to collect some fees if we can, right? But yeah, definitely Uber. You know, something that we've kind of nailed today to the short side. Just shorting basically any pops, like any pop that Uber has had, it's gotten sold off, right? So as I get filled and collect some of those fees, you know, chalk it up for another Uber win. I am still short AMD, and obviously it's, you know, near my stop or whatever. I was like trying to like formulate my words. It's obviously near my stop or whatever, but that being said, there's not too much kind of going on right now. So I'm just going to continue to be patient with this one. I do see the market pulling back a bit. You know, so if we do get a flush a little bit lower below VWAP, then I'm pretty sure this AMD short is going to be sitting pretty as it comes a little bit closer down to my price. So keeping a close eye on that one for now. Sitting sizable Rev calls, Rev moving north. Yeah, we could take a quick look at Rev. I know it hasn't really been on our radar recently. That being said, it is up 7% today. And, you know, ever since like the end of June, they're catching a little bit of a bid. You know, obviously had this huge run up on lots of buying volume and eventually faded that move. But, you know, on this little pump up now, there is less volume, guys. So keep that in mind. That being said, you know, more sellers can kind of step up closer to this $9, $10 range as well. But if you're sitting in like $7 calls, then, you know, you're probably sitting a little bit pretty right now, and you're going to be looking to take some profits soon.
Do you scroll through your code board every time to click on a stock?
No, I gotta organize this. Like
yeah,
I
don't think that's efficient.
I have a few quote boards here open just for like the show screen. Yeah. And then they're like kind of sorted. I gotta sort them
I don't think
a
that's
little bit
efficient. Are you just typing in the stock over here is faster than doing that?
No, I gotta sort them based on like what, you know, sector and whatnot.
Remember what I told you to start off with keyboard? It's all about optimization, right? Optimization is very subjective, but you still want to be optimizing your layout and your keyboard. And how much did that word help you out? Optimizing your keyboard, right?
Helped me a lot. Yeah, back when I started.
You want to focus on that a lot. You want to focus on that. But at the end of the day, man, it's all preferences. That's because you do it that way and I do it this way doesn't mean
it's like on my like trading computer at my desk. Like I use the quote boards, but like I organize the watch list like nicely. So I only have like 5 per quote board, right?
I like that. I like that. And real quick about Revlon. Yeah, thank you for bringing up Revlon in the chat. You know, we're still waiting to see how that deal goes through. We have a bunch of stocks that are in the buyout basket. You know, Activision, Twitter, Revlon. We're waiting for the news to actually drop about these so we can start taking advantage on these stocks to trade. For example, Zendesk. We know Zendesk is a guaranteed buyout. And if you look at the way the stock trades, that's how we want to be focusing on these buyout candidate positions. You don't want to be getting stuck with the random news drop. For example, Ian already mentioned that Twitter news drops will just shake you or break you randomly, and if you end up getting lucky and being on the right side, it'll just make you a king at that news drop, right? I don't like having that. I don't like to be randomly whipped by a news catalyst. I like to be part of the news catalyst afterwards, obviously, because you're never first unless you're cheating of some sort. That's called insider trading. Illegal. So I'm okay with being late as long as I'm able to find a good trade on it. ATVI arbitrage. Well, ATVI is now looking like a deal, which is even more scarier to go through, obviously, because EU is scared of monopoly reasons, I guess. So if EU cancels that, actually, I don't know how it goes through, because if EU says you cannot merge, but if America says they can merge, and they're both American companies, does EU really have a say? Right? EU has no say in it. So it's like, I don't really know if EU saying their statements that they did is going to have any impact on Activision. The only person who will have an impact on this is the FTC or the DOJ, who go through the regulations for the mergers and acquisitions and so on. So we just got to wait for them to see how the news comes out.
Someone's bringing up Google here, and Google is important to note this month. They are doing a split July 15th. I'm keeping super tabs on it because I am a Google shareholder.
Yeah, we get it, rich guy. We get it, rich guy.
But man, this 2,000 level is going to be huge. They're doing what split is it?
18th, 20-1.
Yeah, 20-1. So the 2,000 level, that's going to be 200. So going to keep that in mind after the split. Here's the thing, guys. Like usually when splits happen, it's to encourage new buyers, right? New buyers to come into the stock, and naturally that drives the price kind of up, right? So we saw it happen with Amazon. That the first 2 days with Amazon, it rallied. Gave some good rallies in the morning session there, but eventually kind of just faded down. And we saw what happened with Shop, right? Shop was pretty much a dud on that split. That being said, Google, it's a great company. Much like Amazon, is it going to be more fireworks when it splits? Potentially, right? I'm hoping so at the very least. But yeah, definitely something to kind of keep tabs on this month. But for now, it's just been, consolidating, between the 2,100, 2,400 range. Obviously those numbers are going to be split by 20 after the split. So just keep that in mind, guys. But yeah, that's my thoughts on Google.
Uber going to the center of the
man,
earth.
I know. I was like looking at this Uber trade and man, I covered these Uber shorts so early. I covered them up here as we were getting flush below VWAP. And the reason why, guys, is because it was kind of just consolidating above VWAP. So I was thinking okay, if it flushes below VWAP, it might kind of reclaim the level. So I was getting ready to take profits below
so you're
VWAP.
Anticipating?
Yeah, maybe I was anticipating there.
Maybe that's what
and
you
I
were
had
doing.
the order zone. I just got hit or whatever. But man, I should have held on to that one. I know you're still short Uber there, so that seems to be working. Excuse me there. Yeah, no, AMD I'm still short as well. That's just kind of doing nothing still as well. But yeah, that's it for me right now.
Is a channel live every day? Yeah, every day as long as the U.S. markets are open. We will be here in the hot seat 8:30 till 4 o'clock without fail. Unless something happens. Without fail for sure though, right? Market is indeed still above in the positive territories for the NASDAQ. S&P 500 still flat above VWAP. But what is working for right now is the Uber short, as Ian already called out. So we'll move away from that one. And I'm waiting for Dash. I'm not sure why Dash is actually so strong and staying above the 50-period EMA. What's going on with you over here? Thankfully, 70 has yet to break. I think the size on 70 is still there. Yep, that size on, where'd it go? It's still there on 70, so that size is yet to get taken out. So that's going to give me some confidence on holding my shorts on Dash still and adding back to my shorts in case we do push to 70. And also, I'm going to throw out some orders on Uber shorts. Let's go over to Apple to see if Apple pushed to 143, and it did not. I do have my orders sitting there near the high of day to take some short fills. Doesn't look like I'll have the opportunity to take fills over there. So we're going to miss out on that trade. Look at this Amazon trade. I told you this Amazon short looks juicy. Did I not? I think Amazon's now going to start pushing down as as NASDAQ is getting ready to start pushing down from the high day areas, and S&P 500 absolutely struggled to get above 38.35. Here's the S&P 500 chart. S&P 500 struggled to get above 38.35, but also held VWAP the whole time. So I'm pretty confused as to what's going on over here on the market. I would like for VWAP to break and we just crumble from the 50 period and the 100 period EMA. But as the VWAPs and the period EMAs are all curling to the upside, indicating that the trend may be slowly pushing to the north side over here, might just worry me on my positions as Uber pushing towards lower day might just give me the fill at what price am I looking at this fill for? 41.
Yeah, man, Uber is just
42.
cratering. Like it's just pushing those levels. Like the low is 22.49, or no, that's high. 21.36 at the opening print there. Man, it's just cratering. Important to note on the daily, this 20 level seems to be a serious level. There was a quick breakdown short that you could have got, but that level got quickly reclaimed. And then, you know, obviously the push up the past couple days, but today, you know, significantly weaker, and you're now cratering towards those lows. And man, on AMD, I keep trying to bid and you know, manage my position. And it just keeps running away from me. It seems like my timing is a little bit off there as we're pushing, testing the highs again, which is a little bit concerning since the market is not really doing too much. If the market kind of breaks out to the upside, then I can get run over here on AMD pretty quickly. I have my stops in, you know, still respecting my risk. But for now, that trade seems to not be working for me. SPY wants to turn green. Yeah, you know, potentially. It's going to be definitely something to watch. I know I'm probably going to be trying to trade the SPY going into these FOMC meetings. I've been doing like pretty decent on them, kind of trading the SPY during these meetings. That being said, you know, it's such a quick mover. You got to manage your risk accordingly and, you know, be right, essentially. You got to be right. But I think the thing is with these FOMC meetings is being patient and waiting for the levels to be put in because you're going to get that quick whip. You know, as soon as I get stopped out at AMD there, as soon as you get those minutes drop, and then, you know, it's going to start to kind of trade the range and, you know, pick a direction. So, yeah, the key is patience for sure.
Yeah, I whip my hair back and forth like Willow Smith, baby. Hopefully the market does not whip back and forth with FOMC and finds a direction, and I will instantly jump out if I'm in the wrong direction. Trust me, Daddy. No doubt I'm holding that trade. You know, we talk about this all the time, but I don't know how many of you are actually taking advantage of it. It's the Sticky Note Nation, baby. Sticky Note Nation on Trader TV Sean at Twitter. If you're not following, you're making a big mistake. Trust me on that. It does no benefit for him, and honestly, it does no benefit for me that he is posting the same levels I'm trying to take a trade from, right? Uber 22, not great news about the whole Amazon Grubhub. Should stay red on the day. REEL is what I see. real on the day. But yeah, red on the day, and that's exactly what Uber is looking like it's doing, man. Look at it, staying red on the day. I'm gonna be honest, I thought Uber will be able to go into SSR territories. This is why I was so heavy short on Uber starting in the day, because I saw Dash was already down 10%. But since Dash primary business is delivering food, and Uber's primary business is not only delivering food, but also delivering people from wherever they want to go, from point A to point B. So it makes sense that Uber is holding up a little bit better than Dash today. But the overall idea is to the short, to the downside. Every time we get to 22, take that fill. So notice how on that tweet that Sean tweeted, $22 level, by him even tweeting that, he's giving away fills that he could have taken, fills that I could have taken, fills that Luca could have taken. So that's the advantage that, like, you know, following people like Brendan, Sean, Neil, myself even, you'll be able to find those free trades on the internet that cost you absolutely $0. There's those garbage discords, not gonna mention any names, but there are some garbage discords that make you pay for this information. This is absolutely free, and all we ask for is that little like button click and the subscribe button click. That's it.
Yeah, smash that like button, guys. We're almost there. We're almost at 2K. You know, it'd be great to get that to 2K before the closing show comes on.
Paywall soon.
Paywall soon. In about 10, 15 minutes there. We are going to toss it to you guys a little bit early in light of those FOMC minutes. So kind of keep that in mind. Someone said, please analyze Amazon. We talked about it a couple times, but I'll do it once more here. I know on the daily 118 is a serious resistance level. We're still a ways away from that. It held up above 112. You know, to the downside, we're more so looking at, and I'll try to zoom in here so we can see it a bit better. We're more so looking at the 102 level to the downside. That's a serious level of support on Amazon. So if it comes down to there, you know, best know that we'll be trying to buy that dip. But yeah, look at the 118. on Amazon. So right now, kind of trading the range. You got to really love these intraday levels to take trades here, but manage your risk and maintain a proper bias. Don't get chopped up like I was doing a little bit earlier there in June on Amazon. I've been trying to maintain a particular bias on Amazon. If I'm long bias, only look for long plays and so forth, right? And it worked for me today on Amazon. But yeah, that's my thoughts on Amazon. QDEL, anyone watching? What's QDEL? Do you know?
No shot.
QDEL, let's do NQ.
Quadeltro Corporation.
Okay, yeah, so we could take a. I've never really heard of this stock or this name.
Tech.
So maybe you could drop the knowledge there in the chat. Just kind of looking at the daily, I'm trying to pick out like some levels here. Man, it's like just consolidating back and forth like 90 to 100. But today it seems like it is getting a little bit more of a breakout today to the upside. Maybe this 105 area held as resistance the past couple times it was tested, and today maybe it closes above and gets a little bit of a breakout. And we can see some continuation to like the 115 area. There was a lot of interest around there with the consolidation there, but yeah, not too sure what QDEL is. So maybe if you trade it or if you're holding it in the chat, let us know.
Apparently some medical supplier or something. Little low on the volume end for myself. Apparently it's only 400K shares traded on a $100 stock, but I just quickly pulled up to see what the relative volume is on this position, and it's at 1.48. So anytime over 1 means it's doing equal to or more than what it normally does. We like to look at stocks that are doing 2 or more. For example, DoorDash and Uber today will be more than 2. I think Dash was at actually 5, and now it's at 3. Uber is probably lower than 2 now. Uber is now at 1.18. Back in the morning, it was at 2.23. What I remember seeing the number for Uber off the opening drive. So anytime more relative volume basically means more eyes, more people, more traders on said stock. So more opportunities to basically take advantage of said traders on that position. They make the medical mask. So the N95s and so on, medical masks for QDEL, I'm guessing is what you're talking about. What is the catalyst for it? That's what I'm guessing overall. KSS being talked about in the chat. Let's go check out KSS. And I need to oil my beard again as it's getting itchy a little bit. So time to put some beard balm in there. All right, KSS. I know the deal for KSS fell through, right? The deal for KSS fell through, and we've seen this happen 4 times now. They announce a deal and the deal falls through. So at this point, I'm almost just waiting for them to announce another deal, just so I load up on puts and I load up on shorts and just watch the deal fail through one more time. Sean calling out Oxy breaking in the chat. Let's go check out Oxy. I'm guessing it's breaking to the downside because never mind. It's breaking to the upside. Oxy is actually positive now by almost 1%. I thought the crude futures are still continuing its descent to the downside overall, but looks like we might have had a nice little uptick. We did. We went from 96, I believe, from 98. Yeah, 95 or so to 98 here on crude futures. Still pretty close to 100, man. Let's see if we can actually get there today.
Yeah, the oil names definitely something to keep in mind as we kind of creep up to some of these highs, right? Obviously, Oxy on the daily, it is consolidating a bit more, but if it kind of breaks out past the 63 area, I think it could be definitely interesting to the upside. WTRH being called it again, and I'm looking at my side screen, and look at this, man. It's getting another push to highs, and it looks like it's going to break out. It looks like it just made a new high potentially. The high is 0.2798, so that's where it is right now. Yeah, I don't know what's kind of going on with this one.
Apparently it's a pump and dump.
Okay, yeah, so it has like a little pullback, and then on lower volume, and then gets a little bit pumped. With some buying there, but yeah, looks like it's not done yet.
Probably a classic or something.
Yeah. So yeah, there's no news on it yet, but yeah, we're still keeping an eye on it on our side screen. Sounds like pins with all the offers. I haven't taken a look at pins at all in a long time. Let's just take a quick look at that. Was it NQ? I think it is. Nope. see what Pins has been doing on the daily there. Man, not much as I expected. Just kind of fluctuating around this $20 area. Yeah, not doing too much as my intraday chart didn't load there. There we go. It's down 2% on the day. Yeah, just kind of just testing lows, not really doing too much, lower volume on the day. What are you looking at?
I just want to mention a quick fake. You know, I have my first fake account on Instagram. Woo! We made it, mommy. We finally have a fake account. So yeah, if anyone is contacting you with my name and my picture, it is not me. Trust me, I do not want cryptocurrencies right now, especially at the prices they are. Just to add to my losses even more, I'm okay. Hold on to your cryptocurrencies. Hold on to your whatever the scammer is asking for you. Do not even indulge with these scammers. And if you have to message me asking me if this account is me, clearly it's not me. So quick little scammer alert. Wah, 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 scam alert, scam alert. You're gonna have a lot of Sean's, a lot of Neil's, a lot of even Ian's and Lucas now coming on trying to message you guys, so be very careful. I think the account that I saw was Trader T Prad. My account is Trader TV Prad. The fake account is Trader T Prad. So if anyone with that is messaging you, be very, very careful. They can do that on Discord, Twitter, and so on. Give Praddy Daddy 1K and he will turn it into 10K. Most likely, most likely.
There's always those scammers. They give you 5K in Bitcoin, you'll see it turn to 10K real quick. Yeah, guys, don't fall for those. All our real accounts are
or 400, says Sean.
Yeah, that's probably the realistic outcome there, especially if you give it to Brad.
Ouch.
For sure. No, all jokes aside. Yeah, Sean was kind of going crazy there with the
emojis.
The emojis or the. Man, we need to get it here on our little stream deck. That would be fun.
Lucas just doesn't do anything. He just sits there, yells at me all day, like doesn't do anything besides yelling at people. Maybe one day he can do some work and actually get paid for that. He goes, maybe. I don't know how to make animations, guys. If I do, I would have done it already. Trust me on that one. If anyone of you knows how to make cool little animations for us, maybe you can deploy them to us and we can use them for free. But make sure you add a copyright something in there and give us no. Sean says no, none of that.
Someone said check out NIO. Yeah, we'll look at it one more time, just do a quick analysis on it. I really like this 22 resistance on NIO. To the bottom side, it looks like the 2050 area. That's exactly where it kind of bounced today. That's what held as support earlier, or resistance earlier. Obviously had the gap up. I think that was around like the delivery numbers or something like that. Yeah, it seems like those levels still being respected, and now we're kind of consolidating potentially within this gap between like 2050 or $20 and 22. So until it kind of starts to break out, you still got to respect those that range. And we've been talking about respecting the range. In the general market, but in a lot of plays as well. Respect the resistance, respect the supports. If the market isn't breaking out itself, but that's what's going on for NIO.
All right, yeah, NIO has been struggling a little bit. S&P 500 not able to clear that 38-35 level. How long have we been here? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55 minutes, almost an hour of just hanging out at 38.35 and 38.30 above VWAP. I would like the market to clear to the upside finally, or clear to the downside finally. Stop just debating people over here in the middle ranges. It's so boring to not being able to make a trade for the past 2 hours now. I mean, we have been making trades. Thankfully, Dash and Uber have been giving us amazing ranges to take advantage of, but Dash is actually scaring me as S&P 500 doesn't do anything. Dash is also not doing anything, and it's looking a lot like the S&P 500 chart, honestly. So if S&P 500 starts breaking out and Dash clears 70, I think I'm gonna just take that loss on that position. Thankfully, we'll still be up on the day on Dash. I get to walk away profitable today on Dash, unlike yesterday, and I think that might just end up being the story, as Uber is also launching back to the highs. Launching back to VWAP from the lows is what I'm trying to say. Thankfully, we got those two exits near the same range exits we've been taking the whole day. Let's see if Uber can rock back to VWAP over here and above VWAP so Ian and I can take more fills.
Yeah, I think the market's kind of gearing up and setting up for potential breakout or breakdown as soon as these minutes release. You see, I was kind of trading that tight range of like five handles or so, 38.30, 38.35. Conveniently, VWAP is right at 38.30, right? So wait to see if this range, well, I know the range is going to be broken off these minutes, that's for sure, but which direction it kind of picks. And then, we'll start to kind of get a little bit more involved. People said AMD is right at that 75 level. I gave it one more shot off of there, and then I got stopped out higher day again. Putting my stop stupidly at the penny tick higher of higher day. It just wicked me out and eventually gave a little bit of a move. But I do like this level still, but I'm not about to put on a trade here on AMD just before these minutes drop because I'm going to get wicked out in either direction, and I got to be careful with that one. And yeah, obviously AMD being a higher beta stock.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we got to head out. It's about 10 seconds left for us. A quick little goodbye from me. I'll see you guys tomorrow, same time, same place.
Stay profitable, guys, and good luck the rest of the day.
Yeah, have fun with FOMC with the main guys. Ciao.
See ya.
Hey guys, yeah, welcome in. A little early this afternoon in anticipation of what should be a little bit of a market-moving event here. When we get these Fed minutes from the last meeting in June, the only thing we have to really concentrate on here is anything that's different. Any kind of language that we haven't heard yet will be a market-moving event. I'll show you quickly how we are shaping up heading into these minutes.